Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Not Sick in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Not Sick Chapter 14. Dreams and Deals. Toby laughed. Of all the people I expected, he muttered, cupping his mask as if trying to hold in the chuckle, you would be the last. Oh. The voice slithered down the corridor, slipping along the pipes and damp concrete walls. Did you think that I really hadn't taken precautions for this? Toby shrugged, leaning against the wall, uncaring of its slickness, and crossed his arms. I suspected. There was something wrong with the boy's chakra. It must have been your mark. How did you manage to hide it, I wonder? From your own teammate, even. The darkness didn't answer, and Toby pulled himself away from the wall, sighing. He narrowed his eye. I expected Ataka to arrive first. But for some reason, he hasn't, and with you here, that complicates things. So Ataki is coming too, is he? Orochimaru slipped out of the shadows, smiling widely. Someone wearing a heavy cloak, with skin as unnaturally pale as the snakes and round, overly cleaned glasses that gleamed even in the dimness of the tunnel, trailed behind him. Perfect, the Sannin hissed. Both of them here at once. Toby cocked an invisible eyebrow. You seem confident. His eyes will likely be even more powerful, you know. The snake's grin didn't fade. Oh, I know. As I said. He spread his arms wide, gesturing mockingly. Do you really think I haven't taken precautions? Toby didn't laugh again. He just stared, his eye lazily rotating. Orochimaru looked back, smirking. The masked man made a thoughtful sound. Do you know who I am? Madara Uchiha, the Sannin shot back. And that doesn't surprise you. The smile faded slightly, but Orochimaru's slit eyes still gleamed with inner amusement. Certainly. Though I'm more interested in how you've managed to maintain your strength for so long, Madara, he said. Some mysteries are best left unsolved. Then, Toby drawled back. Orochimaru's rasping laugh filled the corridor. I don't doubt it has something to do with that Sharingan of yours. I've never seen anything quite like it. Toby didn't respond to that. There was a moment of silence as both S-ranked ninja watched each other, ready for anything. Orochimaru broke it, crossing his arms and cocking his head. So, he chuckled, half at a joke only he could understand and half as a challenge. Are you going to stop me? Toby just watched him, his single eye shifting back and forth between Orochimaru and the man at his side. I can't just allow you to take Sasuke, he said deeply, pondering something. He might be valuable to me. The cloaked man at Orochimaru's side swept back his hood. Might be, Madara-sama. Orochimaru glanced at Kabuto, one corner of his mouth turning up. Toby just stared flatly. Sama. He intoned. Kabuto nodded. Toby couldn't tell if the smile on his face was genuine or not. Of course. You who helped found the village hidden in the leaves, who survived the wrath of Hashirama, and who leads the Akatsuki from the shadows. The man's smirk widened. What else to address such a man as you but with Sama? Toby shifted, drumming his fingers against his palm. You're remarkably well informed, he said quietly. Kabuto just grinned cheekily, exposing his fangs. Hardly. Itaki is, however, and he told little Sasuke everything, while my master listened carefully, of course. Toby grunted. How irritating. Did you have something to say then, little snake, or were you just going to praise your master? Kabuto's grin didn't shift. It seems simple to me, Madara-sama, he said. This time, there was definite mockery in his tone. Sasuke may be skilled, true, but he cannot yet compare to one of the Sannin. And if my master comes into possession of him, combining his knowledge with Sasuke's strength, then I will have lost an asset, and gained nothing, Madara interrupted. He turned to Orochimaru, completely looking past his companion. Somehow, I doubt you would swear allegiance to me, Orochimaru, for the simple payment of Sasuke Uchiha. The man smiled. Could we not have an alliance? Toby waved his hand, as if brushing aside the words. Our goals are incompatible. Your pursuit of the Sharingan has interrupted my searching for the Byakuya before, there's no reason to think you've changed. True, Orochimaru admitted easily. But I would prefer not to fight you, Madara. I doubt it would go well for either of us. The masked man inclined his head thoughtfully. You could believe that, yes. Orochimaru rolled his eyes. Let's make it simple, shall we? He took a step forward. You're expecting Itachi Uchiha to arrive soon, yes? To save his brother. Orochimaru's grin was returning. Toby nodded carefully. Orochimaru's tongue flickered out, unnaturally thick and long. Then I shall remove one of your burdens, and deal with him for you. I assume you don't want him alive. Toby laughed lowly. Capturing Itachi Uchiha alive would be impossible at this point anyway, he said with dark amusement. Perhaps. Nevertheless. Orochimaru took another step forward. Do we have a deal? I deal with a problem, and you give up a tool in payment. Toby watched both of the snake-like figures, weighing his options. Sasuke had not been what he'd expected. His Uchiha hatred seemed to have burned out. It reminded Toby uncomfortably of himself. But while he had been given a goal to cling to, a dream for a perfect world to accomplish, Sasuke had given up. His passions were ashes. Why? Had his brother really influenced him so? It made no sense. By all rights, Sasuke should have despised Itachi. And yet he protected him, however subconsciously. Toby was very wary of things that made no sense. Variables outside his control were variables that would come back to ruin his plans later. Itachi was one of these variables. As was Orochimaru and his slippery disciple, at least at the moment. But if Orochimaru did, in fact, remove Itachi Uchiha from the board, and take Sasuke with him, he'd gain power, certainly. But nothing that would approach the might of a real Uchiha. And there would be far less pieces to worry about. Maybe the snake and the crow would even tear each other to ribbons, and remove themselves from this mockery of a game simultaneously. The Moon's Eye plan was nearing completion anyway. The Kyuubi would be subdued soon enough, Pain could be relied upon for that. Then, all that would remain would be the Hakubi and Rokubi. Perhaps Orochimaru could even be convinced to acquire one of them, in gratitude. Toby's mouth slipped up in a grim, invisible smile. He took a deliberate step to the side. He won't be happy to see you, Toby said, gesturing grandly past himself. Orochimaru chuckled hollowly. I'm sure he won't be the only one. Toby spun away, vanishing into the darkness, and the Sannin strode forward, intent on his prize. Sasuke Uchiha would be his. A small dark shape, a patch of black blacker than the shadows surrounding it, watched the impromptu meeting break up, a red eye cocked curiously. It silently spread its wings and vanished in a flurry of feathers, and then the tunnel was truly empty. Street by street, a Megakure was being torn apart. The sound of it echoed throughout the entire village. The unnaturally loud crack of concrete being reduced to so much rubble, the shattering of glass, the rumble of enormous footsteps, the screeches of summons, and, every so often, an odd humming, which would rise in pitch before suddenly vanishing, along with the sounds of one of the unnatural animals. Naruto Uzumaki had gone to war, and Pain wasn't giving an inch. There was another shattering sound, yet another window broken. Naruto suddenly found himself in a rather tidy-looking cafe. The image was ruined when an enormous paw crashed down through the roof, crushing most of the establishment's tables. The unreasonably large bear the paw belonged to withdrew its foot and glared down through the hole it had made, its eye gleaming with the distinctive shine of the Rinnegan. It growled, the sound resonating in the Uzumaki's diaphragm. Naruto stared up into its eye, his horizontal pupils shrunken, and growled right back. You can't keep this up. You must know that. Naruto jerked his head away from the bear, glaring at the cloaked man who'd carelessly stepped through the shattered window frame. The Devapath stared back, looking supremely unconcerned. You can't win. Why keep fighting? He took a step forward, his hands flexing. Your friends are doing the same, right now. They're battling my angel. And they are losing. The man's pale face shifted into a thunderous frown. Are you really that selfish? That you would throw all of them away, just for another? I'm not throwing them away, Naruto snapped back, his eyes narrowing. They all came to help me. They'll beat your angel, and find Sasuke. He grinned, exposing his unusually sharp canines. All I have to do is keep you busy. Pain closed his eyes. How can you be so blind? The walls of the building exploded, and 3 men, 2 with distinctive orange hair, burst from the ensuing hail of debris and dust, sprinting right for the Uzumaki near the center of the room. Naruto took a deep breath, and shifted back, bringing his hands up. The first path to reach him sported a buzz cut in a slashed Omegaku or Hitaiate wrapped around his upper arm. He held a black rod in one hand, slashing it through the air in a diagonal cut. The other hand was held forward, a subtle blue glow around it. The one that absorbs chakra. The second was completely bald, didn't even have eyebrows. He just charged in, his fists clenched, his eyes narrowed. I still don't know what that one's jutsu is. The last was the fat man Naruto's clone had destroyed at the beginning of the fight. He had rejoined it a minute later, none the worse for wear. He rushed towards the blonde, his right arm replaced by a spinning drill, and his mouth wide open, something that was definitely not a tongue protruding from it. Turns into weapons, Naruto noted, glancing at the barrel of the definitely not a tongue. He breathed out, and moved. The Prita path slashed at his side, and Naruto's right hand shot out, catching the rod. He didn't stop it, merely changing its direction. As he did, his left foot came around, his whole body twisting up with the motion. The human path brought a fist back, aiming for Naruto's stomach, and promptly had to hop into the air to avoid Naruto's spinning foot. He kept moving forward, one hand open and the other a fist, ready to bring the Uzumaki to the ground. The Azura path was 5 feet away from the brawl, his drill revving. The barrel of his knot tongue was glowing. Naruto completed his spin, coming to face the human path, and driving his left foot into the side of the Prita path at the same time. He pushed, blowing the tall man back and sending him through one of the cafe's few unbroken walls with an ear-splitting crack. The black rod he had held stayed in Naruto's hand, and he thrust it forward, towards the human path's face. The man's flat palm came up and knocked the rod aside, even as he fell towards Naruto. The Azura path was 4 feet away. Naruto's grip on the rod was loose, and he allowed it to tumble away. His other hand came up and caught the bald path's punch with a decisive clap. The hand that had held the rod turned and grasped the hand that had blocked it. The human path's eyes widened. The Azura path, 3 feet away, slowed down, trying to cancel its momentum. It was too slow. Naruto roared and swung the human path, smashing it into the Azura path and sending them both to the ground, shattering the lacquered wood floor. The bald man convulsed, the other path's oversized drill punching through his stomach and spraying cold blood everywhere as it continued rotating. The Azura path itself looked like it couldn't decide to be bored or furious. Naruto took a step forward, intent on finishing off the prone path, before Pain's hand came up, and Naruto's head with it. Shinra Tensei. The blonde was blown back, his coat rippling, and he smashed through one of the few unbroken sections of wall. The whole cafe rumbled, its foundations ruined, and tilted to the side, crashing down on top of the Azura and human paths, as well as Naruto. Pain remained where he was, completely unruffled. The bear summon, looming over the whole collapse, growled and took a step forward, sniffing at the ground. Pain sighed. You can't win, Naruto. Give up. He gestured, and the rubble covering the other paths was flung out of the way, revealing their beaten bodies. A woman with long orange hair and a delicate smile studded with metal appeared behind him, and approached the bodies unhurriedly. She bent down beside them, and then both she and the bodies vanished. Pain watched as Naruto slowly clambered out of the ruin of the cafe, rolling debris off himself and dusting off his coat, which was rapidly accruing unflattering tears. The bear summon took an experimental swipe at him. Naruto responded by catching and twisting the animal's whole paw, spinning with the motion, and breaking the massive thing with a clean snap. The beast howled, and as Pain stared, Naruto gritted his teeth and pulled, heaving the animal behind him and sending it flying through the air. It smashed into the side of one of the towers looming along the street, crashing through the concrete and becoming lost in the darkness and protruding pipes behind the facade. Give up. Naruto blew out a breath, none the worse the wear for a building falling on top of him. He turned to Pain, his inhuman eyes cheerful. You keep saying that, he continued with a grin, rubbing the back of his head and dislodging a fragment of roofing. But it's not like I'm going to, you know. His grin shifted, becoming significantly less guileless. Why don't you give up, huh? Mix it up a little. Payne just continued staring. Can you really be so deluded? He asked. So foolish as to think that you can defeat me. He strode to the left, maintaining his distance from Naruto but moving around him. Several other paths slunk out of alleys along the street, one fell from a nearby roof, leaving a small crater where it landed. Naruto scanned them. All were present, except for the woman with long hair. The one that kept getting them back up. He had to kill that one, or else this battle would go on until he dropped from exhaustion. Sage Mode wouldn't last forever, he was going to run out of his initial infusion soon, and then Payne would have him. He needed to draw her out. Bait her in. Otherwise, there was no way he'd win, let alone survive. The paths were circling him, all staying at the same distance. All his routes of escape were cut off, there weren't any summons backing them up, but at these close quarters the animals had proven less than effective against Naruto's increased strength. 3 clones ready to dispel and give him another 10 minutes, 30 minutes total. More than enough time. And he could make 4 more if he needed to, though Payne would be able to go after them immediately. So, he had a generous time limit, but the longer he was here, the longer everyone else had to deal with Payne's angel. If he could disable or defeat Payne, then he could go help them, and then they could find Sasuke together. But how to bait the medic path? Naruto suddenly had an incredibly stupid idea. Or rather, a series of them. He momentarily wondered why he always seemed to get those when he was fighting this guy, before blinking and refocusing on the problem in front of him. Well, yeah, he said. We had the same master, right? I know all your tricks now. Payne cocked his head. And all of yours, Naruto snorted. Sure you do. I know your Sage Mode is some sort of bastardization of Jiraiya-sensei's, the pale man said slowly. The rest of the paths stared unblinkingly. It was really goddamn creepy. Oh yeah. Naruto said, glancing around. It would happen any minute now. What makes you think that? Payne narrowed his eyes. No toads on your shoulders, less deformed features. Whatever kind of senjutsu you're using is different from his. Naruto scratched his chin. Maybe you're right. What does it matter? I'm still gonna beat you. Payne's eyes snapped wide open. The rest of the paths shifted. Why are you so stubborn? He hissed, taking a step forward. The rest of the bodies did as well, in lockstep. I thought you believed in Jiraiya-sensei's dream. You want peace for this cursed world, don't you? Of course I do. Naruto insisted, his smile fading. Then why do you resist? Payne said heavily. Can't you see that your dream and mine are aligned? You merely have to give up yourself, and our master's goal will be realized. They're not the same, Naruto growled, crossing his arms. Not the same at all. Oh. Payne murmured. How would you conclude that? He crossed his own arms, unintentionally mimicking Naruto. Wouldn't I be stopping the endless cycle of wars that have plagued this world? Wouldn't the suffering of the people decrease without the constant destruction the shinobi system has brought to everything it touches? Naruto shook his head. You want to use the Baijuyu as a weapon. You want to kill thousands. He paused, trying to wrap his head around the number, and failed. Instead, he just frowned intensely, his grin finally slipping away entirely. How can you expect to change anything with more death? Spreading more hate? He said, staring intensely into the Rinnegan. You'd just be perpetuating the cycle that our master is trying to stop. I would not be spreading death, nor hate, Payne said, gesturing widely. I would be spreading fear. A fear that this world has lacked for too long, a fear of total destruction, of the obliteration of everything precious. He lowered his hands. With fear, comes caution. And with the weapon I will craft from the Baijuyu, there will never be too much caution. The people of this world will learn to respect, rather than fear, the death that will hang over them for every moment of every minute for the rest of their lives. They will realize that if this weapon is unshackled, if it is used once more, It is not something that they will be able to undo. Pain didn't smile, but his voice grew distant. There will be mistakes, of course. Human beings are such foolish creatures. The weapon will be used again, turned to a noble cause. He snorted. As if there is such a thing in this cursed world. You're willing to risk that? Naruto growled, uncrossing his arms and flexing his hands, working out the tension spreading throughout his body. You're willing to risk dash. My weapon being reused? Pain asked rhetorically. Of course. I'm counting on it. Why? Naruto asked, trembling in anger. Humans must be reminded of their mistakes often, lest they forget them, Pain said, tapping his temple with a single finger. One merely has to look at the current state of the world to see this. Despite the lessons of the past, the sacrifices, the heroism, nothing has changed. The hidden villages still stand, the smaller villages are ground to dust between them, and ninja everywhere are tools, serving a machine they are born into to die for. He pointed at Naruto. You're no different, just another gear placed in this machine of hatred. Can you really believe that we could fix something like this without force? Words have never accomplished anything, violence is all that the shinobi system understands. To tear it down, we must first play its game. This is why you must give up, Pain said, staring intensely at Naruto. If you surrender yourself, your sacrifice will be the one that matters. It will not be wasted, like the countless before it. You, Naruto Uzumaki, will be the change that brings peace to the shinobi world. Naruto didn't respond. Not immediately. He just lowered his head and balled his fists, visibly shaking, his knuckles widening. Pain lowered his hand. Do you understand now? Pain asked quietly. Naruto raised his head, and the Deva path actually took a step back. Pain blinked. You're wrong, Naruto said, his eyes narrowed in disgust, his whole body jittering with suppressed rage, his elongated canines exposed, his hands clenching and unclenching. You're wrong, he snarled. Naruto took a step forward, and this time all of the paths took a step back. You talk about peace, but peace isn't just there being no war. I've been talking with Ero Sennin. He hesitated, before pushing on, his voice only growing thicker. I've been talking with our master a lot. I trained with him for the last 2 weeks, and when he wasn't beating the crap out of me, we were talking about his dream. Oh? And how have Jiraiya-sensei's childish dreams developed? Pain said. He didn't sound impressed, though he watched Naruto warily. Naruto ignored the jibe. He told me that peace wasn't just people not fighting. That true peace, the kind of peace he wanted, would be everyone living together, understanding each other. Pain shook his head. Impossible. Why? Naruto shot back, slowing down his breathing, trying to calm himself down. Why is that impossible? What's so impossible about people coming together and dash? Humans are foolish, humans are petty, and most of all, humans are selfish, Pain said, sounding absolutely self-assured. These barriers will always exist in this world, they are not something that can be broken down by understanding. Naruto shook his head. You can't be right. Why? Pain echoed Naruto. Because you're unwilling to believe it? Don't you see that as its own selfishness? Unable to admit that maybe, you are wrong? That the world cannot be changed except through violence. No. You can't be right because I've proven you wrong. I've done it. Naruto smiled grimly. I understood Gaara. Pain cocked his head, familiar with the name, while Naruto continued. He was in a real bad way. Completely alone, a monster inside him. Naruto's hand wandered to his stomach. But I understood him. He was me, if I'd never had anyone to care for me. If no one in my village had acknowledged me. Naruto's grim smile gradually shifted, more of his light shining through. And I changed him. I brought him back, I showed him that he didn't have to be alone. Now, he's the Kazekage. Touching. Pain's voice was dry enough to evaporate all the rain in aim. But you just admitted you and he were two sides of the same coin, you merely understood yourself. Naruto shrugged. Maybe. But it still happened, and he wasn't the only one. He sighed. I mean, don't you get it? What you're planning isn't peace. You're just putting something else in place of the shinobi system. People won't fight, sure, but they'll be more separated than ever. If everyone's afraid, no one is going to try to change anything. Everything will stay the same. The only difference is that your weapon will replace the wars. So long as my weapon prevents even one orphan, Pain said bitingly, I will consider it a success. By creating more? Naruto asked. He was getting angry again. How can you justify that? Spreading fear won't help. He swept his arm through the air. Fear doesn't change anything. It just makes it easier for people to hate each other. And if there's just more hate, everywhere, then dash. I don't have to justify it, Pain said calmly. Gods do not justify their actions, they merely take them. He raised his hand. And now, it seems we're out of time. Naruto blinked, his blue eyes going wide. Huh. Oh. Sage mode was out. Pain was taking the bait. About time. Bansho Tenin, the purple-eyed man intoned, and Naruto was yanked off his feet, careening forward. He put an appropriately panicked look on his face, and flailed about, at least until Pain caught him by his throat, stopping him painfully in his tracks, and lifted him into the air. The other paths converged, drawing close. Naruto clawed at Pain's hand, trying to get himself some air, kicking his legs futilely. The man watched him expressionlessly. So, he said, with a note of finality. Your sage mode does have a limit. He sighed. Enough of this talking, then. Unless you can understand me, I don't think we have anything more to say to each other. Naruto gasped, and Pain loosened his grip by the merest of fractions. The blonde grinned. Well, the thing is. He wheezed, closing his eyes, I've always talked better with my fists. Several kilometers away, a clone popped. When Naruto opened his eyes again, they were gold. Pain's went wide. The other paths, mere feet away, charged from all sides. 3 seconds till Pain could use his jutsu again. Did you know, Naruto? Naruto chopped down, sage mode lending him the strength necessary to break Pain's grip. He dropped to the ground, winded but angry enough to ignore it. The paths were pulling back weapons, reaching out glowing palms, one's chest had split open, revealing what could only be called a cannon. Pain himself was dropping back, his hand rising. Naruto put his hands together in a simple cross. 2 seconds. High-level ninja should be able to read each other's thoughts simply by an exchange of fists. Kage Bunshin. 3 clones appeared around Naruto, popping into existence in ready positions. They struck out, natural energy wreathing their fists and feet. 2 paths were thrown back, but the human and Preta path remained and landed blows, and the clones they had attacked dispelled immediately, the chakra drained right out of them. It didn't matter. The clones had accomplished their purpose, keeping the paths off the original Naruto. He shot forward towards Pain, the surviving clone at his side, a raise non-forming in its hand. The orange-haired man kicked high, aiming for the armed clone, and Naruto spun beneath the kick, his clone taking the blow and getting thrown backwards. 1 second. Even without saying anything. Naruto stared up into Pain's eyes from under his guard, tightening his fist. The man glared down, furious. He was off balance, having expected the Rasengan clone to be the real Naruto. You dash. He hissed. Naruto never did learn what Pain was going to say. Half a second. Naruto shot up into a building-shattering uppercut. For a nanosecond, it seemed like Pain resisted the hit, that he employed gravity to keep him rooted to the ground. There was a frozen moment where he and Naruto glared at each other, Naruto's fist driving into his chin, Pain's entire body pushing down, an immovable force meeting an irresistible object. Then, the natural energy riding behind Naruto's fist landed. A long time ago, Naruto had heard that it was a mark of strong ninja to be able to have a conversation with nothing but their fists. Sasuke had told him that, right before he'd driven a Chidori through his shoulder. He'd taken it to heart then, and now, it seemed that he hadn't done so for no reason. Because in that moment where time held still, and the Rinnegan widened in fury, Naruto knew, without a doubt, that he and Pain weren't just fighting anymore. They were speaking to each other. Or rather, Naruto was speaking to Pain. It was a very simple message, and one he'd delivered before. You're wrong. And then, the moment ended, and Pain was gone. He was thrown upwards so fast that he just flickered out of existence. Even in Sage mode, Naruto was barely able to follow the movement. There was a distant crack a second later, a sonic boom. The other paths didn't stop their attack. They didn't give Naruto time to appreciate the moment. It didn't stop him from doing so, but he wasn't allowed to do it in peace. He could take a moment after the brawl ended. For now, he needed to keep his plan going. Pain had been the real reason he hadn't been able to finish the fight. His jutsu had knocked Naruto away every time he'd managed to gain the upper hand. Now, with him out of the way, going after the other paths would be much easier. The medic would have no choice but to come out. And then, she'd be done. Pain would be back soon enough, Naruto needed to finish before then. So, he spun, his hands coming back together, and grinned fiercely. Let's go. Sakura grunted as the paper sword punched through her arm, sliding neatly between her radius and ulna, effortlessly slicing through her muscle. It continued on its path, whipping past her ear and opening a cut on her shoulder, before jarring to a stop. Konan stared at her, amber eyes cold. Impressive, she muttered, before Hinata swept forward, lion's fist blazing, and punched her head clean off. The Hyuga gasped, a thin trail of blood running from her mouth, but stayed tall, sweeping her fists around for another blow as the paper woman retreated farther down the wide street they'd battled across for the last few minutes, her head already reforming. It's useless, though, the woman said calmly, as the paper sword she'd stuck through Sakura's blocking arm began to hiss. The pink-haired girl seized it and ripped it out in a single vicious jerk, before hurling it at Konan. She made no effort to dodge, the sword exploded, destroying one of her arms and rendering an angel wing ragged, but Konan didn't even flinch. So long as I have chakra, you can't win, she said serenely, watching as a slug wriggled out from under Sakura's short sleeve and ran itself over the wound in her arm, closing it cleanly. Konan inclined her head towards Hinata. Even your gentle fist is useless here. My tenketsu can't be reached, my vital organs are the same. She sighed as Sakura dropped to one knee, grasping at the deep cut in her side, running a glowing green hand over it. Just give up. Stop fighting, and I'll let you live. Perhaps even leave a Megakure. You'll live to see the peace that Pain is crafting. She tilted her head, frowning. If you don't, I'll have to kill you. Ha, Sakura panted, frowning. If you could've, you would have by now. She glared defiantly, but Konan just shook her head sadly. If I wanted you dead, I'd simply have covered the street with explosive tags, she said sadly. The buildings around us, too, to be sure. And the streets near us, as well. It would be a shame to destroy so much for so little, but I could do it in a heartbeat. Then why haven't you? Hinata asked, shifting to stand next to Sakura, her lion fist still lit. Crimson ran steadily from a cut on her forehead, and some occasionally dripped from her mouth, but on the whole she looked much better than Sakura. Mostly because her entire left side wasn't soaked in her own blood. Konan tilted her head up, staring at the midnight sky. Dark clouds were gathering once more, it seemed like a Megakure's reign would return soon. Sakura was still wondering why it had left in the first place. She pressed her hand into her side, feeling one of her lacerations closing. You remind me of myself, Konan finally said. Hinata blinked. Konan shook her head, a small smile on her face. Not you. She pointed at Sakura, who was shakily pulling herself to her feet. Her. Me. Sakura asked, clenching her fist experimentally. It hurt horribly, but it worked, and that was all that mattered. Konan's grin grew slightly bitter. Yes. Remarkable, isn't it? That two similar people should end up in such contrasting situations, but both there for the same reason. What do you mean? Sakura panted, standing stock still. Hinata, at her side, was slowly lowering her hands. The lion fist put itself out. You followed Naruto Uzumaki here, to an hostile village, up against an enemy you knew almost nothing about, all to keep him safe, Konan said, her smile remaining. I have followed pain. Nagato, Sakura said, remembering what Naruto had told all of them before they'd entered the village, about Pain's real body. Konan stiffened, before relaxing. Jiraiya, she muttered, before raising her voice. Yes. I have followed Nagato for the last 16 years, and for many before that. But while you followed Naruto to an enemy village, I followed Nagato while he fought the world itself. Why? Sakura asked, balling her hands and starting to circle the paper woman, who turned to face her. Hinata rotated in the other direction, flanking Konan. Konan frowned. Because, she said, he's my friend. Sakura blinked. What? He's my friend, and he holds within him the potential to keep what happened to us from ever happening to anyone else, Konan said simply. And if you think that you will stop him, you're wrong. So long as I'm here, I will make sure Nagato realizes his dream. Sakura stared. Of all the things she'd expect an international S-ranked criminal to say, that would have probably ranked last. And that, Konan intoned, is why, if you won't surrender, you must die. You know I won't. That we won't, Sakura said, glancing at Hinata, who nodded back over Konan's shoulder, the Byakugan lending her glare a frightening aspect. If you really believe what you just said, we're here for the same reason. So you must know. Her green eyes went hard, and she shifted her feet back. We won't back down. Konan sighed, but her posture straightened, and her eyes grew even colder. Yes. I know. She lifted off of the ground, her wings spreading theatrically. I'm sorry. Konan charged at Sakura, speeding low over the ground, trailing paper tags. The Harano met her halfway, and punched her upper body into a welter of sheets. What was left of Konan fell back, sweeping to the left. The tags she'd left behind began to hiss, some of the loose paper left from Sakura's punch flitted through the air, affixing itself to the younger girl's arm. They began to hiss as well. Hinata sprinted forward, over the sparking tags. Sakura! She shouted, and then jumped. Sakura didn't hesitate. She leapt into the air as well, over the tags, and nearly collided with Hinata in midair. The Hyuga's hands flashed out, tapping the tags along Sakura's arm, and they died ignominiously, the chakra spark extinguished by Hinata's touch. They both began to fall, Sakura aiming to get beyond the tags, and Hinata setting her sights on Konan, whose upper body, Sen's right arm, had just reformed. The tags went off. The blast, just as much concussive force as it was fire, took Sakura, who hadn't quite cleared the field yet, and threw her upwards, towards the concrete facade of one of the many towers studding the village. She hit the wall feet first and stuck there, twisting around to find Hinata. The Hyuga was beyond the field of tags when they went off, but just barely. The blast didn't throw her up, as it had Sakura, it threw her forward, right at Konan. Hinata twisted, her head dropping and her feet coming up. Konan turned just in time to get a bicycle kick to the face. She barely had time to look surprised before her features disappeared again. Hinata let out an inarticulate yell as she regained her feet and shot forward, pounding the paper woman with pointed fingers glowing with chakra. Sheets fluttered away with every strike, Hinata's attacks kicking them up in a flurry around the two women. Konan folded in on herself, turning hollow, and fell apart in a flurry of paper, coming back together behind Hinata. A sword formed in her hand, and she thrust it forward. The Byakugan saw it coming, Hinata spun, punching the sword aside with the flat of her palm, and sent another towards Konan's chest. The blue-haired woman swept back, flinging paper shuriken, and the Hyuga leapt straight up, over the barrage. Konan frowned, and then her amber eyes widened. She started to turn around, more shuriken folding into existence around her. She made it about halfway before Sakura came down on her like an enraged comet, crushing her to the ground with a vicious airborne haymaker, and shattering the concrete street for dozens of meters around, forming a rippling crater. Blood from the unhealed slashes covering the Harano's side and arms splattered the concrete and paper around her. Sakura didn't care. She pulled back her other hand, channeling chakra to her fist. The smashed pile of paper she stood over suddenly grew legs, one of which kicked her, hard, in the kidney. The pink-haired girl made a choking sound and doubled over, all of the air knocked out of her. Which was when the other leg shifted impossibly, coiling and moving beneath her feet, before shooting out and smashing her in the chin. Sakura went flying, her vision flashing black and red. She hit the ground, tumbling end over end, and ended up flat on her stomach, her mind reeling, with the taste of blood heavy in her mouth. She pushed a fist under her, trying to shove herself to her feet, ignoring her injuries and trusting in Katsuya to take care of them. Her entire body trembled, and her head pounded, but none of that mattered, she had to help Hinata. A paper shuriken buried itself in the back of her hand, and she let out a yelp, unable to support herself under it anymore. She crashed back to the cold concrete, scuffing her elbow, though what was a little more blood, and glared up at the woman who'd thrown it, unable to summon up the strength to do more than raise her head. Konan didn't even bother looking back. She was busy with Hinata. Sakura stared. She'd never seen her friend fight like she did now. Hinata's hands were a blur, leaving a lethal blue tracery wherever she struck. Any loose paper that passed through their paths was sliced to pieces, explosive tags sputtered and died, and ordinary sheets were torn into microscopic confetti. She was relentless, chasing after Konan's shifting form, not giving her a moment to collect herself. Shuriken and razor-sharp airplanes spun through the air, and were cut down just as easily. Hinata left a trail of diced paper and curling blue tracery, loose chakra honed to an impossible edge, as she pushed Konan back. The paper woman struck out with a paper dagger, and Hinata slid around it, effortlessly slicing the hand holding it off at the wrist. Konan spun into a low kick, aiming for Hinata's ankle, and Hinata hopped and over-rotated, hurling her entire body sideways into the air and bringing her foot up high. It wreathed itself in chakra, the distinctive lion's fist forming around it. Konan caught Hinata's ankle with a hand with too many fingers and Hinata stopped right there, one of her own hands shooting down and anchoring her to the ground. Both women stayed there a moment, straining. The lion fist snapped, burning the air around it, and seemed to glare down at Konan, eager to devour her face. The woman stared up at it fearlessly, before glancing down at Hinata, who was watching her with just as much fierceness as the lion head attached to her foot. "You're different," she said. Sakura could barely hear the paper woman over the blood pounding through her head. She'd underestimated how many times Konan had cut her, blood loss was making itself known. Sakura was actually running out of the stuff. There wasn't much Katsuya could do for that. Hinata's glare didn't change at Konan's not question. Konan kicked out, and Hinata's spare hand came up, catching the leg and locking it under her arm. "Very different," Konan continued. Sakura thought she might have sounded sad. "Why are you here, I wonder?" She inclined her head towards Sakura. "She's here for her friend, and his dream, what about you?" "Naruto's dream is my dream," Hinata said, kicking down with her spare foot. Konan's other hand came up, blocking it with her elbow, and then they were deadlocked again. "Ah," the woman said, and this time Sakura knew that she sounded sad, or disappointed. "You love him." Her left eye distended, the distinctive shape of a paper senbon pushing out of the pupil. It fired down at Hinata's suddenly blushing face, and she jerked her head back, neatly avoiding it, and moving her center of gravity backwards an inch too far. Sakura barely managed to follow what happened. 1 second, Hinata was balanced on one hand, pushing against Konan, the lion's fist on her right foot snapping at the woman's face, and the next, Konan pushed and the Hyuga slammed to the ground, bouncing with a wet gasp, with a kunai stuck in her leg and a long cut along the length of her cheek. Hinata didn't stay down, rolling to the side, her hands relighting with that distinct, terrifying slicing chakra. It didn't stop Konan from moving to her side in an instant and slapping a tag down on the nape of her neck. Hinata froze, even before Konan said, "Don't move," in a voice that made glaciers seem positively tropical. Her Byakugan could see exactly what was touching the back of her head. Sakura swore, trying and failing once more to push herself to her feet. Everything seemed too light, she'd lost too much blood, and Katsuya wasn't replacing it fast enough. While Sakura thought up more and more inventive curses and wasted more and more blood trying to bring herself to her feet, Konan stared down at Hinata, knowing she could see her perfectly well with her jujitsu. "I wonder," she said. "Why do you love this boy?" "A Jinchuriki, it's certainly unusual." Hinata fearlessly turned her head, glaring up at the woman above her with pale, straining eyes. "Do you really want to know?" she asked, somehow managing to inject both a customary politeness and a threat of certain death into her tone simultaneously. Konan cocked her head. "Of course." She sounded completely sincere. Hinata narrowed her eyes. "I love him because he's kind, and because he spent his whole life fighting the village's best efforts to ignore him." Konan stood up, keeping watch on her while she continued talking. "I love him because he can't eat his ramen without spilling a noodle down his collar, and he's loud, and he's stubborn." She shook her head, fighting a smile, before her countenance shifted back to something more deadly. "Because he has a dream to make sure people like you never hurt anyone else ever again, and he's never going to give it up." Konan didn't look away, but her brow creased. She bent down, bringing herself close to Hinata. "Let me tell you something funny, Hyuga," she said, and Hinata shifted, unable to figure out exactly what Konan's tone held. Sakura watched, her vision blurring. "I loved a boy too, once," Konan said seriously. Hinata didn't dare interrupt her, partly because there was an explosive tag attached to her neck, and partly because a dreadful curiosity was filling her chest, weighing her down. So, when Konan kept talking, Hinata listened. He was sweet, and smart, and naive, and so incredibly stubborn, that I couldn't help but smile every time he opened his mouth. When the world beat him down, he swore that he would become its god. That it wouldn't be able to ignore him any longer. That he would change it forever, and ensure that no one ever hurt anyone like he had been hurt." Konan's mouth twisted up into a distinct knot smile. "He was my best friend, I wish he had been more." She looked away, off towards a horizon only she could see, before refocusing on Hinata. "Do you know what happened to him, Hyuga?" Hinata's mouth was dry, her leg felt heavy, the kunao in it cold. There was a crack of thunder in the sky, distant and muffled, but thunder nonetheless. An immeasurably light drizzle began to fall, the barest hint of rain. Both of these things nearly managed to drown out Hinata's tremulous, hesitant, "What?" "Nearly. He died, of course," Konan said matter-of-factly. Hinata flinched. Konan continued mercilessly. "He killed himself, hoping that it would buy Nagato and me safety." The knot smile returned. "I suppose it did, in a way." "That's horrible," Hinata whispered. "It is, isn't it?" Konan said calmly. She crouched down. "Do you see now why I'm doing this? Why I must stay by Nagato as he realizes his dream? There must be no more like me." "But he's wrong," Hinata said desperately. "Killing more people isn't the answer. Naruto wants the same thing he does. He wants peace, right?" Konan chuckled. It was a wonderful sound, but Hinata couldn't help but shiver at it. But how will he achieve it? How will he combat the endless hatred that this world has built up? Hinata hesitated. "I don't know. And there is the difference between them," Konan said. "Naruto and Nagato may share a dream, but Nagato has a plan, all Naruto has is an ambition, with no experience with reality to drive it forward. That doesn't make him wrong." Hinata shouted. She was past caring about the explosive on her neck. "Perhaps," Konan shrugged. "But given the choice between a plan and an ambition, I'll pick the plan any day." She stood back up. "This has been interesting." She paused. "What is your name?" "Hinata." "Hinata." Konan rolled the name on her tongue. "That's a nice name." She brought her hands together, into a simple kai sign. "This has been an interesting conversation, Hinata," she said. "Unfortunately, I don't believe we'll be coming to an agreement anytime soon, and I can't let you help your Jinchuriki." The rain began to pick up. Sakura screamed something positively horrifying as she slipped in her own blood, unable to rise and trying to find something, a kunao, a rock, anything, to attack the paper woman with. "Don't you fucking dare!" she roared, her voice breaking. Her face was too pale. "Hinata! Don't let her! Do something!" Hinata's eyes went wide. She flung forward a hand glowing with deadly chakra. She wasn't nearly fast enough. There was no way she'd reach in time. Sakura screamed in fury and terror. Konan smiled sadly. Goodbye. Not Sick Chapter 15. Gauntlet. Konan froze. Completely and totally. The blue-haired woman became a statue, standing with its hands clasped, her back straight, her Akatsuki cloak fluttering in the light breeze brought by the now pattering rain. Only her eyes stayed alive, darting down towards Hinata, and then to Sakura in her peripheral vision, who had somehow managed to make it to one knee, though she was swaying horribly. What? She said, somewhere between surprised and confused. Geez. The languid voice came from a nearby roof, and every single woman in street craned her head towards it. Well, Sakura and Hinata did. Konan just jittered slightly. That was way too close, pretty troublesome. That's all you have to say. Hinata's head almost gets blown off, and all you got it troublesome. Despite her exhaustion, Sakura didn't think she'd ever smiled as brightly as she did right then. She'd never have imagined being so happy to hear Ino's voice. Shikamaru shrugged. It didn't, though. So, troublesome. Ino's frustrated grunt was music to Sakura's ears. She finished lifting her head, and found her blonde friend standing on a balcony railing about 3 stories up. The Yamanaka stood with her arms crossed, staring down at Sakura. Her face was a bit pale, and there was a thick stream of dried blood running from her nose, but she looked fine besides that, definitely in much better shape than Sakura herself. Shikamaru was next to her, his hands clasped identically to Konan's. A stretch of darkness, a shadow barely visible in the dimness of the street around it, extended from his feet down to Konan's. Holy shit for it. What happened to you? Ino tried to sound boisterous, but her voice shook just a little too much to pull it off. Sakura looked down at her blood-soaked tunic and shrugged. Looks worse than it is. You know, she wheezed. Paper cuts. Ino broke into a choked laugh. You need some help. Sakura pulled her other foot under her, catching a glimpse of Katsuya clinging to her hand. Yeah, that'd be great. She tucked her head in, addressing the slug on her palm. Why didn't you tell me they were coming? She whispered. I didn't want to risk you alerting your opponent, Katsuya said. I hope you'll forgive me, Sakura, but dash. Yeah, Sakura said carefully. I probably would have done something stupid if I knew help was coming. Thanks, Katsuya. Slugs couldn't blush, but Katsuya did her best anyway. Ino jumped down, right in front of Sakura. Hinata was slowly getting up, pulling the tag from the back of her neck. What do you need? The blonde asked, concern leaking into her voice despite her best efforts. Sakura winced, the world spinning as she finally stood up. Blood. The world flipped over for a second, and Sakura's legs suddenly felt hollow. She only stayed on her feet by anchoring herself to the ground with her chakra. Yeah. Definitely blood. You have any soldier pills? Ino nodded, reaching into her pouch and tossing Sakura a small, dark blue orb. The pink-haired girl almost fumbled the catch, before stuffing the thing in her mouth, swallowing without ceremony. She screwed up her face. Tastes terrible. But it had worked, because the world stopped spinning, and she could feel her legs again. Ino laughed in relief, feeling something hot and wet in the corner of her vision. Yeah. Koji joined them, cracking the street slightly as Hinata limped over, followed shortly by Sai, who landed without a sound. The airborne insertion team was reunited. So, Sakura said, as she turned to Hinata and bright green chakra sparked in her hands. What now? Shikamaru, still up on the balcony, groaned, a drop of sweat running down his temple. Decide quick, he said shortly. I'm not going to be able to keep this up. We gotta kill her, Ino said, unsheathing a kunao and striding towards Konan. The woman's eyes focused on her fearlessly. My Shintenshin didn't work on her, she just dumped me in one of those clones of hers. There's no way we'll get anything out of her that way. Maybe, we could ask her. Hinata said, her leg slightly extended towards Sakura, who was sealing the kunao wound there. Ino stared at her. Ask her. It seems unlikely she would respond to our questions, Sai said. Even if she is not sealed to secrecy dash. I'm not, Konan suddenly spoke up. The Konoha shinobi turned to look at her. But you won't be getting anything out of me. Sai stepped forward, in front of Ino. In that case, I will dash. Don't be so hasty, a rumbling voice said, coming from all around the street. Each of the ninja dropped into a ready position. Shikamaru just sweated harder. Konan had begun resisting even more viciously at the sound of the voice. Something pure black pulled itself from the street, slapping its hands down on the concrete. It glared at them all with a single malicious yellow eye, its mouth open and revealing a grin full of eerily square teeth. And don't think it will be so easy, the black thing said. You're not done yet. Sai and Koji rushed forward, Sakura behind them, and Hinata fell back towards Shikamaru. Ino sprinted at Konan, her kunai gleaming. The black thing reared up, firing something wooden at Shikamaru, and then sunk back into the ground, disappearing from view right as Koji's palm slammed down on top of him. The Nara cursed, leaping off the balcony towards Hinata, keeping his hands together and the cage mane in place. Ino was only a couple steps from Konan, who continued to watch her with unblinking ember eyes. If he released the shadow jutsu, Konan would be back in the fight, and that wouldn't be good for any of them. Which was why when Black Zetsu squirmed out of the wall on the other side of the street and fired another couple things that could only be described as wooden spears at him, Shikamaru said something that would have made his mother lock him in his room for a week, Chunin duties be damned, and his father approach him later in the day and ask him to, please teach me how to come up with something like that. Shikamaru unclasped his hands, drawing two kunai and deflecting the spears. And then, the street exploded into a storm of paper. Ino shrieked, Sakura shouted, Koji grunted, and Sai silently began slashing at any sheet that drew close to him. Zetsu just laughed harshly, sinking back into the building as Shikamaru watched intently through the flurries of paper, and the fight began again. The street was pockmarked with craters. So were the buildings lining it. Patches of dark blood were splattered about, discarded metal rods, eerily black, littered the cracked and crumbling concrete. There were no roaring summons, or whining raise-non. Everything was completely silent, but for the light patter of rain and the distant, muted crack of thunder. There wasn't a hint of movement. But that didn't mean it was abandoned. Naruto. He's coming back. Naruto opened his eyes, the pupil horizontal once more. There was a small cut just below his eye, running along his cheek, but it was closing with unnatural speed. I know. I can feel him. He tilted his head towards the slug on his shoulder. You should go, meet back up with the other you. Of course, Katsuya murmured, and then she slipped away. Naruto took a deep breath, recentering himself, and spread his consciousness out once more. He shifted his crossed legs. Sitting on a pile of bodies wasn't the most comfortable thing in the world, but it was the easiest way to ensure that pain would have to come to him. A Megakure sprawled out around him, cold and dead. The rain had started coming down again, but this rain was different from the thick, chilling stuff that had greeted his friends and him. It was light, and tasted mildly chemical, but it wasn't as heavy as the first stuff had been, and for that Naruto was glad. He focused, his brow twitching, and pushed against the freezing chakra all around him. It barely gave, it was like struggling against the inside of an unbreakable plastic bag. He could force the cold back, feel a bit beyond the confines of pain's chakra, but it wasn't nearly enough to find Sasuke. But it was enough to feel pain coming. Him, and the medic path. They were both headed this way. Naruto sighed and clambered to his feet, stepping on the human path's face as he did. The pile of bodies shifted at the change in his weight, and he hopped off of it, landing soundlessly. The rain began to pick up. So, what are you gonna do now? He said, directing the question at nothing in particular, but knowing Pain would hear him. He gestured at the heap of dead paths behind him. You want these guys back, right? The equally dead city didn't answer. Naruto crossed his arms, frowning. Did you think about what I told you? He asked. Are you afraid I might be right? Still no answer. Naruto tapped a foot. 'Cause I mean, I got a little time to think after I killed all of you, I guess. And I mean, that's really why you're doing all this, right? Why you did all you have. He slowly reached up and scratched the back of his head, his frown intensifying. Because you're afraid. The silence was an answer all its own. I don't even really know what you're afraid of, honestly. But I think I can guess. Naruto uncrossed his arms. Something happened. Pervy Sage told me about you guys, about how he had 3 students from the Land of Rain. Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato, a kid with the Rinnegan. The blonde shifted from one foot to the other, building up into a pacing motion. He told me how you guys were all best friends, and how when he left, he was sure that you'd end up changing this place for the better. Naruto's pacing picked up. But then, he heard that you died. All of you. And he was sure that it had all been for nothing. The pacing stopped. One of Naruto's fists clenched. But you're not. Well, he amended, Yahiko is. You're wearing his body, Ero Sennin says it's 'cause you always wanted him to be in charge. Naruto let out a strangled laugh. Makes sense, I guess. But now, you guys might as well be as dead as him. Because you've changed. You're scared of something. I think you're scared of whatever killed Yahiko. And you're letting that fear make you do things you're gonna regret. And what would you know about something like that? Naruto stiffened, and then carefully shrugged. Pain's voice was seemingly coming from every direction, and unlike before, he sounded unmistakably angry. It's not me, mostly, he said. A lot of this is Pervy Sage. We've been talking, you know? He doesn't get why dash. And he never will. Yahiko's body stepped out from a nearby alley, and Naruto quickly turned towards it. Pain's fists were clenched, and his eyes narrowed. His spiky orange hair was being pushed down by the steadily escalating rain. Men like Jiraiya, the man hissed, who consign themselves to live in a fantasy where their actions can have meaning, where they can delude themselves into having a purpose and not wasting both their time and others chasing impossible dreams. He paused, and his hands relaxed. His voice gained a clarity it hadn't had before. They are a waste. Naruto glared, but he didn't charge. The cold had pushed in, Pain's chakra had grown more intense, keeping his senses from even going beyond the street, and until he knew where the medic path was he couldn't afford to leave the bodies of the other paths unguarded. You know you're wrong, he said, gritting his teeth. If people like our sensei really were pointless, then you never would have gone after the messed up version of his dream. You would have just laid down and died. Pain stared at him, eyes flat. Naruto took a step forward. Kmen, he said. This is pointless. What we're doing right now. Even if. Naruto snapped, his canines elongating slightly, and a flash of red shot through his golden eyes. Even if one of us wins this fight, we're both going to lose anyway. We want the same thing. Why won't you just help me? Help us. The world's already changing. People are fighting to keep their comrades, their friends, safe. It's not just about being selfish, or the village. And with you and Pervy Sage and me dash. We could do what? Pain shot back, taking a step of his own. The rain pounded down, the sound rippling across the city. Distant thunder boomed, but neither Naruto nor Pain noticed it. Spread understanding. He shook his head viciously. The central conceit of your fantasy is that you believe people want to change. That they recognize they are leading themselves down a path that can only end in their death. His hands curled into fists, and he took another step forward, his voice rising. But humans are fools. They must be shown this, and there is only one language that everyone in this cursed world speaks. Fear. That's bullshit. Naruto roared. Pain raised his hand, and Naruto glared back fearlessly, a snarl curling his lip. You say I'm living in a fantasy? There's more to the world than people being scared. If that were true, would I even be here? Of course, Pain said calmly. You're afraid of losing your friend, aren't you, Naruto? Of course I am. Naruto shouted back. But that's not the only reason. I'm here because I can't just let people like you walk all over everyone else. Just because you think you're right, doesn't mean you should be allowed to force everyone to think like you. You mean like you're trying to make me think like you? Pain asked, his mouth curling in amusement. Naruto bared his teeth, and gave in. He sprinted forward, one hand drawn back for a haymaker. Pain didn't even flinch. He just spoke, his stance cruel, and his voice bearing final judgment. Bansho Tenin. The force picked Naruto up and slammed him into the street, hard. He slid along the ground, digging a furrow in the concrete, and came to rest right in front of Pain. The orange-haired man promptly stomped down on top of his head, driving him further into the ground and keeping him pinned as cracks shot out around him. "It is not something you can fight," the man said, stomping down again. "It is not something you can defeat. It is not something to be understood." Pain stepped back, and Naruto raised his head, his face bloody. "Fear is a decree of what you can do, or must do. It is that simple." He stood over Naruto, glaring down at him with gleaming eyes. "Do you understand, Kyuubi? Or are you so blinded by our master's delusions that you'll fight me to the bitter end?" Naruto stared at him in silence for a moment, his eyes wide. He glanced down at the ground. A smile pulled itself across his face. He looked back up at Pain, the rain washing away some of the blood from his face. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he said. "Of course I'm going to fight." And then, he dispelled in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. Why was it always a shadow clone? Did the boy not know any other jutsu? Pain made a noise somewhere between a growl and a sigh, and looked over at the pile of dead paths Naruto had collected. Wordlessly, the Naruto path appeared at his side, her hair matting itself in the steady rain, and strode forward, beginning the resurrection process. He needed to hurry. If the Jinchuriki had placed this clone here as bait with the bodies of the paths, then he was doubtlessly planning an ambush, or perhaps even springing it at the moment. And with only the Deva and Naruto paths combat capable, Pain was more vulnerable than he would like to admit. There was another crack of thunder, and the animal path rose to her feet, the hole in her chest melting away, and her cheek shifting back into its proper shape with a grotesque crunch. Two more paths followed her, the human and Asura. The Predator remained low, the Naruto bent over it. There was another crack. And then another. And another. It wasn't thunder this time. What was? Pain turned, his mouth falling into a frown, and then he froze. He stared up into the sky, the Rinnegan widening. The other paths turned with him, and as the Predator path hauled himself to his feet, the entirety of the 6 paths of Pain gazed up at a Megakure's skyline, their normally unflappable composure slipping. Another cracking sound. The sound wasn't the sky venting its fury. One of a Megakure's towers was tipping. It was a slow thing, barely noticeable at first. It reminded Pain of Yahiko, slowly leaning to the side, looking completely ordinary until he had reached the point of no return. Until the knife in his heart had proved too much, and he'd fallen like a stone off a cliff. Just like the tower was now. Something was billowing up from the base, dust, and lots of it. The foundations had been vaporized. Clones. The boy's damnable clones. He'd sent them out with that equally damned raison of his. Big ones, judging by the necessary damage to bring those skyscrapers down. Pain's hand curled into a fist. The tower was tipping towards him. He could dodge. Maybe. There was still time to move out of the impact zone, though the damage to the village would be. There was another, deafening crack, echoing across the whole village. 3 paths snapped their gaze to the right. Across a bank of apartments, another tower was falling. Pain gritted his teeth. Another crack. And another tower with it, this time behind him, looming over a once bustling marketplace. 3 towers, each nearly 60 meters tall, each about 40 meters away, all falling towards him from different directions. Forming a rough triangle, in fact. 2 paths watched a tower each. All of them had the same thoughtful expression on their face. Pain considered the situation, as the towers leaned farther and farther down, drawing ever closer to the inevitable collapse. The roar of what remained of their foundations tearing themselves apart grew more and more monstrous, echoing across the sky, mixing in with the closing thunder. As far as ambushes went, it was certainly a well-thought-out one. If all 3 hit, the rubble raining down would prove troublesome even for him. How many could he stop? 1. Maybe 2, if he were fast enough. but then the village would be in danger, and not just him. No. It would be best to just protect himself, and hope the damage didn't spread itself too dramatically. The paths rushed to his side, and Payne closed his eyes. He took a relaxed breath, and raised both of his hands towards the sky. There was a final, deafening crack, and the towers began plummeting in earnest. Payne opened his eyes, and grimaced. It was a good attempt, Naruto, he muttered, as the skyscrapers grew ever closer. The sound of thousands and thousands of pounds of air being pushed to the side subtly overwhelmed his senses, and a shadow blacker than the night preceding it drew across the paths of Payne. The man that had been Yahiko shifted a foot back, his fingers tensing. But it's not enough. The towers were seconds from impact. Shinra Tensei. Hinata. Ino glanced at her friend, breathing heavily and wiping a stream of blood from her forehead. The Hyuga was staring off into the distance, her eyes straining, her mouth slowly sliding open. What is it? Hinata turned, and her voice shook. I can't really see, but I think dash. A sound that defied classification exploded across the village, so loud that for a second, Ino thought she might never hear again, or that she had imagined the concept of hearing in the first place. It was a roar and a crack and a shattering and a boom and everything in between. Every unbroken window on the street shattered simultaneously, a high, sharp sound which paled in comparison to the one that had preceded it, raining glittering shards of glass down on the concrete. The ground shook, cracks snaking along the street, and bits of roofing tumbled from all around, breaking into more and more rubble on impact. Every combatant paused, looking around in confusion. The ground rumbled, and Sakura stumbled to the side. Sai caught her by the arm. Zetsu slunk away into the ground in the moment of distraction, his eye gleaming bright yellow for a second before vanishing. Konan glanced away from the Shikamaru and Koji, up into the sky. What? She murmured, before sprouting wings and flitting upwards in an instant. Ino couldn't see what she saw, but she could see the woman's mouth fall open in surprise. And she could hear the shocked whisper. Nagato. The fuck was that? Kiba looked around, holding one hand up against his ear, and carefully took a step forward. Behind him, the exit from Omegakure's underworld collapsed with a sizable din. The sound seemed pathetic compared to what had come before, but it was still loud and sudden. The Inyazuka flinched. No one answered him. Tenten and Lee looked to Niji. Shino just stared up into the night sky. There was a subtle buzzing noise filling the air around him. Akamaru just barked quietly, his tail hung low, and shook his head. Niji himself glared off into the distance, his Byakugan straining. He was frowning harder than Kiba had ever seen. Kiba didn't care. No, seriously, he said, drawing level with Niji. Tenten carefully inched away from him, he still smelled like a dozen years of waste. What the hell was that? Niji cleared his throat. I can't see well enough to be sure, but it seems, he said, trying to sound unruffled and doing a poor job of it, that Naruto has done something rather rash. Should we be worried? The man shifted the hunk of bandages hung over his shoulder, glaring out into the rain. His partner slowly pulled back, his hand drawing away from the door frame. Whatever it was, it's over now, he said calmly. He turned and strode off. Come, we're running out of time. 3 followed after him, and the house was dead again, with nothing but the tinkling of glass filling its narrow halls. The world had become nothing but furious sound and choking smoke. Visibility was a dream of the past, the sound of rumbling debris and crumbling concrete ruled the night. Rain, the one thing that would haunt AIM even when everything else was gone, pattered down, cutting tracks in the drifting clouds of dust. Payne blinked. The particles were no issue to the Rinnegan, but it was still uncomfortable. The blood running down his forehead was also rather irritating. He brought a hand up, curiously wiping it across the top of his head. He had been tagged by a chunk of concrete, apparently, and the head wound was bleeding freely. He looked around, and suppressed a shrug. Considering the scale of the destruction, a cut on the scalp wasn't much to worry about. There wasn't much to see, but that spoke more than the devastation would have anyway. Several of the paths were pulling themselves from beneath slabs of concrete. The Preta path was sporting a broken arm, the worst injury, while the rest were merely scuffed and bruised. Payne frowned. That ambush had utterly flattened the center of the village. His jutsu had saved himself and the rest of the paths from any major damage, but all around them, for 600 or 700 meters, buildings had been torn down, streets ripped apart, glass broken beyond repair, underground pathways pulled to the surface by the tremors produced by the towers. He could feel it, even if the dust and rubble kept him from seeing the whole of the wreckage. His chakra still filled the village, and every aspect of the desecration was perfectly clear to him. The heart of a Megakuer had been reduced to so much piled concrete, smoke, and ashes. The frown deepened. He will pay for this. Pain glanced around, considering. Had this been it? An impressive effort, of course, but it was missing something. Had Naruto really believed that he could have been laid low by a couple of collapsing buildings? Was the boy really that deluded? No. He was naive, but he wasn't stupid. There was something more to this. But what could possibly follow up something so destructive? Pain, and the paths alongside him, froze. There was something filling the air. It wasn't the rumbling of the distant thunder, or the creaking of the shifting rubble, or the occasionally shattering glass. It was completely unnatural, unlike anything in the world. And it was getting louder. A high-pitched, painful, horrendously ominous keening. Pain shifted, and the paths spread out. Whatever that noise was, it couldn't be good. They all scanned the dust. The sound refused to come from any one direction, it seemed to be approaching from everywhere. And then, the obstructing clouds of powdered concrete and pulped wood burst aside, and someone orange and red careened out of them, traveling at something approaching the speed of sound. An oversized shuriken composed of blinding white chakra spun with unbelievable speed in their hand, vaporizing raindrops that struck it, and the air screamed at its passing. The Rinnegan went wide, and Naruto Uzumaki's canines flashed in the light of his jutsu. Pain reached to the path to the right of him, the Prita. His hand clamped down on his arm. Naruto's arm drew back, and his mouth opened wide. Futon! He snarled, flinging his arm forward, and sending the keening chakra on its way. Raisin Shuriken! And the blinding shuriken flew. The heavenly push was out of the question. After saving himself from the falling towers, Pain wouldn't be utilizing that particular ability for at least a minute. So instead of raising his hand and blowing both the boy and his shuriken away, Pain turned and heaved, and the Prita path flew up to intercept both. Naruto's eyes widened, but it was too late. The shuriken flew faster than him, cutting a path through the rain, and right into the Prita's outstretched hand. A blue glow sprung into existence, and the keening dimmed, the jutsu draining away. In a moment, it was gone. The blonde fell forward, striking the Prita path out of the sky with an airborne haymaker, and then Pain surged forward and launched a straight kick directly into his face. And Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. Pain actually grunted in frustration. Shadow clones, always shadow. He froze, his leg remaining up in the air. The Prita path hit the ground and bounced on the slick rubble, its other arm breaking. And the keening returned. Pain didn't spin. He could see through the other path's eyes. And so he saw with perfect clarity as another Naruto, the real one this time, he was sure, burst from the dust behind him, another Raisin Shuriken screaming in his hand. Tricked. Tricked. A decoy after a decoy. The towers falling, the first distraction, only to obscure and possibly slow him down. The armed clone, the second, with a higher chance of succeeding at actually harming him, but still intended to divide his attention. And now, all the paths with a chance of interrupting the Raisin Shuriken were occupied, or out of position, with another bearing down on them. Pain didn't make a noise. Neither did Naruto. The paths moved, and Naruto threw the second Raisin Shuriken. The keening grew unbearably louder, and then, vanished. There was a terrible silence, and then the world went white. Naruto panted, pulling himself to his feet. He couldn't feel the natural energy thrumming through his body anymore. Those Raisin Shuriken had completely drained him. And with the chakra he'd spent bringing those towers down, he was down to one clone gathering the stuff. He puffed out a breath. Without Sage Mode, a Megakuer became even more muddled. His sensing was gone. But so was the dust and debris. Naruto looked around, propping his hands on his knees and taking deep breaths, feeling the rain pound on his back. Katsuya seemed to be enjoying it. He couldn't see Pain or any of his paths anywhere. Where the orange-haired group had stood, there was a perfect, spherical depression cut out of the mountain of rubble. There was a puddle slowly forming at the bottom. The Raisin Shuriken had completely vaporized everything caught in its field of effect. The explosion of Wind Chakra had shredded the pile of concrete, rebar, wood, and anything else in it at the molecular level. Naruto unconsciously rubbed his right arm, remembering a mind-numbing burning, before shaking his head and taking an unsteady step forward. Could he really have taken out Pain in that one hit? Had he gotten all of them? It seemed too good to be true. Naruto pulled himself up, and cupped his hands around his mouth. "Oi! Nagato!" he shouted. "You there?" He listened. Thunder made itself known in the distance, and the omnipresent rain still pattered down, uncaring of the destruction, but there was no response. "What, really?" Naruto asked no one in particular. That was it. For a second, it seemed like it had been. But then, of course not. Naruto sighed, shuffling to face his left, where the voice had emerged from. Thought so. His voice was ragged, but there was undeniable humor in it. Pain strode into view, cresting a pile of rubble twice as tall as Naruto. He stared down at the blonde, one of his eyes twitching. The other paths moved in behind him, sans one. The summoner was nowhere to be seen. And neither was Pain's left hand. Where it should have been, the arm abruptly ended, a neatly carved stump that slowly dripped dark, viscous blood. Pain didn't seem to care. "Shit," Naruto chuckled tiredly, straightening up and evening out his breathing. "I didn't even get your medic. But where's the other lady, huh?" Pain's arm twitched. His glare intensified. So did Naruto's smart-ass grin. "I can't help but feel you're not taking this seriously, Naruto," the pale man said calmly. The other paths glared with him, but Naruto just grinned back. "What, me?" he said, rubbing the back of his head. He paused. "Maybe a little." "Why?" Pain asked, something unidentifiable working its way into his voice. "I stole your friend, remember? I tried to kill our master." He cocked his head to the side. "I've tried to kill you. Your other friends are fighting for you right now. Why would you act so foolishly?" Naruto's mouth flattened it for a moment, and he took a step to the side. The paths turned with him. It's you, really," he finally said, struggling to elucidate the words in between his brain and his mouth. "Oh. It's just." Naruto swept his hand to the side. "You and me, we could have swapped places easily. This fight, what we've been saying." He smiled grimly. "We both want the same thing, right? We're just trying to get it different ways, cause of what's happened to us, you know." He took a step forward, pointing up at Pain. "And all that, it makes me think." He shook his head. "No. I know that I can change your mind. You said I only changed Gaara because he and I were the same? Well, so are you and me." All of the paths blinked simultaneously, and glanced at each other. "You think you can change me?" Pain said incredulously. He took a step forward, and his voice lowered. "You want to change me?" Naruto nodded. "You're gonna call me a fool, right?" "No." Pain shook his head. "I believe the term idiot is now more appropriate." Naruto shrugged. "If you want to think that, sure," he said. He put a fist to his chest. "But we've been fighting for a while now. I know you." Pain stared at him, and Naruto stared back. The man didn't look away for nearly 10 seconds, and neither did Naruto. But it was the blonde whose brow furrowed in concern, and not Pain's. "You really think you can come to understand me?" the man finally said, barely whispering. Naruto had to strain to hear him over the now pounding rain. "You think that if you understand my pain, my fear, you will be able to change my mind?" The Jinchuriki wordlessly nodded, his eyes narrowing. Pain took a deep breath, and the other paths all turned, presenting their backs to Naruto. "Very well, then," he said coldly, and the other orange-haired men and women took off into the night, disappearing amongst the rubble in an instant. Naruto watched them go, his face falling in confusion. Pain waited till they were gone, and then spoke again. If that's your intent, let me help you as best I can, fellow student. Let me show you my pain. Naruto blinked, and took a faltering step forward. What are you? What do you think I'm doing? Pain asked rhetorically, folding his arms. I'm helping you understand my pain. Naruto frowned, something stabbing him in the back of the mind with the urgency of a shining sword. Then where are they? To your friends, of course. The words hit Naruto like a Shinra Tensei, and he nearly stumbled to his knees, a flash of red across his eyes leaving him staggering and panting. What? He shouted, staring up at the man above him, who simply regarded him coolly, his arms still crossed. You can't. Why would you? I lost everything, Pain said, staring down at him, the Rinnegan gleaming. It is why I am here today, why I had the truth of this cursed world revealed to me. He smiled mirthlessly. My friends, my family, my brother, my teacher's dream, all ripped away, or revealed as nothing but naive lies. So, Naruto Uzumaki, please. Let me help you. When the same has happened to you. Pain's eyes flashed, a distant crack of thunder and its accompanying lightning playing across the devastated ruins he and Naruto stood amongst. Surely you will understand me. Naruto clenched his fists, his canines biting into his lower lip. Stay away from them. Pain didn't say anything, just watching him with cold eyes. Naruto snapped, launching himself up at the man, a slight red aura playing around him. I said stay away. Pain kicked him in the face. Naruto saw it coming, he just didn't have a hope of dodging it. As Naruto hit the concrete and painfully bounced, he realized the difference between fighting Pain with Sage Mode, and without. Natural energy had given him sensory abilities, a kata based around taking advantage of them, increased reflexes, durability, it had made him faster and stronger, in every way. Fast enough to be slightly quicker than any of the paths with the exception of the bald bastard, and strong enough to bring them down in one or two well-placed hits. But now, Pain was fast. Far faster than him. And he was strong. Naruto spat up blood, feeling his face burning. His tongue felt like it was swelling up. He staggered to his feet, ignoring the pain. He'd had far worse, and right now, it barely mattered. Nagato, he growled. Don't do this. Don't presume, Pain said, hopping down from the pile of rubble, to understand me. And don't presume you'll be able to change my mind. He clenched his remaining hand. I will show you my pain, whether you want it or not. Naruto glared at him, hunched over, his mouth dripping blood. Pain stood tall, staring back imperiously. Fine, the blonde said. I'm ending this, then. He blinked purposefully, and his final clone, a couple kilometers away, popped with a sound that was utterly drowned out by the thunderstorm gathering around it. 10 minutes of Sage Mode. More than enough to bring down Pain, and stop the other paths before they could make it to his friends. Naruto charged, drawing a fist back. He didn't bother making any clones, he wouldn't need them for just Pain. And then the man brought his stump up, the bleeding having mostly stopped. Naruto's golden eyes went wide, and he shouted, frustration and fear boiling off his voice. No. A Megakure's god didn't care. Shinra Tensei. Naruto hit the ground, bounced twice, skidded. His coat tore itself off, the ruin he had subjected it to finally loosening it. He got up, ignoring the missing clothing, and charged again, yelling incoherently. Shinra Tensei. That time, he bounced thrice. The sage rolled to his feet and charged again, drawing 3 kunai and throwing them viciously at Pain's face and gut. The man leaned his head to the side, one knife ruffling his hair, and caught another with his remaining hand, unflinchingly allowing the last knife to bury itself in his arm. His stump remained extended the whole time, still pointed at Naruto. The blonde drew back for a punch. Shinra Tensei. Naruto didn't bounce that time. He flipped, hit the ground, and stopped cold, the impact ruthlessly knocking the air out of him. Which didn't stop him from yanking himself to his feet and putting his hand together in a familiar, simple sign. Clones won't help you, Naruto, Pain said, his voice smooth. Naruto didn't give a damn. Kage Bunshin. 3 clones appeared at his side in a puff of smoke. Pain watched them carefully. One charged, his teeth bared. The other 2 extended their hands, placing them over Naruto's outstretched palms. Raiznon swirled into existence, their humming achingly familiar. Pain didn't move. The clone was 6 feet away. The other 2 shifted their hands to grip Naruto's arms, and took a half step forward, heaving their creator straight forward, his Raiznon extended in front of him. "I won't let you!" he shouted. 1 second until the Shinra Tensei could be used again. The clone dove forward into a tackle, with Naruto right above and behind him. Pain moved. His foot swept out, tangling into the clones and punting him into the original's path. It bent around the Raiznon, curling in the air, and made it over, managing to avoid an unlucky death. Naruto continued forward, his eyes locked on Pain. The god leapt backwards into a handspring, twisting his entire body in the air, avoiding the closing Raiznon by the barest of inches. Bits of his cloak were chewed apart, both glowing orbs were left right in front of his face, still moving forward. Until Pain twisted, his foot coming out from under him, and kicked Naruto in the stomach as hard as he could. All the blonde's air left him in a moment, and his arms faltered, the Raiznon shining a bit less brightly. Pain pushed, kicking up in the same motion, and sent Naruto flying straight up. Then, he somersaulted to his feet, his hands pushed into the sky. "Shinra Tensei," he pronounced, and the heavenly push sent Naruto so high so quickly that what little air he had left vanished from his lungs, and he tasted the cold dampness of the storm clouds overhead as the world returned to the familiar, rushing, wet darkness that it had been upon his entrance to Omegakure. And then, there came a moment of clarity, an eye in the storm at the apex of his flight. Wind rushed around him, rustling his clothes and stinging his eyes. Thunder boomed, much closer now than ever before. The scent of ozone filled the air, lightning, striking sporadically at the towers of the village below. A moment of peace in the maelstrom, and Naruto couldn't help but think, suspended up there at the freezing tip of the world as the sky raged around him, and gravity began to reassert itself. He wondered where Sasuke was, what he was thinking. Naruto had been in Omegakure for almost half an hour, but he was no closer to finding his friend. Neither were his other friends, and with the other paths after them. He couldn't win here. He couldn't beat Pain, the Deva path, by himself. His jutsu was too powerful to fight directly, and the streets offered too many opportunities for cover. He'd have to move the battle to the rooftops to stand a chance, but even then. For now, his friends would be on their own. Guilt, cold and slimy, wormed up into his chest and began to pull him back down towards earth, away from the thundering darkness. His fault. His fault they were here, and his fault Pain was going after them. Trying to prove something. Trying to prove his pain over Naruto's beliefs. The realization shot through him like one of the lightning bolts emerging from the clouds around him. And it made him tighten his fists, made him grit his teeth. Made his mind boil, made the seal on his stomach itch, and filled his heart with fire. Pain was wrong. And to prove that, Naruto Uzumaki turned, the apex of his brief flight passing, and plummeted towards the ground, his face set in fury, his hands balled at his sides. He cut through the rain, sliced through the clouds, and then, the village returned, the mass of rubble he'd turned part of it into. Pain was down there, staring up, waiting for him to come back. Naruto knew it as surely as he knew Sasuke was out there, waiting. For him, or for someone else, but waiting nonetheless. Naruto fell. To prove Pain wrong, he'd have to win. It was the only way. "Katsuyu!" he shouted. He felt the slug wiggling on his shoulder. "Tell them he's coming!" he shouted, the wind tearing at his lips. Naruto bared his teeth, the ground coming closer and closer. "And tell them." Closer. The sound of the rain rushing by him drowned out everything else. He could barely hear himself. "Tell them what?" "Tell them." Naruto hit the ground, blasting away the rubble for meters around him and throwing up a cloud of smoke, less than 10 meters from Pain. He rose from the hastily made clearing snarling, his legs aching, his hands burning, and his eyes focused on the cloaked man who watched him intensely. The words came to him, a spot of certainty in the chaos around him. Tell them I'll be there as soon as I can. Pain held up his remaining hand, motioning Naruto forward. The blonde grinned, his guilt melting away into something more manageable, and obliged. His friends would be fine. He'd make sure of it. Not Sick Chapter 16. Family Drama. The darkness could not be breached. It flowed around Sasuke, smothering him. Jugo's steady breathing beside him stirred the void, but did nothing to dispel it. Sitting in the darkness, his only companion a muffled cycle of inhale, exhale, Sasuke stared at nothing in particular. His eyes refused to penetrate the pitch around him, they still weren't ready. His bandage had slipped off, but they refused to open anyway, filled with the empty, black void. The darkness asked him questions, and Sasuke did his best to answer. Who was he? Sasuke Uchiha, of course. The darkness wasn't happy with that answer. It pressed in, denying him air. Jugo's breath was lost in its opaqueness. Sasuke was truly alone, abandoned in its crushing depths. Who was he? Sasuke Uchiha. Avenger. The darkness laughed, its ebb and flow producing a sound too similar to a deep chuckle to be anything else, and asked a different question. Are you, really? Of course he was Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke of the Cursed Clan, Sasuke whose brother had maimed him, Sasuke who was alone in this tower with no one for company but an unconscious berserker and the storm outside. He was Sasuke. But are you an Avenger? Sasuke couldn't answer that with the certainty he had the last one. What was he avenging? His family, slain by his brother. His brother, who loved him. Who believed in him. Did that matter? What did it matter if a murderer cared for him? Even if that murderer was his brother? His last family? Certainly Madara didn't count. No. It didn't matter if the murderer was family. It didn't change the fact that he was the architect of his family's destruction. And I'll bring them back. Lies, or truth, it hardly mattered. Itachi had lied to him too. The darkness spun bemusedly at that. But were Itachi's lies so blatant? Madara might not have been lying, though. Perhaps he could bring the Uchiha back. Then, Sasuke would have his clan returned to him. Where would that place Itachi, then? Outside, and for the best. He would have no place. The darkness lay for a moment, before shifting. Didn't he want his brother back? Sasuke refused to answer that, no matter how the abyss prodded him. Eventually, it changed tact. But you haven't answered the question, the darkness pointed out, and Sasuke stiffened. Are you an Avenger? A blind man in a tall cell, and a victim who couldn't bring himself to condemn his tormentor. If he was an Avenger, he was a pitiable one. But if you are not an Avenger, what are you? Sasuke considered that for a moment, before the answer pierced through the abyss in a moment of cold clarity. Sasuke Uchiha, and nothing else. At that, the darkness shifted. A flare lit within, far and away from Sasuke. A depth charge, feebly illuminating the emptiness around it, a sputtering torch in the endless blackness of the abyss. And nothing else, HN. Nothing else, Sasuke confirmed. He was hollow now, without purpose. He couldn't bring himself to hate his brother, and so his revenge was denied him, but neither could he place his faith in his ancient ancestor. His promise was simply too good to be true. By all indications, it was a bribe to buy his loyalty, an easy oath that would never be fulfilled. He might as well be dead. It would provide little change from this endless, interrogative darkness. Would dying really be so bad? What had he lived for, before? Killing Itachi. Completing his revenge. It always came back to revenge. It always had, ever since he'd laid eyes on his parents as they bled out on a familiar floor. But he'd done it once already. And it hadn't. It hadn't helped. Had the emptiness he'd felt in the Tsukuyomi been his own, or the illusions? Sasuke wanted to think that it had been Itachi's. That his brother had been trying to trick him, to force him to manifest the Mangekyo that had been stolen. But that would be a lie. So killing Itachi served no purpose anymore, even if Sasuke could bring himself to reignite the spark of hatred his brother's truths had smothered. What could, though, after that? Killing Itachi had been Sasuke's reason for living for nearly a decade. If his brother hadn't delivered his challenge to him that night, Sasuke doubted he would be here today. This pointless darkness would have consumed him years ago. So if that purpose was gone, what remained? The flare pulsed again, and the darkness swirled towards it, staining itself pastel red and orange. However much you want to avoid it, you belong here, Sasuke. Impossible. Completely impossible. Ridiculous, even. Team 7 was dead. The first bond he'd made since the death of his family, he'd cut it apart himself. There was no going back to that. You could have killed him at the Valley of the End. He could have. He should have. Killing Naruto 3 years ago would have saved him some time. He wouldn't have had to put up with his moronic ramblings in the hospital, all those days ago. Perhaps he even would have awakened the Mangekyo. Then, he could have defeated Itachi, instead of falling prey to his genjutsu, and kept his spark intact. But you didn't. And you won't. What did Sakura know? He hadn't killed Naruto because... Why? Why hadn't he killed him? To spite Itachi? To spite the man he'd hated, the man he'd sworn to kill by any means necessary? That alone? Yes. That alone. No other whim. Naruto had lived by his whim, and he could just as easily have died by it. The darkness coiled, and Sasuke fell farther into it, spinning without an anchor. You can't leave us behind. It couldn't. It couldn't be that simple. It was insulting that he would miss something so pathetically obvious. And yet, he was missing something. It scrabbled against his spine, digging into the grooves of his back. Sasuke leaned back into the solidity of the cold steel behind him, taking a ragged breath. What could it be? What was he? Sasuke. He started, the darkness fled, slipping away into the cracks of his brain, and the world was left merely empty but for the sound of the rain outside, and the inquisitive voice. He turned to the side, unable to believe what he was hearing. Karin. It's me, she confirmed. There was a muffled snort, and Sasuke could practically hear her eyes rolling. And Suijutsu is here too. She bent in closer, he felt her breath on his shoulder as she cut the ninja wire holding his arms at his sides. Are you okay? What happened to your bandages? Sasuke would have blinked if his eyes had been open. They fell off, he muttered, shifting, and revealing that he'd been sitting on them. Why are you here? He continued, massaging his arms and trying to get some more blood flow into them. Suijutsu snapped his fingers. To save you, of course. Sasuke could imagine him flashing his teeth. You didn't think we'd just leave you out to dry, did you? Sasuke just shrugged. We've got to hurry, she whispered, unmistakable worry in her voice. He'll be here soon. She clenched her fingers, the knife she'd used to cut Sasuke wires clinked against something. Who? Sasuke asked, slowly easing himself away from the wall. Karin's arms snaked into his, and he allowed it to help him to his feet. Oro-Suijutsu started saying. Me, of course. Another voice, sibilant and rasping, cut through Suijutsu's like a knife through silk, and Sasuke froze. You, he said coldly, not showing a hint of the discomfort he felt, and the chuckling faded. Oh Sasuke, the familiar voice rasped. Could you really be so naive as to believe you'd actually escaped me? 10 minutes ago. Nagato. Listen to me, Konan. The bald man, his arms crossed and his ringed eyes gleaming, stared at the paper woman with cold eyes. This is my fight now, return to me while I deal with them. Konan hesitated. As you wish, she finally said, and then she took to the skies, vanishing into a Megakure's black night. The path stared up after her, then lowered his head, staring Sakura in the eye. Where's Naruto? She growled, shaking out one of her fists. Behind her, Sai readied his brush, and Koji huffed, flexing his oversized arms. Shikamaru, standing up the wall of a nearby building, watched the confrontation with slit eyes, with Ino right below him, slumped against the wall and clutching her bleeding shoulder. Hinata stood behind the path, her Byakugan active, and her hands raised. Busy, the human path replied, glancing around and taking in all the Konohana. "He's nowhere nearby," Hinata confirmed, just loudly enough for everyone to hear. "But more are coming. 3 of them. I left him behind," the path said, turning his head to her. Hinata stared back fearlessly. "Why?" she asked. "And why'd you send Konan away?" Sakura said shortly, her whole body shaking. She was realizing the import of the situation, and was already running on fumes as it was. The path sighed. "I came here to prove a point, and Konan will be unnecessary for that," he said ponderously, looking back at Sakura. "Naruto and I have had a disagreement. You 6 will be the deciders of our little argument." "And what exactly does that mean?" Shikamaru asked, his hands wandering towards his kunao patch. The path gazed up at him. "Naruto insists that understanding can bridge any conflict. That people can comprehend each other without the kind of pain I would grant them." He snorted. "He's mistaken, of course, but he refuses to see that. So." He settled back, a black rod slipping from beneath his sleeve and falling into his right hand. "I'll prove my point to him. When you all lie dead at my feet, then he will surely understand my pain, and be forced to concede." Sakura blinked. "You're crazy," she whispered. "Everyone seems to say that," the path muttered. And then he charged. Above. Hinata shouted at the same time, and 3 orange-haired blurs exploded from nearby rooftops simultaneously, diving down into the street, one headed for Shikamaru and Ino, one for Hinata, and one for Hinata and Koji. The next few moments were very confusing. Sakura met the human path's charge headlong, slamming aside the black rod it led with a brutal backhand, before continuing the spin and trying to take its head off with a high right hook. The path bent with the deflection, dropping low and sweeping Sakura's feet from below her in a single unbelievably quick motion. The Harano went down, hitting the pavement with a heavy thud, and the path loomed over her, raising a foot to stomp down on her throat. Before he could, Koji hit him like a furious avalanche of meat, bowling the bald man over. Sakura scrambled to her feet, ready to follow after him, before the Azura path came down in front of her, narrowly missing her scalp with an extended chainsword. The fat man grinned and rushed her, and Sakura screamed in frustration and leapt to meet him as came at him from the other side. The Naruto path had gone after Ino and Shikamaru, hands extended. As Ino struggled away from the wall, still clutching her shoulder, the Nara sent a shadowy spear at the oncoming path. The woman bent in midair, and the shadow tore a long gash along her robe, exposing the whole of her left arm, before punching a neat hole in her hair. She hit the wall, leaving a crater in the steady steel work. As Shikamaru jumped backwards, fishing for a kunao, she seized him by the throat, her Rinnegan flashing. Shikamaru froze, and then immediately began struggling like a man possessed, kicking his legs and beating his hands against the woman's, his eyes watching something only he could see with dawning horror. Ino shouted in alarm and sprinted up the wall. She threw a kunao at the path's face, and one of the woman's hands shot out and intercepted it. The path hurled the knife back, and Ino dodged to the left, nearly losing her grip on the wall and falling away. Shikamaru, however, took the moment of distraction to punch the woman in the eye. The path blinked, glaring at the Nara. She opened her mouth, and he froze. Then Ino shot into her side, burying a kunao deep into her kidney. She, the path, and Shikamaru all tumbled off the wall, falling the 20 feet to the ground in a tangle of limbs. The Preta path was after Hinata alone. It hit the wall about 10 feet behind her and turned, coiling for another jump. Hinata, her Byakugan still active, didn't bother turning. The path launched, and she spun, lancing out with a hand glowing with deadly chakra. The path extended a hand, crushing Hinata's grip and draining all the chakra out of the Juken strike. Hinata's eyes went wide, and she pivoted, striking out with her other hand. The path caught that one too, hitting the street and skidding to a stop in front of her. Hinata responded by burying her knee in the man's crotch. He didn't even flinch. Instead, he began steadily draining her of chakra, the air around them turning blue with excess energy. Hinata stumbled, the man keeping a steady, painful grip on her hands, and the world flashed white. She was already leaning towards chakra exhaustion, having even more drained out of her was sending her to the edge of depletion. Katsuya was feeding her more, but it wasn't nearly enough. Darkness started to encroach on her vision. Like this, she thought, staring into the man's emotionless face. Her eyes were slipping close. I die like this. There was a flash of white, encompassing her world. It looked like the Byakugan. Like her father's. Who had expressed pride in her for the first time she could ever remember, not 2 weeks ago, as he watched over her beaten and bruised body. You are just like your mother, he'd said, sitting at the edge of her bed. Her stubbornness lives on in you. Hinata gritted her teeth. The path cocked his head, a question working its way into its purple eyes. The Hyuga slammed her face into his, hard. The man's nose broke with a crack that echoed across the street. The Preta path stumbled back, blood running from its nose. Hinata didn't hesitate, she charged, broken, malformed chakra stuttering along her arms, and punched him in the face. As the Preta path fell back again, more blood gushing from its face, Sakura and Sai dueled the Azura path. Sai swung high with his gleaming tanto, trying to take the path in the shoulder. The man grabbed his wrist, halting the strike. Sai's other hand shot forward, a ink scorpion clutched in it, and the path spun, carrying Sai with him and swinging him at Sakura. The Harino ducked, Sai hurtling over her, and ran forward, pulling a fist back for a deadly punch. The path's left hand, still shaped into a grotesque chainsword, swung at her side. Sakura dropped into a slide, slipping beneath the ravening teeth. She kicked the path in his leg, and the bone snapped with a hard crunch, breaking through his calf. She moved out of her slide, straight into a jaw-shattering uppercut, intent on wiping away the path's malicious smirk, and the man bent back, the medic's fist barely grazing his jaw. Sakura didn't even have time to look surprised at his ridiculous speed before he sent the chain sword screaming for her chest, staying up on one leg. A turtle, thick and inky, crashed into the sword, gumming its workings, before a flock of ink sparrows smashed into the man's face, blinding him. Sai came from behind Sakura, his face set in a grimace, and knocked the sword to the left, ensuring that instead of gutting her it merely opened an ugly cut on her side. The Azura path took a step back, but with only one working leg, it didn't take him far. Sakura, angry and bleeding, didn't give him the chance to collect himself. She stepped into a haymaker, ignoring the tearing sensation in her side. She didn't say anything. No scream, no cry of defiance, nothing. She just punched the man in the chest. There was a grotesque shattering sound, and the man's ribcage crumpled under the blow, blood blooming under his cloak. Sakura's fist didn't stop, burying itself further into the man's body. His spine gave way next, cracking like the thunder above, and then Sakura's fist burst from his back, splattering the street with bone fragments and thick, congealed arterial blood. The path stared at her with inkringed eyes. He almost looked impressed. Blood, just like the stuff covering the concrete behind him, dribbled from his mouth, the contrast against his pale skin startling. The rain washed it away quickly. The man collapsed like a broken doll. Sakura yanked her fist from his chest cavity as he did with a sick squelching sound. Her fingers were cold, even through her glove. She allowed herself to fall to her knee, groaning in pain, and clutching at her side as Katsuya helped her seal the wound. She did it hastily, her chakra growing thready, there would be a scar. Koji yelped, and Sakura snapped her head towards him just in time to watch the human path break his wrist with a disinterested expression and a simple twist of his hand. Sai began to move for him, but he didn't have time before the Akimichi roared, his other arm swelling to immense size. He swung towards the path, whose expression didn't change in the slightest, until Koji's broken hand clamped down on his unbroken one, keeping him in place. The path flinched, even as Koji growled in pain, and then the clan heir's arm pounded him into the ground, shattering the street for a couple meters around. One of the path's legs, sticking out from under Koji's hand, twitched for a moment, before stilling. Koji withdrew his hand, revealing the crushed body. Katsuya ran herself over his wrist, setting it noisily, as the large boy closed his eyes and ground his teeth, making a sound somewhere between a whine and a snarl. Hinata finished beating in the Preta path's face at about the same moment, ending the series of blows with a kick to the throat which crushed his windpipe and sent him wheezing to the ground, his features flattened. The Hyuga stood, watching her opponent go down, and then collapsed on her back, breathing shallowly. All of the Konohinin stood for a moment, looking around. They were beaten, bleeding, and in a considerable amount of pain, but still standing, and the paths were down. With the exception of Ino and Shikamaru's opponent. The Nariko path had regained her feet, along with the members of Team 10, and they stood opposite each other. The woman stared at them, her long hair matted, before her eyes flitted over the other fallen paths. Her features hardened, and she sprinted to the left, Shikamaru trying to keep pace with her as Ino lagged behind, still slowed by her injury. "Stop her!" he shouted, his hands coming together in preparation for a shadow binding jutsu. "She's dash." The path changed her trajectory and came straight for him. Shikamaru's eyes went wide, and his shadow writhed, trying to trip the woman. She danced through the lashes of darkness and lunged, a rod extended, attempting to stab him in the throat. Shikamaru bent to the side, barely avoiding the rod, and the woman's elbow snapped out, taking him in the temple. He stumbled to the ground, and she burst past him, effortlessly scooping up the bodies of both the Asura and human paths as Koji swiped at her and Sakura lunged, her whole body burning with the effort. The woman flowed past both of them. The Preta path, she left where it lay. Carrying the other two paths, she sprinted up one of the buildings and vanished back into a Megakure's night. There was a beat of disbelieving silence as all of Naruto's friends stared after her. The fight had barely lasted 30 seconds. Then Hinata whimpered, and the silence broke. "Hinata!" Sakura shouted hoarsely, running to the girl's side, the wound in her side reopening. Soothing chakra sputtered from her hands, running itself over the prone Hyuga. "Are you okay?" "Just tired," Hinata whispered, closing her eyes. "I'll be okay," Sakura panted, looking around. Koji was on one knee, holding his wrist lightly. Katsuya had fixed the worst of the damage, but it was only a temporary patch. Shikamaru was lurching to his feet, Ino helping him up, blood was running in a steady stream from his temple. Ino herself didn't look any better. Sai was the only one without any hampering injuries, but he was breathing heavily, his blade hanging low at his side. He was just as tired as any of them. They were all on their last leg. Katsuya was doing all she could, she was probably the only reason some of them were still standing. But it wouldn't be enough. The slug in question spoke up at that moment, murmuring into Sakura's ear from her shoulder. "You just have to hold on a bit longer," she said. "Help is on the way." Sakura turned her head away from Hinata, trying to ignore her shallow breaths. "Is it Naruto?" she asked, eyes wide. "Naruto is still being held up, unfortunately." A woman's voice rang from the rooftops, and Sakura, along with the rest of the Konoha ninja, looked up. The Narika path, and the two paths she had taken with her, stood there, they'd been revived, somehow. She glared down imperiously, her orange hair dull in the rain. "He won't be here to help you anytime soon." Sakura sneered. "We won't need him," she shouted, her voice perfectly clear. She wished she could believe it. "Of course," the woman said dryly. "Bravado will do you no good here, you know." She took a step forward, dropping off the building. The paths at her side followed, and then they were all right in front of Sakura, Hinata at their feet. "Why not just accept your fate?" the woman said grimly. "It would certainly be less suffering, both for you and your dash." Her voice cut off, and her head snapped to the side. Both of the other paths began moving. Sakura exhaustedly tried to follow their heads, trying to find what had distracted them. She found it a moment later, when a green blur burst over her head and kicked both the Narika and Asura paths in the face, throwing them through the wall they jumped down from with the thunderous sound of concrete shattering. The human path leapt back, face twisting in confusion and anger. "Double dynamic entry!" A joyous voice boomed, before the green blur followed both of the paths through the hole they'd made. Sakura stared in disbelief. Ino voiced what she couldn't. "Lee. Not just him." Tenten shouted, landing next to her, a chain and sickle in one hand, a short polearm in the other. "We have finally arrived," someone intoned from the roof opposite the ones the paths had been on. Shino Abarame pushed up his glasses, uncaring of the raindrops covering them. "And just in time, looks like." Kiba howled, bursting from beside him. Akamaru followed after, his growl filling the street. They both landed next to Sakura, standing over Hinata protectively and glaring at the human path with vicious eyes. Akamaru nosed at the Hyuga, and then slipped forward, working under her and rolling her onto his back. She lay there, draped over the nin dog. Akamaru, she murmured, clinging to the dog's sodden white fur. He barked in affirmative, and Hinata dropped her head, allowing her eyes to close. Akamaru moved back, towards Koji and Shikamaru. Looks like I was right to come. Niji stepped out of a nearby shadow, and Sakura almost jumped. He'd approached with barely a sound. He walked forward, his hands clenching and unclenching rhythmically. He looked at Hinata, expressionless, and then at the human path, which had been inching towards the hole, watching all the new arrivals carefully. Your work? He asked, his voice apparently unruffled. The human path bent down, seizing the body of the Preta path, left lying where Hinata had killed it. Of course, he intoned, and then he spun and hurled the body into the building Lee and the other paths had entered. There was a crashing sound and a loud protest. Most unyouthful. The human path didn't care. It just watched Niji, his eyes narrow. The rain slipped down his hairless head. She put up more of a fight than I'd have expected, he admitted. He shifted a foot back. But, it wasn't enough. Niji didn't say anything. He just attacked. One of his hands lanced forward, aiming for the path's throat. A hand came up, knocking it aside, and the bald man pivoted into a kidney-shattering right hook. Niji dropped an elbow, breaking the strike. The path responded with a rising knee, which the Hyuga matched. Niji shot into an upward stab with his left hand, and the path leaned its head back, the hostile chakra behind the gentle fist grazing his face. She did show me something, though, the path spat. Then, the bald man burst forward, and hit Niji in the face with a bone-bruising headbutt. The genius staggered backwards, his guard broken, and the path swept forward to finish the job. Kiba interrupted him, followed closely behind by Tenten. The path spun backwards into a handspring, kicking a brace of shuriken out of the air and buying himself some distance from the charging Inyazuka. The boy jumped into the air, spinning into a Gatsuga. The human path came out of his handspring, and his hand shot out. It fastened on Kiba's rapidly rotating head, and the boy stopped cold, yelping in surprise. The bald man twisted, and then spiked Kiba into the ground, completing his turn to face Tenten as the boy bounced off the concrete behind him, all but insensible. Tenten shouted, swinging her chain and sickle out at the man's chest. The path bent at the waist, leaning back and allowing the weapon to pass over him. Then, he cartwheeled to the side. Tenten's eyes went wide as the man moved aside, revealing Lee as he careened out of the building, his arms braced in an X. He hit Tenten back first, and they both went down, tumbling backwards. The human path turned to Kiba, prone and stunned. He stepped forward, raising a foot. Ensai slammed into his side, sending them both to the ground. The pale boy whipped his Tonto back, flinging rainwater from it, and drove it into the path's side, digging deep. The bald man blinked, and then his hand shot out, seizing Sai by the throat. The root member gagged, and the path stood up, lifting him off the ground. The Naraka, Ajura, and Preta paths emerged from the building behind him, silhouetted in the building's darkness. Sai's legs began flailing. You're the artist, aren't you? The human path said flatly. The one with the ink jutsu. Let go of him. Sakura shouted, pulling Kiba away from the other paths. The boy shook his head, and then scrambled to his feet, wiping away some blood from his cheek. Oh, I will in a moment, the path said. Now, as I was saying Sai kicked the Tonto buried in the man's side, and the blade jolted, shifting back and opening a sizable slash. The path staggered. Koji, Tenten, and Niji charged past Sakura, the Akimichi holding his injured arm low and limp. A swarm of Kikaicha followed them overhead, weighed down by the rain. The human path reached down, lightning fast, and ripped the Tonto from his side, whipping it around and trying to bury it in Sai's chest. Sai's hands, formerly scrabbling at the human path's hand, shot down and clapped around the blade. Blood ran freely, and the teen snarled in pain. The path frowned and spun, throwing Sai at Koji. The large ninja skidded to a halt and caught him. Sai was still clutching the Tonto's blade in his lacerated hands. Tenten and Niji continued forward, with Kiba scrambling after them. Tenten targeted the Azura Path, who welcomed her with a wide, unnerving grin. The skin on its arms began writhing, and its neck twitched erratically. Niji went for the human path again, blood running freely down his face and into his grimacing mouth. Kiba jumped for the Naraka path, still wearing her small smile. The Kakaicha buzzing overhead set themselves for every path Shino could see. Tenten struck first, bringing her poliarm around in a blow meant to decapitate the Azura path. The fat man ducked, and his arm shot out, extending far farther than it should have. A blade, crackling with electricity, popped out of his palm. Tenten growled and swung the chain and sickle in her other hand down. The chain wrapped around the electrified blade, and Tenten yanked it to the left, off course. She threw the poliarm straight up and reached back, drawing a katana from the edge of her weapon scroll. She swung it down at the Azura Path's shoulder. A steel spur ripped through the man's cloak, deflecting the blade, and Tenten fell back, drawing something that could only be called a battle axe. Kiba and the Naraka Path tore at each other. The woman was taller and stronger, and just as fast, but Kiba was far more vicious, and he had the greatest amount of Kakaicha backing him up. He took blows to the chest and arms without flinching, and returned savage punches and claws which tore at the woman's cloak and opened gashes in her arms. The path went high for a disabling right hook to the temple, and Kiba slipped underneath the blow, driving his claw-like fingers into her abdomen. Cold blood spilled out. The woman's Rinnegan narrowed, and she drove a knee into Kiba's gut. The Inyazuka grunted and pulled away, winded, just in time to receive a powerful straight kick to the chest, sending him tumbling backwards. The human path hurled a black rod at Niji as he charged forward. The Hyuga spun into an aggressive chitin, carving away the street below him and vaporizing the rain that came in contact with the rolling sphere. The rod pinged away, high into the black night. The human path leapt up, over the Hyuga's head, headed for the injured Team 10 behind him. Niji turned out of the chitin, striking up with an air palm, and the path twisted in the air, neatly avoiding the concussive blast. He rode what he couldn't avoid farther forward, headed straight for Shikamaru and Ino. He raised his hand, palm open. The rod that Niji's chitin had knocked up fell neatly into it, and the path plummeted down at the frowning Nara, the black metal spearing ahead of him. Ino gasped and leapt backwards, her arm impairing her as she fumbled a hand seal. Shikamaru cursed, diving to the side and throwing a kunai with an attached hissing tag upwards. The human path kicked out, diverting it right at Lee, who was trying to join the fight against the Naraka path. The youthful teen barely had time for his enormous eyebrows to rise before the explosive went off. Lee vanished in a cloud of smoke. "Damn it!" Shikamaru shouted. He clapped his hands together, his shadow dancing, and the human path landed between him and Ino. "It's useless," the man said. He stared at Ino, to his left, and then slowly turned his head towards Shikamaru. "Why bother? All of you, all you do is fight, fight, fight." He shook his head. "It gets tiresome." His attack was so fast that Shikamaru barely saw it. The path whirled, sending the black rod he'd caught sailing towards the Nara, and then sprinted at Ino, cutting a visible path through the rain with his speed. Shikamaru cursed, twisting out of the way of the rod and sending his shadow searching out, but the man was too fast. "Ino!" He shouted the warning even though it was clear the blonde knew the man was coming. Ino snarled, hefting a kunai in her left hand, her uninjured arm. "Kman!" She shouted, fear and rage distorting her voice. A black rod sprouted from the path's forearm, falling into his hand, and he swept it forward like a rapier. Ino parried the blow, driving the attack to the side. And the human path dropped the rod, grabbing hold of Ino's blocking arm. His weapon's residual momentum carried it to his other hand, on the other side of Ino's guard. The Yamanaka's eyes went wide with panic. And then the path stabbed the bleak metal rod clean through her stomach. "No!" Sakura's scream carried over what seemed like the entire village. At that moment, there might as well have not been an Omegakure, but for the street all of the shinobi were fighting across. Ino choked, gagging. But no blood emerged. "Gotcha," she hissed. And then she exploded in a cloud of smoke. More shadow clones. The human path actually shouted, incredulity and anger shooting through his normally calm voice. That's not all. Shikamaru shouted in triumph, his shadow threading into the human paths as it viciously turned towards him. The man stopped in his tracks, momentarily confused. Ino stepped out of the Nara's expansive shadow, something between a grin and grimace swallowing up her face. Pain's face twisted. Impossible. Ino didn't care what he thought. Shintenshin no jutsu. She snarled, and both she and the human path went rigid, the Rinnegan glaring into her pupilless eyes. You. The man hissed, and then he slumped, his Rinnegan not closing. Ino did the same, her pale eyes sliding shut, and Shikamaru caught her with a shadowy tendril. The other paths all froze at that moment, and the fight paused. The Preta path staggered backwards, his feet slipping under him like a drunk man's. Then, as one, all of the paths leapt away, scrambling up walls and over rooftops or smashing through windows, vanishing into a Megakure's night. The street was suddenly, impossibly silent. Even the rain seemed muted. Where are they going? Lee asked, stepping forward. He was covered in soot, and bleeding from several shallow scrapes, but was in the best shape of the party by far. We must pursue Dash. Niji stuck an arm out, halting his teammate. Right now, we have to recover, and consolidate our forces. By time for Naruto to arrive, the Hyuga bit out, wincing at the movement of his cheek, there was a sizable bruise blooming on it. Ino's on it, Shikamaru informed the group, who gathered around the prone blonde. She looked like she was peacefully sleeping. Will that even work? Sakura asked, jerking slightly as the pain in her side flared. I mean, the other bodies didn't stop or anything like that. But they did retreat, Shikamaru said, easing to his knees. We've got a minute, let's not waste it. What about Ino? Koji asked, still holding his wrist. Will she be okay? Shikamaru hesitated, and then shrugged. She said she knew what she was doing, he said lowly. That she could find Sasuke, and make sure we could get this thing over with. He sighed. I trust her. But let's get ready, just in case. In case of what? Lee asked. Shikamaru's face grew infinitely harder. In case she doesn't come back. The nape of his neck caught fire, and Sasuke gasped wetly. The curse mark, dormant ever since Orochimaru had been expelled from him, boiled with brief life, before fading away once more. Did you think I would truly abandon you? The chuckling returned. What kind of master would I be if I were to leave my student like that? You, Sasuke growled lowly, something stirring in his chest, are no master of mine. You certainly learned quite a bit from the man who wasn't your master, then. Yeah, he did, right before he crushed you like a bug, Suijutsu said. His bravado didn't manage to mask the shaking in his voice. Sasuke was still blind, but he didn't have to see to know Orochimaru was smirking. And Suijutsu, too. The Sunin's voice never shifted from its amused rasp. Should you really be out here? Don't you miss your tank? Suijutsu growled hoarsely, but didn't move forward. Sasuke heard and felt the tremors as something metal, probably the butcher's blade the boy insisted on lugging around, smashed to the floor. Orochimaru shifted his focus, his killing intent was filling the room like a lighthouse beacon, cutting through even the darkness cloaking Sasuke's world. He felt it pass over him, making his thigh tremble minutely, before settling next to him. On Karin. And you, Orochimaru hissed, and Karin gasped, the killing intent focusing in on her like a bloodied spear. Sasuke knew that to her enhanced chakra senses the sensation was probably physically painful. I never believed it would come to this, Karin, Orochimaru muttered sadly. That you would go so far for him. What do you mean? Karin ground out. Sasuke could feel her whole body trembling through her arm, the kunai she clutched in her hand brushed his. When I planted that compulsion all those years ago, in the forest. Orochimaru trailed off, and Karin went completely still. The fact that you would betray me for someone like Sasuke, you've disappointed me, Karin. Compulsion? What was he talking about? But maybe it's not too late, Orochimaru continued. You could return to me yet. I could still use someone of your skills. Not to mention that talent of yours. The air grew even heavier, and Karen staggered back, almost taking Sasuke with her. Then, she planted her feet, pulling herself up straight. I'll never go back to you, she hissed. Really? Orochimaru chuckled. You understand your attraction is purely a genjutsu? It is not reality, and it never will be. Little Sasuke just isn't interested. It's not about that, Karen said firmly. What you were doing was wrong. I went along because you saved me, because you told me I special, and because... She paused, before speaking with more confidence. Because I was good at it. But Sasuke's shown me that I don't need you. She took a deep breath. I won't be one of your experiments. Not again. There was a moment of pregnant silence. Oh, you stupid little girl, Orochimaru laughed. His killing intent spiked for a moment, and then Sasuke heard him move. Karen was knocked away from him, hitting the wall with a gasp and sliding down with a subtle scraping noise. Suijutsu shouted something indistinct, and there was a rush of air, a blade whistling towards its target, before there was a solid thump, a clattering noise, and a great deal of splashing. Sasuke dove to the right, trying to get away from the noise but unable to do much more than fumble through the dark. He didn't make it 3 feet before something thick and slimy wrapped around his waist, jerking him backwards. The Uchiha's face twisted in disgust. Orochimaru's tongue looped around him again, securing his arms but leaving his hands somewhat free, before lifting him into the air. And then, the snake was right in front of him. So, Sasuke. Somehow, he spoke clearly, despite the fact his tongue was extended far beyond his body. Will you give me your body? Surely, it's a better fate than remaining in this tower for the rest of your dash. You've always talked too much, Sasuke growled, and then his hand flashed up, the kunai he'd grabbed from Karen's flailing hand held tightly in it, and sliced through the tongue binding him. The tongue fell away, Orochimaru making a sick choking sound, and Sasuke tumbled to the ground, barely knowing which way was up. He landed clumsily but managed to stumble forward, the kunai held in a ready grip. Oh? Though, yuthl, aveum phi tfnyu. Orochimaru slurred, laughing through the blood filling his mouth. Good. I old 8 for my SL to I've up. Sasuke charged. I am not. He shouted, swinging the kunai high and hoping to take Orochimaru in the face. He heard the man duck, felt his hair swish past his hand, and kicked out low. You're. Sasuke's foot connected with something, and he pushed, blowing the laughing man backwards. Vessel. Yuaeohing else. The Sunin chuckled, unruffled by the kick to the face. Wrong. A glacier crashed down on the room, and everyone in it froze. He is my brother. Time seemed to stand still for a moment as Itachi Uchiha's voice faded away, swallowed by the pounding rain outside. Ah. Itachi, Orochimaru slurred, turning towards something Sasuke couldn't hope to see. Inali aived, ave yu. His speech slowly began to grow more coherent, there was a sick slurping sound as his tongue grew back. Tha was quicker than I dash. Katon, Gukaku no Jutsu, Itachi said calmly, and the room was filled with fire. Sasuke flinched away from the sudden heat, shielding his face. Orochimaru hissed, but the sound receded, and the room was deadly silent in the wake of the fireball. Sasuke waited in anticipation of the next attack, but none seemed to be coming. He'll be back, Itachi finally said. He moved to Sasuke's side, his sandals tacking on the concrete. Karen. We must do this quickly. The redhead walked over as well, muttering something under her breath. Itachi. Sasuke's voice was completely emotionless. Sasuke. Itachi's didn't match it, he sounded concerned. Almost. Now is not the time. If you have doubts, you must shed them immediately. Unless we work together, things will go badly for all of us. The darkness, returned from its pit, spilled upwards at that moment before falling back. You could hit him now, it wheedled. Show him that you don't forgive him. But they'd already done this. It didn't matter if Sasuke forgave Itachi or not, he couldn't muster enough to act on either resolution. For now, Orochimaru was the problem, not his brother. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. You already drove him off. Even if he comes back dash. Orochimaru is not the problem, Itachi said. Sasuke frowned. I will handle him. But he's forced me to show my hand too soon by going after you. Naruto is in the village, battling the leader of the Akatsuki as we speak. He was the cause of that earthquake several minutes ago. Despite himself, Sasuke perked up. Naruto had been the one responsible for that shaking? How could he possibly have caused that? You have to go help him, Itachi continued, and Sasuke jerked his head towards him. How? He snapped. He gestured at his face. With these? Yes, Itachi said simply. How am I supposed to do that? Sasuke muttered. He was still blind. What was the point? I can help, Sasuke. Karin's voice came from his other side, and Sasuke unconsciously twitched. He hadn't even noticed her approach, wrapped in the conflicting emotions his brother was drowning him in. How long do your eyes need to acclimate now? Sasuke remained silent as Karin waited for an answer. Eventually, she spoke up again, hesitantly. Sasuke. 2 days, Sasuke finally said, trying to push his confusion down. 2 days until they can be safely used. It's too long. He heard Karin shake her head, and then something nudged his shoulder. Bite me, she said. He turned towards her, staring with closed eyes at where he knew she must have been standing. Will that work? It worked for your brother, she insisted. Now come on, Orochimaru will be back any second. We've got to do this now. The darkness, returned from its pit, spilled upwards at that moment before falling back. If you retrieve your vision, it asked, would you be an Avenger once more? Or Sasuke still? They're the same thing, Sasuke pointed out, and the darkness laughed. If you really believe that, then you're more foolish than you think. Karin's arm nudged his mouth, and Sasuke bit down, hard. The taste of her distinct chakra filled his mouth, and the red-haired girl gave out a high scream. Geez, Sasuke heard Suijutsu say. Louder every time. He barely paid the Hokage any attention. Power rushed through his body, his aches vanished in an instant, melted away by Karin's chakra. 1,000 scrapes and sprains he'd never even noticed were forgotten just as quickly as they were brought to his attention. His eyes caught fire. Something wormed through them, filling them with burning mercury, completely unlike the sensation throughout the rest of him, and Sasuke hunched, gasping, and falling back against the wall. It hurts, doesn't it, Sasuke? Itachi said calmly. They will be like that for some time, the sensation never really goes away. He sighed. Unfortunately, circumstances have forced us forward. I'm sorry we've had to resort to this, I would have preferred your eyes developed naturally. NGGH, Sasuke groaned, straightening up again. The burning refused to fade. Itachi. He hissed. Why should I help Naruto? Because, Itachi said, his voice almost amused. He's our best chance. Best chance at what? Sasuke asked. Itachi didn't answer. Sasuke winced, the agony in his eyes spiking. He slowly, ever so slowly, opened them. And the darkness fled. The world returned to Sasuke Uchiha, brighter, more brittle, and undeniably beautiful. He blinked, shielding his eyes, and looked around. The room was as dismal as he'd imagined it, cold iron and protruding pipes marked every surface, and there were no windows, just a single, partly opened iron door. There was a puddle in the corner, seemingly sprung from nowhere, and a large scorch patch in the center of the room, the mark of Itachi's fireball. Sasuke flinched again, feeling raw and tender. His eyes hurt, there was no way around it. They burned his synapses, stabbed at his brain, carved up his lobes, they pulsed in undimming agony right into his mind. But Sasuke didn't care. He could see. He could see. He blinked, the motion deliciously familiar, and turned to Itachi. You're still wearing your bandages, he said slowly, the surrealism of the moment attacking him. Sasuke was seeing the world through his brother's eyes, though he'd never really given the idea thought, he had partly expected more grandeur. Instead, they were both high in a cold, dark tower, with a psychopathic body snatcher lurking somewhere below them. Perhaps the situation was appropriate after all. I swore I wouldn't see through your eyes till you saw through mine, Itaka said with an invisible smile. It was the least I could do, after what I forced you through. His hands came up, and grasped the back of the wrapping. Itaka tugged, and the bandages fell. His eyes remained closed for a moment. Then, he opened them. Onyx eyes watched Sasuke warily, as he stared with mild fascination. They were his own, after all. Itaka jerked, almost undetectably, and the onyx began to change. Black bled away into red, and 3 slowly whirling tomo split off from the pupil, forming a triangle. But instead of stopping there, the tomo continued to stretch, becoming the eerie, sharp 3-pronged shuriken of Itaka's Mangekyo. And then, the whole eye changed in a moment. The red of the Mangekyo's iris bled into the triangle, leaving the entire iris completely black, with the triangle gleaming red instead. A dark star with 6 points burst into existence at the center of the shuriken, spiraling out until it lay at the center of the eye, 3 points of darkness extending into the blackened iris and 3 points running up the triangle's spars. Sasuke watched, fascinated, as Itaka's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan awoke. His eyes burned again, but it wasn't the painful jabbing that had been plaguing him since Karen's hasty healing. This was something he'd felt before. Warm chakra racing down neglected paths, filling his head, leaking into his eyes. His Sharingan was activating. The world changed, the clarity of his Dojutsu leaving it completely without secrets to him. The darkness melted away even farther. Itaka smiled. Sasuke knew, somehow, that his own Mangekyo must have been a mirror of Itaka's, a red star surrounding a blackened triangle, instead of the other way around. He blinked again, savoring the feeling of sight, of the chakra pulsing through his eyes. He'd forgotten how satisfying the sensation was. Something dawned on him as he and Itaka stared at each other, both marveling at the novelty of the moment. What is Naruto? Our best chance at what? He asked again. Itaka still hadn't answered his question. His older brother's lips pulled back, revealing his teeth. He spoke with an undercurrent of undeniable amusement, and something more. Change? Change? And what does that matter? Sasuke said, his lips curling back in a manner completely unlike Itaka's. Itaka's new eyes narrowed. You'll have to trust me, Sasuke, when I say that it does. I don't think I do, Itaka, Sasuke said coldly. Sasuke, Karen murmured. Suijutsu shifted behind her, the boy looked uncomfortable, bouncing his sword on his shoulder. Now's not the time. We've got to get out of here first. Sasuke stared at his brother for a moment longer, and then turned to Karen, his expression not changing, his Sharingan remaining active. The redhead almost stepped back. You're right, he said, finality tinging his voice. He glanced at his brother. We'll settle this later. As you wish, Sasuke, Itaka said calmly. Now, as I said, I will deal with Orochimaru. If we both fight him, there's no way he'll win, Sasuke pointed out. He couldn't possibly stand before us now. He's right, Suijutsu pointed out. If both of you go after him then Naruto will fail here, and we will all be in trouble, Itaka said, cutting the shorter boy off. He focused intensely on his brother. Sasuke, he came here to save you. I have the feeling you're going to have to return that favor. Sasuke opened his mouth to prove Itaka wrong. To tell him that he didn't care about Naruto, that nothing sounded better to him than killing Orochimaru now. The floor exploded before he got a chance to. Sasuke leapt back, dulled instincts carrying him beyond the blast, which opened a hole several meters wide in the concrete floor. Karen did the same, Suijutsu at her side. Itaka simply vanished, even with his Sharingan, Sasuke didn't see him avoid the explosion. Something rose up through the hole, large and white, flapping ugly, malformed lumps masquerading as wings. Someone was sitting on its back, a red cloak ripping around him. Someone with long blonde hair, and cracked, parchment-pale skin. Am I interrupting something? Yeah. He said, in a cheerful voice Sasuke had been sure he'd never hear again. I heard there was something interesting up . He froze, staring at Sasuke with black eyes holding a single pale blue iris. One went wide, the other remained limply shut. "You," he hissed, all lightness banished from his tone. Sasuke blinked. "Me," he said, suppressing his confusion and giving the man an infuriating smirk. If his brother and the rest of Hebai being here was confusing, then Deidara of all people being present called reality itself into question. Maybe this whole thing was a genjutsu, placed by Madara for the sole reason of keeping him entertained as he routed in the tower. Then again, Sasuke acknowledged, Deidara would be a strange subject for the genjutsu to pull up. Maybe he really was here. "That asshole," Deidara said, his voice breaking down. He threw back his head, cackling, his whole body shaking. The sound filled the room, almost drowning out the sound of distant fighting below. It sounded like a tidal wave was filling the lower levels of the tower. "That bastard!" the blonde screeched. "He brought me back to fight you." His lips peeled back, and he settled on his clay bird, both of his hands coming together in front of him. A glow began to work up through his skin. "Perfect," Deidara snarled. He began to go translucent, black veins revealed across his entire body as his skin slowly vanished. "You won't escape me this time, Sasuke Ukadash." Deidara choked, his voice vanishing. He glanced down at the arm shoved through his heart, and then over his shoulder, at the lightning-covered hand protruding from his back. He turned back, staring into Sasuke's Sharingan. "Ha!" he finished, entranced by the new design, the star within the shuriken. Sasuke didn't care. "I already know that technique," he said, yanking his arm from Deidara's body, leaving the suicide jutsu safely defused. The blonde tottered as if in pain, though the wound was already sealing up, flecks of something paper-like running over the hole and leaving it unmarked skin. His face twisted in undeniable hatred. "Try something new," Sasuke remarked, and Deidara tipped over, falling off his clay bird and vanishing into the depths of the hole he'd created. Sasuke jumped back to the broken floor as the bird fell too, without its master to guide it. "Interesting." Sasuke's head slowly turned up, and he found his brother on the ceiling, his arms crossed and his hair hanging down. "He's brought out the Edo Tensei already," the older Uchiha said ponderously. "Edo Tensei?" Sasuke asked. He mulled the name over. "Reanimation." "Precisely." Itachi effortlessly dropped from the ceiling. "Copies of the dead, made to fight for their master." "He's got zombies." Suijutsu called from where he was hugging the wall, Karin at his side. He bared his unnaturally sharp teeth in a nervous smile. "Oh, that's just fucking perfect." Karin slapped him. Sasuke barely noticed. "Orochimaru is controlling them?" he asked. "How?" "His arms are still sealed. He shouldn't be able to perform any sort of dash." "Dear Deidara wasn't mine, Sasuke." The sinuous voice came from every direction. Sasuke spun, Itachi doing the same, both scanning for the source of the voice with their new eyes. "He is Kabuto's work, along with the others whose company Kisame is so enjoying." The Sannin slid out from behind one of the many pipes studding the room, his arms held at his sides, his smirk poisonous. "He's become the perfect apprentice, really, a much better one than you ever were." "I can't say I'm disappointed," Sasuke said flatly, and Itachi smiled. "Slightly." "You wound me, Sasuke," Orochimaru hissed. "It's that kind of attitude that convinced Madara to hand you over to me, you know. I'm not yours." One of Sasuke's hands clenched, and he felt the chakra in his eyes spike of its own volition. His new Sharingan was spinning. "I'll never be yours." Orochimaru shifted, falling into a ready position. Itachi and Sasuke did the same. Suijutsu readied the Kubikuri Basho, before Karin clapped her hand down on his arm. "What did he promise you, I wonder?" the Sannin said idly, keeping the tension of the room from boiling over. "You could have wandered off, your binds were hardly inescapable." "What did he tell you he would give you?" "Nothing you could," Sasuke shot back, narrowing his eyes. "Oh," Orochimaru said with amusement. "Perhaps I will surprise you." "Not even a man as disgusting as you could return my family to me, Orochimaru," Sasuke hissed. Itachi glanced at him with wide eyes, and Sasuke looked back at him, expecting sorrow or a stark realization in his brother's eyes. Instead, all he found was horror. Sasuke blinked. It didn't make sense. What could make his brother look like that? Orochimaru started wheezing, and Sasuke snapped his gaze back to him. The Sannin doubled over, leaning against the wall. His rough laugh grew louder and louder. Your family? Orochimaru rasped, his fangs shining. His arms, formerly relaxed at his sides, slowly came up in front of him. They began running through signs. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Sasuke stared. It was impossible. Orochimaru's arms were sealed, he couldn't channel chakra, couldn't use jutsu. Couldn't. Cookie-yos, Orochimaru sneered. He clapped his hands together and slammed them into the ground, a ceiling pattern spiraling out around them. Edo Tensei. He could. Sasuke stared at the fountain of smoke, unable to believe his eyes. If Orochimaru had, impossibly, regained the use of his arms, then this battle would be a lot more interesting. Sasuke, Itachi said quietly. Stay calm. What? He glanced at his brother. You can't let him unsettle you, Itachi continued. He reached up one of his sleeves, and withdrew a paper tag, tossing it to Sasuke. Two coffins ground out of the concrete, sealwork covering their fronts. Orochimaru stood behind them, his sneer only growing. Suijutsu growled. Sasuke caught the tag, looking at his brother questioningly. Unsettle me? He asked. Open it, Itachi stated, ignoring the question and turning back to watch the coffins. Sasuke ran his chakra through the tag, and it exploded in a puff of smoke. His katana and its sheath, both lost in the bunker all those weeks ago, popped out of it. Sasuke snatched them out of the air with a hint of disbelief. Itachi had retrieved his sword? Get ready, his brother said, and Sasuke refocused, bringing both items into a ready position. Orochimaru let out another wheezing laugh, and the coffins creaked open, their lids slamming into the floor with a final, thunderous boom. Real thunder echoed outside in the same moment. The smoke cleared. Sasuke saw red. There was a second of silence as the sound of the coffins opening receded. Karen gasped. Orochimaru, Sasuke said with perfect clarity, his voice utterly calm. The snake stared at him expectantly, his lips still curled. I'm going to kill you, Sasuke promised, and for just a moment, the Sannin's smile slipped. Then, he snorted. You'll have to go through them first, Sasuke, Orochimaru said, as each of the coffin's occupants took an unsteady step forward, both looking around in confusion. One of them, an older man with stressed crinkles below his onyx eyes, stared at Itachi in astonishment. Itachi? He asked, his voice hard. Impossible. What's going on? The other summon stared at Sasuke, her mouth falling open, her eyes red iris stark against black sclera. Sasuke. Mikoto Uchiha whispered, and Sasuke took a deep breath, his hands going white as they gripped his sword. Hey, he choked out, and his mother smiled. Not sick. Chapter 17. The Inner World. Every mind walk was different. Ino had learned this at a young age, practicing on birds and other small creatures under her father's watchful eyes. Animals were easier to take over than people, but that didn't mean things couldn't go wrong for an inexperienced user of the Shintanshin. Getting lost, or trapped, was always a real possibility, no matter how simple the mind. For every mind was different. Using the Shintanshin, or other body-swapping jutsu of its nature, did not produce a standardized experience. Some minds were like grid cities, laid out and easy to find the center of. There were certain jutsu used by the interrogation department that flayed a mind open and left its secrets bare to the intruder, but more often than not, unprepared minds were fortresses, or labyrinths. Some unusual ones like Sakura's had inner defenses, a literal manifestation of will to push the intruder out. Animals didn't have a very strong sense of identity, but ninja usually did. And they always fought the intrusion, though the fight rarely lasted long. They always realized that there was something in their head, in their chakra, that wasn't them. Ino's father had once told her it was because mind, body, and chakra were inexorably linked, and ninja trained all of those equally. Ino's father had also once told her it wasn't just chakra and willpower that helped fight a mind invasion. It was also the victim's soul, rushing to their defense. He'd made something that had been logical to her 3-year-old brain seem almost mystical. Ino didn't think much about things like souls, but after that talk, she often found herself considering chakra and souls two sides of the same coin, one physical, and the other insubstantial, but both entirely unique to their owner. Which was why right now, Ino was worried. This mind, this chakra she found herself in, was like none she'd seen before. Ino had only just arrived, but she was already lost. She'd shown up lost. That just didn't happen. Time was slower during a mind walk, but it still must have been nearly a minute in reality, and she hadn't even located the center. She'd never even heard of something like that. It was raining, water eternally falling from a cloudless, dim blue sky. That was also something she'd never seen before. Ino stood in an ocean of chakra. The water, a deep, ugly green beneath her, was completely placid. There were no waves, or swells. It seemed like a still lake, but no lake could be so impossibly large. The water extended farther than Ino could see. The rain, omnipresent even here, filled it with ripples, sending out infinite rings to clash against countless others. The water didn't make a sound. She was the only thing here that seemed to produce any. Her breathing, the blood pounding through her body, they resounded across the ocean like an endless drum. She couldn't really see, of course. None of this was real, just a construct, a simulacrum of Payne's mind. Whether Ino had created it, or Payne, or a little bit of both, didn't matter. She couldn't find her way to Payne's consciousness. She was stranded in his chakra. The notion that the man simply had that much chakra had occurred to Ino, before she dismissed it. It wasn't the scale of the chakra that had left her lost, it was the way the man was handling it. Payne's chakra, and conscious with it, was fragmented. Stretched across the entire village, straining, thrumming with a heavy violence, piano wire strung across a ballroom, ready to decapitate the gathered dancers. Ino stretched. She wasn't supposed to be here. Yamanaka techniques weren't meant to deal with something like this. She realized now, more than ever before, that Payne was truly something entirely inhuman. No man could survive their mind being spread like this, where most mind walks would at least have some sort of core, a recognizable center for Ino to attack and subvert. There was nothing here. There were, however, 7 indefinable focuses. Ino could feel them, invisible, beyond the horizon of the endless ocean. 6 paths, and 1 main body. The number couldn't be a coincidence. She only needed 1, though. As soon as she could access even a fragment of Payne's mind, she'd be able to follow it back to the core consciousness. If she were lucky, she'd be able to take over him and his paths from there. But even if she wasn't, she'd be able to learn whatever she wanted while she was an occupying force. Particularly, where the man was keeping Sasuke, and his real body. Ino started walking, her feet creating their own ripples, fighting the rains. Shikamaru had made it clear to her, and she'd agreed with his assessment, if she could locate those 2 things, Sasuke would be as good as saved. Naruto could go after the main body, and the rest of the team after Sasuke. The Akatsuki's leader would either have to bring all his paths back to defend his main body, or split his forces and risk everything. Ino knew that in his place, she would have done the former. The rain stopped. Ino did as well, looking around in confusion. The ocean became truly calm, not a single ripple, a hint of disturbance, marred its surface. Ino took another step forward, unconsciously capped Ias. The ripples from her step flowed out, faster than they should have, speeding towards the horizon. And the ocean opened up beneath her. Ino screamed. The unsound echoed across the emptiness surrounding her, and the Yamanaka's screech swirled and vanished, sucked up by the endless expanse of purple light. Earlier in the night, Konan had shunted her into one of her endless paper clones, and then dispelled it into so much whirling paper. The sensation of falling apart had been interesting, to say the least, but Ino had managed to clamp down on the chakra backlash before her physical body could be affected. But this. The Yamanaka choked. Or tried to. She couldn't. No physical reality here. Her mind projected the approximation of choking. What was happening? The blonde was walking a jagged path, volcanic rock cutting into her feet. She was swimming in a burning, storm-swept ocean of chakra, her legs dipping into something lurking beneath, something so cold that it froze the breath in her non-existent lungs. Boiling rain poured from the sky, filling her brain with acid as it crept through her upturned eyes. It hurt. Ino floundered and flailed, searching for anything to latch onto, something to help her make sense of the alien mind she found herself lost in. There wasn't anything. No logical path to take, no handholds to seize, no strongholds to assault. She was drowning in hostile chakra. Ino snarled, and the water around her, scalding hot above and deathly cold beneath, froze, calming in an instant. The rain stopped. The sky opened up, and something peered down through the hole. Something purple, with a set of concentric rings. Little girl, the Rinnegan stared. You have no idea what a mistake you have made. Screw you. Ino shouted back at the sky. Boiling water was filling her lungs and throat, but it didn't stop her. The enormous eye blinked in what was undeniably surprise. None of this was real. Intellectually, Ino knew the only real thing that could stop her was herself. Instinctively, the unbelievable pain and fury racking her body and liquefying her organs disagreed with her. You won't win here, Yamanaka. Ino stiffened at her clan's name. I know your tricks. Did you really think I wouldn't be prepared for something like this? That a god wouldn't be prepared for such a pathetic effort? Ino mulled on that as the ocean ate away at her bones. You're no god, she finally decided. She raised her chin, even though the muscles that would have supported the action had melted long ago. Naruto told me about the real you. The blonde laughed, and the Rinnegan narrowed. You're just a little man with delusions of grandeur, and a puppet as a best friend. And I'm to prove that, and save my friends. Ino grinned, her teeth long since fallen out. And there's nothing you'll be able to do to stop me. And with that, she dove beneath the ocean, vanishing beneath its placid surface. Her legs were gone by now, there was no way she'd be able to swim, but of course her legs weren't really gone because this was all in her head. And so, just like that, her legs were there. Ino took off into the depths of the scalding ocean like a startled shark. The omnipresent purple light faded, until darkness and agony were her only companions. Such arrogance. Pain followed her. The Rinnegan appeared again, this time before her, drawing ever closer as she knifed her way deeper into his chakra. And you call me deluded? You are doomed. Who are you to be making such claims from that position? Ino took a deep breath, allowing the water to fill her lungs. It didn't burn at all anymore, now, it was the coldest thing she could have imagined. My name is Ino, she said, her voice like a sword slicing through toughened leather. The Rinnegan drew closer. My best friend calls me Pig. I came here to save her teammate. She closed her eyes, but she could still see the glaring Rinnegan before her. I am the 23rd heiress of the Yamanaka clan. My family is feared across the world. We are Konoha's finest interrogators, information gatherers, and spies. Her pupilless eyes flashed open, and the Rinnegan cracked like glass, water leaking into the fragments snaking across it. You have nothing that can stop me, Ino promised. I'm going to take every one of your secrets. And then, I'm going to leave. She shot forward, punching through the gleaming purple eye, and the ocean drained away in a moment. Ino grinned. She was in. The Devapath's neck broke with a deceptively quiet crack. The man stood up for a moment, glaring hatefully at Naruto out of the corner of his vision, his head twisted unnaturally backwards. Then he fell, crumpling to the ground on unresponsive legs. Naruto panted, his golden eyes fading back to their natural blue. Thanks, Gamakaki. He shouted, not looking away from the path's still body. The oversized orange toad grimaced, flipping Naruto a sardonic salute with his uninjured arm. He kept the other one tucked in, wary of moving it. The toad vanished in a puff of smoke, and Naruto refocused on the man below him. He dropped to a knee, groaning. If the ruined sector of Omegakuer had been a wasteland before, now it was a true battleground. Dust and vaporized concrete filled the air, most of the buildings had already been reduced to rubble, but that rubble had been reduced to something even finer. There was an ugly patch of blood, nearly a meter wide, marring the ground near a small cairn of rebar. Gamakaki had bled profusely when Pain had slammed a metal pole through his forearm. The rain was doing a poor job of wiping it away. The toad's blood had the consistency of oil. The air smelled of ozone, and there was another perfect hemisphere of absence carved from a patch of concrete that had once been a decent sushi shop. But Naruto was the one standing, well, kneeling, and Pain was the one prone on the ground, his neck twisted nearly 180 degrees around. The fact that he was still staring at Naruto didn't really matter. He certainly wouldn't be doing much with shattered vertebrae. Naruto sighed, though it sounded more like a chuckle. Who would have thought that the fight raised nons, dozens of shadow clones, a hasty Raisin Shuriken, a collaborative fire and wind jutsu, and a seemingly eternal taijutsu game of cat and mouse would have ended with a moment of hesitation and one lucky punch. Pointless, Pain said, like a record just as broken as his neck. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Leave them alone, then, he growled back. Why? Pain said, looking like a dropped porcelain doll. What could you possibly hold over me? Unless dash. I'm not going to give up. Naruto shouted, shooting to his feet. If Pain could have shrugged, he would have. Then you have no bargaining chip. I'm trying to help you understand me, Naruto Uzumaki. You could at least be a little grateful. You dash. Naruto raised his foot to stomp down on the Deva Path's head and finish it. The man stared up fearlessly. Something flashed in his eyes. Naruto paused, his brow dropping in confusion. What? He asked intelligently, lowering his foot and bending down. He sank to his haunches, staring at Pain's face. What are you looking for? The man spoke in a monotone. Why not just finish it? Shut up, will you? Naruto murmured. I saw something. I can assure you, Pain said dully, that you are dash. But suddenly, there it was again, one of Pain's Rinnegan, the left one, closer to Naruto, flashed and changed color. The purple sheen vanished, replaced by a vibrant, pupilless teal. Naruto had only ever seen that particular eye color in one other place. Holy crap, he whispered. Ino. It seems Ino's plan was a success, Katsuya whispered from Naruto's shoulder. Plan? Naruto glanced at her. You mean dash? Yes, the slug confirmed. She attempted to possess one of the paths of Pain. It appears she has somewhat managed it. She has managed nothing, Pain hissed. All that foolish little ninja has accomplished is dash. He twitched, his cheek spasming, and the gleam in his Rinnegan faded slightly. It seemed to be staring at nothing. The teal eye, on the other hand, sharpened and darted up towards Naruto's face. Naruto. Pain said, his tone sharp and completely alien to him. Thank God. Naruto blinked. Ino. Duh. Pain, no, Ino shot back. Who else would it be? Naruto just blinked again. Hearing Ino's tone in Pain's voice as the man lay still on the ground, his neck turned unnaturally towards him, with a Megakure's chill rain pouring across his body and Katsuya leaning forward on his shoulder, was undoubtedly the most surreal thing he'd ever experienced. Naruto shook his head, sending water flying from his soaked hair. I dunno. I mean, I didn't see this coming. What, you thought he was too tough a nut to crack? Ino's arrogance and Pain's confidence bled together for a moment, and Naruto rocked back, his hand coming up to his forehead. No. He said after a moment. Course not. Good. Ino humphed. It's tough in here, but I think I'm close to figuring out where Sasuke is. Really? Naruto practically shouted. Where dash? But that's not important. Ino cut him off, Pain's face horrifically folding into a 17-year-old girl's most disapproving look. At Naruto's shocked, and even a little angry, look, she elaborated. I've definitely figured out where Pain's hiding. Where Nagato is hiding. Naruto gaze honed in on Ino's single eye. Where? He asked, his voice suddenly cold. The highest tower in the village. Real piece of work. It's. Ino paused, before rolling her eye. Well, I'd point, but you really messed this guy up, huh? Naruto rubbed the back of his head, grinning good-naturedly. Well, it's near the center everything. You should be able to find it just by looking hard enough. It's kinda hard to miss, after all. Alright, Naruto said. And where's Sasuke? Still working on that, Ino muttered distractedly. Naruto started as the whites of her eye began to disappear, a purple wave encroaching on them. Shit. He's pushing me out, Ino growled. Her eye refocused on Naruto, the iris sharp even as it was swallowed by purple. Naruto. You've got to go after Pain. The real one. It's the only way to end this fight now. What about you guys? Naruto asked quickly. He could tell Ino was almost gone. Can you take him while I track him down? Ino hesitated. Naruto saw it, plain as day. Her eye quivered before she answered. Yeah, she said, her voice the exact opposite of Pain's normal certainty. We'll be fine. Naruto wordlessly looked to Katsuyu. The slug shook her head. Your friends have done very well, Naruto, she murmured, as Ino looked on accusingly. The whites of her eye were completely gone, replaced by ringed purple. Only the teal iris remained, slowly shrinking. The slug sighed. But there is no way they will be able to hold off Pain for much longer. He's retreated for now, but when he goes back for them. Naruto's mouth straightened into a grim line. He glanced at Ino, and then stood up. Thanks, Ino, he said, smiling his glass smile. Try to find Sasuke, huh? Naruto. The Yamanaka shouted, Pain's voice, as always, tripling the surreality of the situation. Don't worry about us. Just go after the real body. What's the point of winning the fight if I leave all you guys behind, huh? Naruto said, and Ino shut up. The blonde smiled again. Don't worry, Ino. We'll take him on together. How touching. Naruto stiffened. Ino was gone. But you can't seriously believe you'll win. Pain murmured, rainwater dripping from the rods embedded in his nose. Man, you just say the same thing over and over again, don't you? Naruto groused. And you do the same thing over and over, Pain coolly responded. I wonder, you and your friends seem to enjoy calling me insane, but have you ever considered another definition of madness? I've heard that dash. Naruto snorted. Just shut up, will you? He raised his foot, stomping down on Pain's throat. The man's trachea collapsed with a muffled whine, and the Rinnegan wandered away from Naruto, staring blankly at the ground. The Deva path was finally dead. Naruto sighed. Katsuyu. Which way are they? You should dispose of the body first, the slug answered, one of her eyes bending towards the prone path. I know, Naruto said patiently. Can't have him getting back up, right? But tell me where everyone else is. I gotta go meet up with them. Katsuyu told him. Naruto nodded, and then put his hands together in a simple cross. A Kage Bunshin appeared in a puff of smoke, and bent down, hefting the Deva Path's body over its shoulder. It took off in a flash of kicked-up concrete, sprinting towards the edge of the village, the dead man's arms flapping over his shoulder. Naruto watched it go, and then sped off in the opposite direction. He had to get to his friends before Pain could. The rain never stopped. To Naruto, it seemed like it had only grown colder. A Megakure pressed down, the blonde reaching the greater part of the village he hadn't demolished, and Naruto picked up his pace. Orochimaru. Fugaku Uchiha muttered, his arms crossed at his chest. What have you done? The Sannin chuckled throatily, leaning against the concrete wall. He was imitating Fugaku's pose. Sounds of battle raged from deeper in the tower, far below, but he gave it no mind. Neither did anyone else in the room, their attention was focused entirely on the snake. You sound so offended, Fugaku, Orochimaru hissed with amusement, speaking as if the Uchiha patriarch were an old friend. I would think you would happy to reunite with your sons, particularly after your violent departure. The deceased Uchiha's eyes narrowed, the Sharingan spiraling out, its bright red color surreal against the darkness of his sclera. It glinted menacingly in the low light. Not like this, he snarled. Never like this. To be brought back in such a disgusting manner is entirely unbefitting of an Uchiha. Orochimaru just shrugged. Oh, well. He said languidly. I suppose we don't always get what we want. He gestured at Sasuke, who was watching him, his fist clenched around his sword, breathing heavily. For example, all I want is your son's body. Mikoto Uchiha flinched back, her eyes widening, as Orochimaru sighed heavily. But he's so stubborn. He won't see that it's in his best interest to hand himself over to me, and so I'm forced to resort to you too. His body. Mikoto whispered, and Orochimaru slowly turned his head towards her, smiling warmly. There was no fear in his eyes, he had absolute confidence that his Edo-tensei wouldn't be a threat to him. He was merely enjoying the chance to verbally torment them. Mikoto continued. Orochimaru, what is this? Why are you here? Why are we here? She spun towards her son. Sasuke? Why? She bit her lip. You, how old are you now? You look. Sasuke's grip, impossibly, grew tighter. He gritted his teeth. 17, he muttered, and Mikoto deflated. 10 years. She whispered, glancing at her husband. Fugaku stared back, his gaze narrow, before turning towards Orochimaru. You, Fugaku said coldly, as Mikoto turned back to stare at her sons. Sonin. What do you want with my son? Don't worry, Fugaku. He smiled, holding his hands up, somehow making the unthreatening motion wordlessly menacing. I have only the purest intentions for young Sasuke. That Sharingan of his. Orochimaru's teeth glinted in a blatantly inhuman grin. It's remarkable. Surely, you could understand why I would want my hands on it. Mikoto whipped her head around, her lips curling back. You. It was only one word, only a single syllable, but it was the most threatening thing Sasuke had ever heard. It was a prophecy of death, like a knife piercing a lung and leaving it to bleed and wheeze, coming closer and closer to exsanguination. And coming from his mother, who had only ever sounded patient and understanding, the word only gained a deadlier aspect. She took a step forward. Sasuke's father watched her go, his arms still crossed. Her summoner smiled guilelessly. How eloquent. Mikoto rushed forward. She had been reanimated in standard wartime gear for an Uchiha, a form-fitting bodysuit, over which was laid a cloak with a high, chin-concealing collar, and a shinobi flak jacket. Her cloak flapped behind her as she sped forward. Orochimaru smirked, and lifted 2 fingers from his crossed arms. Mikoto froze mid-sprint, and Sasuke snarled and took a step forward. Itachi, standing next to him, didn't make a move. The older Uchiha was staring at the Sannin, his entire body completely still. His eyes were flat, devoid of life, the newly awakened eternal Mangekyo like a painting. Suijutsu, clinging to the corner of the room, as far away from the Uchiha and Orochimaru as he could be, took one look at Itachi's eyes and sunk down as low as he could, his legs liquefying. Karen glanced at him, but stayed rooted where she was. There was so much hostile chakra being thrown around that the room felt like a fountain of ice and malice. Jugo, long forgotten by almost everyone in the room, snored in the corner. The Genjutsu Tobi had laid over him, rendering him senseless to the escalating danger. Orochimaru, Sasuke said, and the Sannin glanced away from the frozen Mikoto to him. Sasuke snarled. Let them go. Now. The Sannin raised one eyebrow. If you insist, he drawled, and then he extended his fingers fully. His chakra spiked. Both Mikoto and Fugaku jerked, a whole body spasm, and then shuffled about to face Sasuke. Sasuke! Fugaku barked, before shifting towards to his elder son. Itachi! Prepare yourself. He's controlling us. He frowned thunderously as his arms uncrossed, falling to his sides. I don't believe we will be able to stop him. Mikoto just stared at Sasuke, not saying anything. He looked back, unable to decide what he should be feeling. There were cracks running down his mother's face. She looked like a paper doll, an extremely accurate copy that nevertheless was wrong. But her eyes couldn't lie to him. Those were definitely his mother's eyes. There was a tear leaking from one of them. Sasuke's left leg involuntarily twitched. His palms were sweating, his hands shaking. The tip of his Chokyuto was jerking itself in minute circles. Sasuke! Itachi's voice, deader than the concrete surrounding them, emerged from behind him. Sasuke twitched upright and looked over his shoulder, trying to watch his parents and his brother at the same time. It had been a long time since he'd seen his mother and father's face. He'd carried no pictures of them away from Konohagakure, and however unconsciously, he wanted to take as much of an advantage of Orochimaru's summoning for now. There's no need to worry yourself, Sasuke. Itachi stepped forward, his face completely blank. He spoke in a monotone, like he had 3 years ago, right before he'd thrown Sasuke into his second Tsukuyomi. I'll take this burden. Oh. Orochimaru muttered, grinning. So cold, Itachi. You'll face your parents in Sasuke's place, will you? Itachi stared at him, completely emotionless. I've killed them before, he said flatly. I'm sure I can do it again. Fugaku smiled grimly. It's good to see you haven't lost that will of yours, Itachi, he said proudly. But be prepared, the Edo Tensei is nothing to be trifled with. I know, father, Itachi ground out. Please, forgive me for what I must dash. Orochimaru gestured before Itachi could finish speaking, and both Mikoto and Fugaku flung themselves forward. Fugaku ran through hand signs, familiar Uchiha fire jutsu taking shape, clear to Sasuke long before his father raised his hand to his lips. Katon! He growled, hatred clear in his voice. Itachi punched his throat out before he could finish the jutsu. The elder Uchiha flowed across the ground, pummeling his father, gouging chunks of paper-like skin from the man's torso with a glinting kunai. Fugaku fell back, blocking the majority of Sun's blows, but still suffering glancing hits. Mikoto went for Sasuke's throat with a spear-like hand, and he knocked the attack to the side with the back of his fist. Shifting into the blow, he brought his sword up over his head, ready to bring it down and cleave his mother's head in half. And froze. His mother stared up at him. Sasuke! She shouted, before she punched him as hard as she could in the gut. He doubled over, his air gone, and then flashed the Chokyuto around, blocking another blow meant for his head. What are you doing? Mikoto screamed, her leg shooting out. She kicked under Sasuke's guard, taking him in the chin, and he stumbled backwards. He'd bitten his lip, and a trickle of blood poured from his mouth. His mother attacked again, and Sasuke caught her haymaker with a left hand. He was almost too slow, and the shock of the poor block shook his whole arm. His mother punched out with her other hand, and Sasuke slid past it. They were pressed against each other, the sword inches from Mikoto's stomach. She stared at him, her Sharingan whirling. You have to fight, Sasuke, she whispered. I can't. Sasuke shouted in her face, and Mikoto flinched. Sasuke sneered. What am I supposed to do? He roared, knocking her back and spreading his arms. Kill my own parents. I'm not him. He leveled his hand at Itachi, who was busy dismantling Fugaku's defenses with a vicious series of axe kicks. We're already dead, Sasuke. Mikoto shouted back, rushing forward into another attack. Sasuke barely reacted. So what? He screamed back. His eyes felt hot and wet. The pain of the hastily acclimated Mangekyo had yet to fade, but this was something else entirely. His vision was blurring. Just because you're gone, doesn't mean I should dash. His mother hit him like a runaway train, and Sasuke was thrown to the ground, stunned. The world was gray at the edges. He lost his grip on his sword. It felt like his whole body was bruised. The world resolved itself after a moment of confusion and pain. Mikoto stood over him, her face twisted in agony. She held his Chokyuto in a two-handed grip, leveling it over his body. Sasuke stared up at her without comprehension. How could he possibly fight her? Kill her? It was impossible. Madness. He'd devoted his life to avenging her death, recreating it would be a sick joke, another impossibility stacked upon a set of endless mockery. His mother raised his sword above her head. Her entire body shook, like a thin glass pane in a storm. Orochimaru's mad laughter filled the room. Now, don't damage him too much, Mikoto. I'll need his eyes, after all. Mikoto swung downwards, her eyes horrified. Sasuke's blade disappeared as his mother brought it down towards his neck. If it weren't for his Sharingan, he wouldn't have been able to see it at all. Karen screamed. There was a loud clang, and suddenly Suijitsu was there, his oversized sword laid above Suzuki's body. He'd intercepted the blade with his own. Mikato's head shot up towards him, a smile spreading across her face. Suijitsu growled, knocking the woman's sword up and spinning around, leveling a kick at her midsection. Suzuki watched, unable to rise, the surreality of the situation rendering him dumb and mute. Mikato knocked the kick aside with an elbow, grimacing. She reversed the grip on Suzuki's sword at the same time, bringing the blade parallel to her forearm. "Get back!" she shouted, nearly in Suijitsu's face. "No, you dash!" Mikato's sword caught fire, blue flames dancing along the edge of the blade. Whatever the rest of Suijitsu's sentence was, it evaporated along with his lungs. Mikato's blow, so fast that only the other Uchiha in the room could see anything but blue tracery, cleaved through the boy's chest. Suijitsu hissed, superheated steam pouring from his mouth, and stumbled backwards, slumping. Suzuki watched distantly. He hadn't known that his mother could shape chakra like that. It certainly looked spectacular. As Suijitsu fell, in shock, Mikato turned back to her son. "Suzuki." That was Itachi, still fighting Fugaku. He seemed a million miles away. Sasuke barely noticed, due to what happened next. Half of his mother's face caught on fire, black flames springing into existence across her body. They greedily devoured her paper-like skin, but Mikato didn't seem to care in the slightest. Suzuki stared in shock as his mother, frozen above him, regenerated just as quickly as she was eaten away. Itachi's Amaterasu burned into her body, but Mikato didn't even flinch. "I won't," she said clearly, her teeth visible through the flame-wreathed hole in her cheek. The fire was melting them away too. Her head, trembling even more intensely than the rest of her body, slowly, agonizingly, bent down towards Suzuki, like a door swinging on impossibly rusted hinges. What remained of her lips pulled back, exposing the rest of her teeth. "I won't," she hissed at her son, and Suzuki stared back at her with wide, blank eyes. Mikato's Sharingan shifted. The tomo moved towards the center, grotesquely joining together around the pupil. A ring of black formed, an orbit around the center pupil. 3 triangular spikes spread out from it, where the tomo had originally rested. Mikato stopped shaking. Suzuki watched her incredulously. "Mangekyo," he whispered. Mikato blinked, and then turned away from her son, towards Orochimaru. The man stiffened at the sight of her eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. "Oh my!" he murmured. "Where did you get those, I wonder? Do you really think I could have my husband bleed out on top of me without feeling a thing?" Mikato shot back, taking a step forward. She walked like she was underwater, but she walked nonetheless, and Orochimaru's expression grew somewhat strained. "So that's how you evolve it," he said, grinning even as his arm began to visibly shake, his extended fingers trying to peel themselves apart. "I knew that the Sharingan developed in dangerous or stressful situations, but you're saying the specific event of your husband's death elevated it to a higher level." Mikato stopped, straining. Suzuki's sword fell from her still fingers, clattering on the floor. She took another shuddering step, fighting an invisible crushing pressure. "Mikato!" Fugaku shouted, and Suzuki turned towards his father. Both he and Itachi were frozen mid-grapple. "Fight him!" Fugaku shouted, not struggling against Itachi's hold. Orochimaru's effort towards Mikato had left Fugaku out from under his direct control. "If you win here dash!" Orochimaru hissed, making a series of signs with his other hand. Ink spiraled out across Mikato's body, and she screamed in frustration, her glacial advance coming to a halt. The Sunin smirked, sweat making his pale skin shine in the dim room. "It seems I picked my host well," he said, watching Mikato carefully. The Uchiha matriarch, unable to move, glared at him hatefully. Suzuki slowly picked himself back up to his feet, hot anger pouring through him at the sight of his mother frozen by Orochimaru. "Now, Mikato," the Sunin said. "Won't you please dash?" He stiffened, and hurled himself to the side. Suzuki watched the whole thing in what seemed like slow motion. A great blade, rippling with orange chakra, gouged a hole in the floor where Orochimaru had stood, effortlessly punching through the material. Suzuki turned to the side, and found his brother there, the aura of the Susanoo ringing him. The sword, immaterial and deadly, emanated from a partially formed hand, not even sheathed in armor. Fugaku, behind his son, watched with something between horror and painfully obvious admiration. Itachi was staring at Orochimaru. His painted eyes were gone. They'd been replaced by something else entirely. A glass-like glint, a bloody murder laced with black, occupied his sockets. Enough of this. Itachi's voice shattered the shocked silence that had formed in the wake of his Susanoo's appearance. The sword flicked out again, and Orochimaru dodged once more, yet another clean hole being struck in the concrete floor. The building seemed to shudder. "You will not despoil them like this, Orochimaru," Itachi hissed, and the Sunin's eyes narrowed. "I'm done. And soon." He leveled the sword, pointing it at Orochimaru's chest, lining up a deadly strike. "You will be as well." The Sunin stared back, slowly coming to his feet. And then, he started laughing. "Itachi," he chuckled, uncaring of the Totsuka blade mere meters from his chest. He cocked his head to the side, watching all the Uchiha with amusement. "We've only just begun." His tongue darted out, unnaturally long and thick. Suzuki tensed, ready to dive away, but it wasn't meant for him, or Itachi. Instead, it slapped Jugo, long forgotten, right in his sleeping face. At the same moment, something slipped from Orochimaru's throat, riding his tongue. The sword of Kusanagi, its golden guard and distinctly wrapped hilt coated in something masquerading as saliva, slid into the Sunin's hand. Itachi stabbed forward. Orochimaru grinned, and knocked the blow aside, spinning with the strike. The Kusanagi made a ringing noise as it deflected the much larger, barely physical Totsuka blade. Two legendary blades, meeting for the first time in hundreds of years. One of his hands came away from the sword, forming the distinctive two-finger sign once more. Mikoto and Fugaku snapped to attention, listening to invisible orders. Itachi reared back, preparing another blow. More and more of the Susanoo was swelling up around him, orange chakra flames licking at the concrete at his feet. Suzuki clenched his hands, looking down. He still had no idea how he was supposed to fight this fight. "Suzuki!" Karen's voice snapped his head up. The redhead grinned, and kicked his sword at him. It skittered across the floor, and he tracked it mechanically, kicking it up to his hand when it drew close. "Snap out of it!" The girl ordered, and Suzuki stared back at her, shocked. She looked back earnestly. "I know they're your parents, but you can't just stand around. Your brother, we need your help." Suzuki looked at her, cocking his head. "How can you, they're my dash." Karen rolled her eyes. "You can worry later. Right now, we need to survive." Suzuki blinked. She was right. How was she right? When was Karen right? He shook his head, his new eyes spiraling. The burning in them had been pushed to the back of his mind, subsiding into a dull, fiery ache that was easy enough to ignore. "Itachi!" he shouted. His brother looked back at him through the aura of his Susanoo, and an invisible smile stole over his face, gone before it had formed. Suzuki ignored it. "What can I do?" he demanded. "Go to Naruto!" Itachi yelled, swinging the Totsuka blade again, and Suzuki stiffened. The ringing sound of Orochimaru deflecting Itachi's attack once more rolled over him. "Why?" he yelled after a moment. "He's not important. What's happening here?" He gestured at Mikoto and Fugaku, who were both watching him blankly, life fled from their eyes. "I'll handle it," Itachi said forcefully. "You have to make sure Naruto is safe. If he dies here, all of us are in trouble." "But dash!" Suzuki shouted, and at that moment, three things happened. The first thing was Orochimaru smirking. The second was Fugaku and Mikoto snapping up as life returned to their eyes, and both turning towards Suzuki. "Suzuki!" Mikoto shouted, and Fugaku picked up her sentence for her. "We're coming after you!" he yelled, something fierce and set in his tone. Suzuki turned towards them. Then, the third thing happened. "Suzuki!" The boy in question froze, looking away from his parents. Jugo was pulling himself away from the wall, gray markings dancing over his skin. His eyes flashed yellow, and he stared at Sasuke, his pupils rapidly changing size and shape. "Jugo?" Sasuke asked, instinctively raising his sword. He could see Jugo's chakra, there was a damper over it, a potent genjutsu coating the whole of his being. It was black and white, a startling contrast of chakra. "You?" Jugo stared at him. His lips pulled back, revealing teeth that were growing ever larger. Another set of them had popped up behind the first row. "You're not Sasuke." Jugo roared, and launched himself forward, protrusions on his back firing pure chakra. There was a crack as the sound barrier broke. Sasuke blinked. He barely had time to bring his arm up as the gray boy filled his vision. "Imposter!" Jugo screamed, bringing an arm back. Sasuke's Mangekyo spun faster, and a trickle of blood ran from both his eyes. Jugo hit Sasuke at slightly more than 400 meters per second. The shock of the impact sent out a wave of pure force that blew Karin over on her back. Both Sasuke and Jugo disappeared, and less than half a second later one of the walls of the room exploded, opening the tower to the brewing thunderstorm outside. Suijutsu blinked. Orochimaru grinned. Both Fugaku and Mikoto sprinted for the hole. Itachi took a swipe at his father as he sped past him, but Fugaku leapt over blow, unable to even give his son an apologetic look. Since the beginning of the fight, Orochimaru had explicitly kept both him and Mikoto from looking in Itachi's eyes. The elder Uchiha vanished into a Megakure's night, after their son, and Itachi turned back to Orochimaru. The Sunin's smug look faded at the plain hatred on Itachi's face. "I tried to save him," he muttered, the Totsuka blade dropping. "Tried to keep him from having to do this." Itachi sighed, as Orochimaru watched with interest. "And, as always, I failed." The Uchiha looked up, his Sharingan rapidly rotating. Orochimaru froze at the sight of it. "And it's your fault," Itachi calmly said. The Susanoo advanced, the Totsuka blade coming back up. Orochimaru gave a sickly grin, and raised his own sword. "So, Itachi," he hissed, something vile twisting his lips. "Shall we begin again?" Itachi nodded, and swept forward. Watching two S-ranked ninja preparing to give their all as they attempted to murder one another, Suijutsu bent towards Karin. "We should get the fuck out of here." Karin glanced at him, sweating profusely, and wordlessly nodded. They both scrambled towards the hole that Sasuke and Jugo had made, and as Itachi and Orochimaru began their latest dance, vanished into the storm outside. Sasuke didn't know where he was. There had been a flash of purple as Jugo had rushed him, and then the world had exploded, replaced by darkness and pouring, freezing cold rain. He twisted in the void, unable to divine up from down. His chest hurt, there was a weight bearing on it. But he wasn't dead. And that made no sense. Jugo had hit him so hard that there should have been nothing left but paste. Speaking of which, the weight on him was thrashing, clawing at him. Sasuke's Sharingan was already adjusting for the darkness around him. He could make out Jugo, feral and mad, clinging to his front. Jugo slashed out, and one of Sasuke's arms began stinging. The berserker had drawn a long cut along the forearm. "Jugo!" Sasuke shouted, his voice nearly lost to the wind and rain surrounding the both of them. "Jugo, it's dash." His breath vanished with a muffled grunt as he landed on something back first, up and down finally resolving themselves. Sasuke slid backwards, Jugo slipping off of him in the confusion. The back of his shirt, and some of the skin beneath it, was torn up by the rough brass beneath him. Sasuke rolled head over heels, coming to his feet and shaking the dizziness assaulting him away as quickly as he could, looking around. He was standing on a brass pipe wrapped around a huge tower. The metal beneath his feet was slippery, but nothing that his chakra couldn't keep him anchored to. About 30 or so meters away, there was another tower, directly across from him, with unlit neon signs adorning its sides. The rain made it nearly impossible to see, the precipitation was thick with chakra, and it drew a thin black curtain across the world to the Sharingan. Through the rain, Sasuke could just barely spot a hole in the side of the tower. There was a firestorm dancing within it, the blaze poured out of the hole, and the Uchiha spotted two figures silhouetted against the raging flames, leaping away from the tiny apocalypse. His parents? He hoped that Suijutsu and Karen hadn't stayed around for that. There was a growl to his left, and Suzuki spun towards the noise. Jugo, crouched like an animal, stalked along the pipe towards him. One of his hands was distended, flopping away from the arm and covering itself in spikes, a gruesome flail. Jugo, Suzuki hazarded. He still had his sword, he'd lost the sheath as he'd fallen through the dark. Thunder cracked above, and brought a momentary light to Jugo's eyes. There wasn't any sanity there. They were like a shark's, black and empty. "Where's Suzuki?" the man hissed. "Why do you have his face?" "It's me," Suzuki said carefully. "Jugo, you're under a dash. Tell me." The man roared, and then he charged, the flail coming around above his head. HN. Suzuki dodged to the left, the flail crashing down onto the brass next to him. The pipe was only about 5 meters wide, but it was enough. Jugo turned to him, panting. Suzuki watched him carefully. Talking wasn't working. He had to dispel this genjutsu. Easy enough. Pain, or a chakra spike. He just needed to touch Jugo. He darted forward, aiming his open palm for Jugo's shoulder. The berserker spun his flail towards him at waist height, and Suzuki jumped, spinning over the attack, and coming down settled in front of Jugo. His hand clapped down on the man's shoulder. "Kai!" he shouted, sending his chakra pouring into the man's system. Jugo punched him in the stomach. Suzuki coughed, all the air knocked out of him. Something sprouted out of the back of Jugo's elbow. The Sharingan could see it all. The way chakra from all across Jugo's body rushed to his arm. The whole thing was practically glowing, even as the genjutsu's covering broke away from it. Suzuki's eyes widened. Oh, not good. The pipe emerging from Jugo's arm lit with propelling chakra, and Suzuki rocketed back, smashing into the side of the building and denting the concrete. And, he didn't die. Again. Suzuki groaned, looking down. Something dull purple head was dancing in the air, like a heatless flame. It was pushing Jugo's hand away from his stomach. He glanced back. It was at his back as well. The concrete around it was shattered. It was unmistakably chakra. Thick, solid-looking chakra. It almost looked like ribs. He looked back up, at Jugo. The man was staring at him, completely still. Suzuki stiffened. The gray on Jugo's skin was retreating, his eyes no longer held the yellow gleam of madness. "Suzuki!" the orange-haired man whispered, and Suzuki's eyes narrowed. "Jugo," he said firmly. "Are you dash?" "Oh my god," Jugo whispered, horrified. He shrank back, his entire body curling in on itself. His mutations vanished, folding back into his skin, his right arm straightened out, returning to its normal shape, along with the hand. "Did I dash?" "No," Suzuki said firmly, stepping forward. He kept his sword lowered at his side, the blade facing away from the former berserker. "I did," Jugo said, his eyes wide. There was something beyond horror in them. Something more animalistic than his rage had been. Panic. Suzuki clapped his hand back down on Jugo's shoulder. "It wasn't you," he said calmly. Jugo stared into his eyes, hyperventilating. Suzuki continued, even as the rain matted his hair down. The scratches covering his back were itching. "It's never me," Jugo muttered. "It's this damn curse," he snarled, stepping backwards. "I can't, you shouldn't." "You have, and I will," Suzuki said dryly. "Calm down. Or have you not noticed that we're not exactly in Konoha anymore?" Jugo finally noticed the rain pouring down on him, and looked up, his panic melting away into confusion. "What?" he murmured. Why is it so dark?" He looked back at Suzuki. "We were in the hospital just a second ago, weren't we?" "We were taken," Suzuki said calmly, keeping his sword down and his hand on Jugo's shoulder. "Kidnapped. We're in the village hidden in the rain." "What?" Jugo twitched. "Who took dash?" "Suzuki." A woman's voice, high and strident, carried itself clearly through the rain. "Duck." Suzuki obeyed without hesitation, throwing himself prone on the pipe. He brought Jugo down with him, cutting the man's question off as they both hit the brass beneath them with a muffled grunt. A shuriken tore over the both of them, its cutting edge extended nearly a meter out by swirling wind chakra. It looked like a buzzsaw to the Sharingan. Sasuke glanced at where it had come from. To his complete lack of surprise, he found his father standing there, descending the wall with a grim look on his face. Sasuke looked the other direction, and found his mother doing the same. He frowned. He couldn't afford to be trapped between them. So, he sprung to his feet, pulling an unresisting Jugo with him, and sprinted up the wall. His parents changed direction, like hunting dogs, and followed him at a distance. "Who are they?" Jugo shouted, finally coming to his feet and keeping pace with Sasuke. "My parents." Sasuke shouted back, breathing heavily as they ran up the wall. The rain, still as thick with chakra, poured towards his eyes. It looked like a million tiny black spears falling from the sky. "What?" Jugo asked. Sasuke ignored him. They reached the apex of the tower in less than 10 seconds. It wasn't flat, by any means, but it gradually tapered out to a point, and the 30 or so degree slope was more than enough for Sasuke to catch his breath. "Jugo," he said, releasing his hold on the heavy man. "You've got to get out of here." Jugo looked up at him blankly, confusion and disorientation plain as day on his face. Sasuke reached down, bringing himself in closer. "Please. You've got to do it now. They're only after me." "I can't leave you to fight them alone, Sasuke," Jugo muttered. Sasuke could practically see his thoughts squirming around beneath his skull. He'd already attacked him. And so? Jugo took a shuddering breath. "There's no way I can abandon you now." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "I don't want anyone in this fight except me, Jugo. Do you understand?" He sighed, and then let out an aborted laugh. "They're my parents. My responsibility." "That's a very mature thing to say, Sasuke," Mikoto Uchiha said, cresting the lip of the tower, slowly making her way onto the slope. "It's also exceedingly foolish," Fugaku calmly joined in, coming up and over the other side of the building. Sasuke glanced at both of them. "Why should I put him in danger?" he said flatly, rising to his feet. His grip on his Chokyuto whitened his knuckles, but as he stared into his mother's Mangekyo, he didn't feel the emptiness that had frozen him earlier. Only grim anger. And, unmistakably, a tinge of relief. Would you be putting them in danger? Or would they be doing it of their own will? Fugaku asked. "There is a difference, after all," Mikoto said. Her hands began running through signs. "Oh, and be ready, this will be a large one." Sasuke stared at Jugo. "This is your last chance," he warned. "I won't leave you, Sasuke," the man said resolutely, rising to his feet. "I hope you'll forgive me." He glanced around, taking in Sasuke's parents, and looking eerily like Suijutsu for a moment. "So, are they like zombies, or?" Sasuke sighed. "Idiot." He spun towards his mother, and began running through signs, just barely faster than her. "My father!" he shouted, even as his mother raised a hand to her mouth. "Keep him occupied." "Right." Jugo growled, the grey madness running across his body again, and then he sprang out of Sasuke's sight, with the sound of tearing metal accompanying him. "Katon!" Mikoto shouted, giving Sasuke ample warning. The rest of the jutsu name was lost in the enormous fireball blooming from her mouth, vaporizing the rain for meters around and instantly drying the front of Sasuke's shirt. Sasuke took a deep breath, his hand coming up, and breathed out a blazing match for it. The fireballs struck each other with a thunderous sound, shooting rogue flames across the rooftop. The air crackled with the pressure of the firestorm, distant thunder drowned out by the miniature explosion. Sasuke pushed, feeding more chakra to the flames, and he felt his mother start to give, his flames overpowering hers. He couldn't see her through the blaze. Behind him, he could hear Jugo roaring, and his father grunting with exertion. Whatever was happening back there, it was clear Jugo was at least managing to hold his own, for now. "Sasuke!" His mother's shout, desperate and cracked, pulled his attention back to the fireball. Sasuke's eyes went wide as the fireball tripled in size, his mother pouring far more chakra into it than he could hope to match. He pushed back for a moment, but the fire didn't give at all. It was like fighting the ocean's tide. Mikoto just wasn't relenting. It was as if she had an endless pool of energy. If this kept up, there was no way he'd be able to escape the jutsu being steadily pushed towards him. And if that happened, the battle would be over as quickly as it had started. Sasuke snarled, and his eyes whirled. He couldn't let that happen. I won't lose, he desperately thought, pouring more chakra into the technique in a futile attempt to halt the endless tide of flames. I can't. I won't be taken before Orochimaru by my own parents. His eyes stung, and he felt something trickle from his left. Sasuke stopped. The world seemed to freeze for a moment, the fire before him ceasing its dancing, his mother's flames whirling with infinite slowness. He couldn't tell if it was a trick of his perception as his thoughts finally caught up with each other, or if the Sharingan was actually granting him this moment of clarity. He grinned, his teeth shining in the light of the fireballs. But with these eyes, the younger Uchiha reached deep within himself, looking for something he didn't know how to find. Something that he hadn't the slightest clue about, and yet knew, on an instinctive level, as sure as his lungs knew how to breathe and his tongue how to taste. And he found it. Sasuke's smile widened. So did his left eye. He breathed out the last of his air harshly, in something that was both an invocation and a prayer. Amaterasu. The fireball exploded away from him, completely covered with black flames, more growing on it at every moment, like malevolent moss. Sasuke blinked away the sting in his eyes, watching carefully. The fireball rolled over where his mother had been. And then, in an blink, it completely vanished in a flash of silver. Sasuke blinked. His mother was gone. But what had been? Sasuke. He looked up just in time to catch his mother's descending kick on the flat of his sword. She'd leapt high into the air, under cover of the fireball and the rain. She was smiling at him. A full, dimple-inducing smile. Something in Sasuke's heart rolled over and twitched painfully at the sight. He hadn't seen it in 10 years. That was incredible. His mother yelled, leaping off his sword and over his head, executing a perfect flip. Sasuke tracked her, staying low. Mikoto landed easily on the slope and rushed at him. "You're a natural," she said, striking out with a hooked left hand. Sasuke slipped to the side, out of its reach, and his mother went low for a sweeping kick. He jumped over it, but nearly took a foot to the face as she followed it up with a higher one. "And to think, you're only 17. Mikoto continued, completely both her kicks and coming back for him with streamlined strikes, targeting his center mass and vital organs. Sasuke danced around most of them, deflecting several with his sword. "Both of my sons," the woman said enthusiastically. "Geniuses." "Itachi is still better than me," Sasuke said flatly. "Bah. He's older," Mikoto brushed him off, sending a kick at his kidneys. They were clearly deadlocked in taijutsu. Mikoto was fast, and though Sasuke was slightly faster, his mother left no holes in her defense. She was an Uchiha Jonin through and through. "You'll catch up," Mikoto said, pure sincerity coloring her voice. "Probably even surpass him." Sasuke paused. "If I want to do that, I'll have to win this fight first," he said gradually. Mikoto smiled. "If you want to do that, Sasuke, I'm going to have to hurt you," Sasuke said blankly. Mikoto shook her head, jumping away from her son and running through more signs. "You can't hurt me, Sasuke," she said gently. Sasuke breathed out heavily, watching his mother run through more signs. "I know," he muttered, his Chokuto dropping. "Then show me, Sasuke," Mikoto called. "Katon, Gukaku no dash." Her voice cut off, and she stared down at the lightning-sheathed blade piercing her chest. Then she looked back up into Sasuke's eyes. "You're that fast, huh?" she said, her smile not vanishing. Sasuke swallowed, leaving the sword buried in his mother. Itachi certainly never did that," Mikoto mused, her arms falling limp. The electrical current was disrupting her chakra, though it did her no real damage. Sasuke finally broke. "How can you just stand there?" he screamed in her face, the wind and the rain almost stealing his words. "What do you mean, Sasuke?" Mikoto asked, cocking her head. Just. Suzuki growled, wrenching the sword out of her. The hole in his mother's chest filled over with something like old parchment, and after a moment it was like it had never been. It's been 10 years. Suzuki roared, and his mother flinched. 10 years. And you're just acting like it was then. Like it never happened. Mikoto frowned. Itaka killing us. Yes. Suzuki shouted. His mother rushed at him, but he barely cared. He kept talking, even as they were drawn back into a taijutsu brawl. I don't understand. He took her hand off at the wrist with his sword, and it returned a moment later. Why don't you care? Why don't you hate him? His mother stared at him. Itaka did what he did for good reasons, she said, as if it were the truth. Suzuki's eyes went wide, and he tackled her, form forgotten. They rolled across the slick rooftop, sliding across the rain-soaked steel. How can you say that? He screamed in her face, his manjikyo madly rotating. Why does everybody say that? Because it's the truth. Suzuki twitched. Itaki had used those exact words. His mother kicked him off of her, blowing him a meter or two straight up. There was a moment of confusion before his feet met the tower again, and then he fell back, his breath lost. Mikoto was on the offense now. Do you know? She asked, locking his offhand in place with her own. About the coup. Itaka told me everything. Suzuki shouted, breaking the lock and slicing one of her legs as he cartwheeled away. Then you should understand. Mikoto insisted. Suzuki had completely forgotten about Jugo and his father. As far as he was concerned, the only thing in the world right now was himself, his sword, the rain, and his mother. Understand? Suzuki spat. He stole you from me. Mikoto paused her attack, her whole body freezing. Suzuki watched her in confusion for a moment. She looked like she had when she had been fighting Orochimaru. Was she starting to? She slapped him across the face, as hard as she could. A moment later, she jerked into place, Orochimaru's commands reasserting himself. Her hands came back up. She was frowning viciously. Suzuki stumbled back, his hand coming up to his cheek. The inside of his mouth was bleeding. You shouldn't say things like that, Mikoto said firmly. Her hand was shaking. We made a mistake, Suzuki. And we paid for it. We were the ones who took your parents away. And Itaka was the one the village sent to kill you. Suzuki shouted, wiping away the stinging sensation covering his cheek. Mikoto closed her eyes. I'm sorry, Suzuki, she whispered. That we died so early. That we left you with your brother, alone. I wasn't with Itaka, Suzuki snarled. Mikoto's eyes snapped open. He left too. What? His mother asked, quietly. Suzuki had to strain to hear her over the rain, and his father and Jugo clashing. He left me. He used the Tsukuyomi on me, told me that he'd killed all of you to test himself, and then he left, Suzuki growled, shaking. The tip of his sword was flinging water droplets around. That's impossible, Mikoto said. He told us, he would take care of you. Suzuki laughed, though it sounded more like a sob. All he wanted was to die. For a moment, neither of the Uchiha spoke. All that was between them was the rain. Oh God! Suzuki had never heard his mother sound so broken. In fact, before today, he'd never heard her as anything but comforting, and reasonable. One more thing Orochimaru had ruined for him. You've been alone. All this time? Mikoto asked. She struggled towards him, visibly fighting the urge to attack him. Blood poured from both her manjikyo as they spun desperately, attempting to subvert Orochimaru's control. You didn't have your brother? You didn't. She swallowed, and finally broke, sprinting forward, with her hands forming more signs. Tell me you had someone. She shouted, a volley of fireballs following her words, hissing through the curtains of rain. Suzuki dodged through them, batting one aside with his sword. His face had reset towards something that wouldn't have looked out of place in stone. Someone? He asked dully, breaking his mother's charge with a low kick. Friends! His mother cried, tears mixing with the blood dribbling from her eyes. Sasuke idly wondered how a corpse could cry and bleed, even one that looked like his mother. Friends, huh? Sasuke muttered. I don't think I had many of those. Liar. Sasuke stiffened. Something must have shown on his face, because his mother, in between trying to break his kneecap and stove in his voice box, gave him a severe look. Not a single one. She asked forcefully. Itachi told me that to gain the Mangekyo, I would have to kill my dearest friend. And that to gain the Mangekyo was the only way to defeat him, Sasuke said, his voice just as dead as his opponent. So, I made sure the opportunity wouldn't arise. I didn't want to be tempted. Mikoto stared at him over their deadlocked arms. Those eyes, they're not normal, but they're not just a Mangekyo either. She sucked in a breath. Eternal Mangekyo? Impossible. Itachi. Still his eyes, yes, Sasuke confirmed. We traded. Traded? Mikoto asked, shocked. Traded eyes? How? In all the history of the clan. Itachi changed his mind. About dying. And so, he wanted to ensure we would both have the necessary power, Sasuke said. For what? Mikoto asked. Sasuke broke her guard, slashing his blade across her arms and chest. She fell back, already reforming. Madara, he spat. Mikoto had nothing to say to that. Instead, she just sighed. I don't understand. Has he been revived as well? No. He's survived all these years. He's planning something. He orchestrated the Kyuubi's attack on the village hidden in the leaves, Sasuke explained. Itachi wants to stop him, and he needs my help. Madara is still alive. Mikoto whispered, before shaking her head. And why wouldn't you help him? He's your brother. Help the brother that abandoned me to save the village that ordered the murder of my clan. Sasuke laughed, stepping away from his mother. He heard thunder in the distance, and subconsciously filed it away. If you really believe that. Mikoto smiled sadly, on the edge of tears. So it's true? You really didn't make any bonds after we were gone? There's no one in the village for you. No one, Sasuke confirmed. I can't believe that. Mikoto shouted, sending another series of fireballs at him. You can't have succeeded. It's the only thing I ever succeeded at. Sasuke insisted. I cut all ties with that place. So there were ties to cut. His mother yelled. She leapt into an axe kick, and when Sasuke's hand came up to guard, her other foot came around kicked his sword out of his hand. It flipped into the air, and Mikoto caught it without a hint of flourish. The blade lit with the same blue fire that it had when she'd attacked Suijutsu, and she attacked again, leading with the tip. Sasuke dodged back, his mind rolling. He was losing this fight. You did have friends. His mother insisted. What happened to them, Sasuke? Did you kill them for those eyes? No. Sasuke roared. He slipped around one of her attacks and buried his fist in her face, feeling the burning sword sear all the hair from his left arm. Mikoto flew back, and Sasuke pursued her. I would never dash. Never what, Sasuke? Mikoto laughed, already back on her feet. He really couldn't beat her. There was a gleam in her eyes. Kill them. Who was it? I don't dash. Sasuke yelled, and then, as his own sword darted towards his chest, froze. The rain stopped once more. His mother, her expression something between furious and afraid, did so as well. His heart sped up, drumming in his ears. His own blood was deafening him. The darkness he'd hoped driven away by the new light his eyes had given him, curled out of his brain in the frozen moment, like icy smoke. No friends, huh? It smirked. An achingly, infuriatingly familiar smirk. His smirk. No bonds? None that haven't been cut, he confirmed, utterly without confidence. He'd done this before. He hadn't been able to finish then, there'd been something missing. He couldn't have found it now. All this fight had brought him was new questions. And yet, there had been something scrabbling against his mind, earlier that day. Something desperate for him to notice it. Something pathetically obvious. Something he had overlooked. Or ignored. Shut away. And now? What happened to them? He remembered the valley. The water beneath his feet, the effortless act of standing, fighting, on top of it, how far he'd come in just a couple months. His eyes humming with chakra, the curse seal on his neck painfully pulsing. Naruto, practically glowing with power, red chakra dancing around him and boiling the water, the very air charging itself with ozone and blowing Sasuke's hair back. The raw power of the Kyuubi. Sasuke hadn't known, then, that the blonde carried a monster inside him. What the hell are you? He'd asked, unable to understand the dreadful feeling in his gut. The idiot had been crying. Actually crying. Crouched to the water like a hunting dog, eyes red, pupils vertically slit, and with tears beating in his eyes. Unbelievable. And Naruto had responded, his voice crushed truth. I'm your friend. And then, he'd punched Sasuke so hard that the world had gone white, and a moment later buried him so far beneath the surface of the water that he had thought he might never see light again. The depths of the lake had been like the darkness around him, shifting, crushing him under its invisible weight. He'd tried to swim back to the surface, but had had no idea which way was up. But Naruto had showed him back to the surface, with a series of punches to the face and stomach. But without them, the Uchiha never would have found the world of light and air again. He would have been left alone to suffocate in that binding dark. Sasuke laughed. The darkness fled, drowned at the bottom of the valley. The world resumed. The rain began falling again. His mother pushed his Chokuto forward, a plea on her lips. His hand shot out, sheathed in lightning, and he caught his sword, inches from his chest. His mother stared up at him, shocked, her words forgotten. The blue fire and his lightning mixed, ratcheting out and lighting up the entire rooftop. Slowly, he equalized the chakra, overpowering his mother's and running his own through the familiar blade. He knew the sword, better than she did, it was easy to hijack the metal. His hand burned, maybe second degree at worst, but it was nothing he couldn't ignore. His palm bled as the steel dug into it. You're right, he said, frowning. Mikoto stared at him. Sasuke brought his other hand around, snapping his mother's grip on the pommel of the sword. I did have a friend. He caught the sword as it fell. And who was he? Mikoto asked, kicking out. Sasuke cut her leg off. And then the other. His mother fell back, and he severed a trailing hand as she did. Naruto, he said, his expression flat. His hand trembled, and then stopped. An invisible weight, crushing his organs and buckling his mind, lifted away from him. He straightened up, feeling the rain pour on his shoulders, effortlessly penetrating his thin hospital shirt. Invisible steel filled him, and his blood ran faster, anew. Naruto Uzumaki. His mother, flat on the ground with only a single leg as her other limbs regenerated, blinked. Naruto? She asked, more shocked than he'd ever seen her. Sasuke blinked back. You know him. Mikoto just stared at him for a moment. Then, she burst out laughing. Sasuke rocked back. He'd never heard such a free laugh from his mother before. It shook her whole body, even as she levered herself back up on a recreated leg. That's... Sasuke, you don't even know what you've done, do you? She laughed, getting to her feet. Sasuke raised his sword in response, his face twisting in confusion. He didn't know what was going on here, and that worried him. You're friends with Naruto. Of all the things you've told me so far. She sniffed, wiping away a rogue tear. Sasuke couldn't tell if it had been brought by laughter or something else. That's the best. How do you, is it because he's a Jinchuriki? Sasuke asked, circling around his mother. He couldn't hear his father and Jugo anymore. Glancing over his shoulder, he couldn't find any sign of them on the rooftop. They had taken their fight to lower ground while he'd been distracted. Oh, God no, Mikoto said, something devious making its way into her eyes. It's just, his mother and I planned this from the very beginning. Before he was even born. I just can't believe that it took both of us dying to make it happen. Sasuke just stared at her, completely dumbfounded. This only raised more questions for him. Right now, he wasn't especially in the mood for questions. He wanted answers. You knew his mother? He asked. Naruto's been alone since the day he was born. The only reason I was able to tolerate him was because he'd known the same kind of loneliness as me. Mikoto flinched, and Sasuke ignored it. Why didn't you help him? He continued, stepping forward through the sheets of rain. If you knew his mother, if you wanted us to be comrades, friends, why on earth would you leave him alone? Mikoto bit her lip. God, Sasuke. I couldn't. It was impossible. Why? Sasuke demanded, rain spattering from his hair as he shook his head. His Mangekyo spun. Politics, Mikoto spat. I'm sure you know, the Uchiha were already under suspicion for the Kyuubi attack. She snorted. I guess we were responsible, in a twisted sort of way, if what you said about Madara was true. His mother shook her head. Anyway. It was completely impossible for me to contact Naruto, let alone try to take him in or anything like it. The Hokage's advisors wouldn't allow it, and the Sandaime himself was wary. I was one of the last people who saw Kushina before she died. And the Sandaime's wife, as well. Kushina. Sasuke bit out. Naruto's mother, Mikoto confirmed. She began running through signs. Kushina Uzumaki. She was dash. Her hands came up to mouth, preparing to launch another jutsu. Sasuke didn't give her the chance. The Mangekyo spun faster, something ugly curling in its depths. Amaterasu. Mikoto's lips caught fire. The black flames ate their way down into her body, smothering the burgeoning fireball in her lungs. Sasuke's mother stared at him over a devastated face, surprise clear in her eyes. Her mouth was completely gone. Then, for the second time, the fire vanished in a flash of silver. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. As the fire disappeared, he caught a glimpse of something, a floating, silvery pearl, the Amaterasu rolling beneath its surface. What is that? He asked as his mother's mouth regenerated. The pearl vanished, but Sasuke's Sharingan kept it in his mind. That's the second time I've seen that flash. I think. Mikoto said, testing out her new mouth. It's my Mangekyo. It's doing something, stealing your technique's chakra. It looked like a pearl, Sasuke said. A sphere. It sucked the Amaterasu inside of itself. Mikoto's face twisted. Sasuke, the Mangekyo Sharingan can develop unique powers, depending on the individual. Your cousin Shisui had access to a peerless genjutsu, the kind many would have killed for. If my eyes are using an unknown technique, you have to finish me quickly, there's no saying how they will affect you. Not quite yet, Sasuke muttered. What? His mother shouted. Sasuke, if my eyes are using some sort of chakra draining technique, you have to dash. Mother, prepare yourself, Sasuke said calmly. I'm going to try something. He stared into her shocked eyes, feeling for that instinct within him. The same one that had saved him when her fireball had overwhelmed him. And once more, he found it. Sasuke smirked. These are Ataka's eyes, he said out loud, as his mother charged at him, preparing to draw him into another taijutsu brawl. His shall become mine. The power of the Mangekyo, shared, and not stolen, Sasuke whispered, remembering his brother's words, all those days ago. Spoken to him within a genjutsu. One that had allowed them ample time to talk, even as Sasuke lay unconscious in a hospital bed, and Naruto watched the both of them with a truly disgusting amount of protectivity. His mother crashed into him. He seized one of her arms, and brought her face in close. Her lips pursed, preparing something deadly. Sasuke glared into her eyes. Both of their Mangekyo were whirling, blindingly fast. But Sasuke's was faster. He spoke with utter confidence, his voice like a blade wrapped in bandages. Tsukuyomi. The world fell away. It was easy for Sasuke to build a new one to replace it. It was created as quickly as he could imagine it. But in the end, his imagination always fled back to the same things. The Uchiha compound. Just inside the main gate. The sounds of birds in the sky, the babbling of a nearby brook. A sunny, guileless day. It was where Itaki had taken him. It was where he took his mother. He was there. Well, he was everywhere. The world only existed as a facade. After all, his chakra, coursing through his mother's system, waylaid electrical signals, nerve sensations, firing receptors, and convinced them that they were seeing, hearing, feeling, and experiencing something entirely different from reality. Or at least, that was how Sasuke understood it to work on a living target. Now, his mother was a construct of pure chakra. There was no middleman in the prospect of hijacking her senses. Chakra itself provided a facsimile of those now, and subverting it was child's play. His mother, he confined to a single body. It was all she would need for this conversation. For himself, he created a replica, dressed as he normally would be. When they appeared in the compound, his mother started, looking around. It took her a moment to realize the truth, that none of this was real, reduced to a fond memory. "Sasuke," she whispered. "Is this all your genjutsu? That's amazing." Then, she took a moment to look him over. She blinked. "What the hell are you wearing?" Sasuke looked down at the loose outfit, and the tied purple rope he used as a belt. "It is somewhat tacky, isn't it?" he murmured. His mother's hug hit him like an avalanche. It was easy enough to delude himself into actually feeling it. She pulled back, holding tightly to his shoulders. Her face, uncracked, whole and alive, was filled with undeniable joy. "Sasuke, why, how did you dash?" "I'm tired of fighting," Sasuke said. And he meant it. There was a bone-deep weariness seeping through his whole body, only exaggerated by the chilling rain. "I wanted to make a place where we could just talk. However briefly." His mother smiled. "What do you want to talk about?" Sasuke cocked an eyebrow. She knew perfectly well what he wanted to talk about. Mikoto smiled, and began. Not Sick Chapter 18. Last Dance. "So, who was foolish enough to give themselves to you?" Itake's backswing tore another gouge in the blackened concrete as Orochimaru slithered around the glowing blade. The Kusanagi keened as it pierced through the air, set for the Susanoo's chest. Itake slapped it aside, his guardian's hands contemptuously removing the sword from play. "A man," Orochimaru chuckled, weaving seals before the Kusanagi was fully removed from his hands. "I had imagined." The Susanoo surged forward, bringing an arm back to crush the snake, before the pale man sunk into the ground, vanishing without a trace. His name was Shiranami Tsuchigumo. Orochimaru's voice seemed to come from every direction. Itake glanced around unhurriedly, his new Sharingan taking in the dim room. Lightning outside cast a sharp light on everything for a moment, revealing the gouges and scorch marks across the floor, before departing and leaving everything cast in a half-shadow. "Tsuchigumo." Itake took an untroubled breath. "I know that name," he said, the Susanoo shifting around him. His hair was rippling, buffeted by the coursing orange chakra. A dead clan. He noticed that the Kusanagi had vanished from where it had fallen. "Not quite," Orochimaru laughed, the sound sickly. Itake's attention was drawn back to it. "But one far enough into the grave to make its remaining members desperate." "What did you offer him?" Itake couldn't find the Sunin. The ground beneath his feet, within the Susanoo, erupted upwards. Orochimaru streamed from the concrete, his form resolving itself in an instant. The Kusanagi, stealthily retrieved, was clutched in his left hand. "Power, of course," Orochimaru spoke casually. He sliced Itake in half, his blade sweeping upwards and bisecting the Uchiha. And an opportunity for revenge. Itake stared at him in astonishment for a moment, and then vanished in a flock of cawing crows. Orochimaru watched them go in disgust. "Tch. Clones," he hissed. "You left your armor, Hadash." Someone tapped him on the shoulder. The Sunin started, and began turning, his sword already coming back up. Itake's haymaker knocked out half of his teeth. The other hand, coming from below in a vicious uppercut, took care of the rest. Revenge. Itake only sounded bored, even as he took another step forward and continued to brutalize Orochimaru. The man reeled, his guard dropped, as Itake hammered punch after punch into his face. Blood, pale and foul-smelling, splattered across the scorched floor and began to sizzle. Such a petty concept, Itaka continued, driving a foot into where Orochimaru's kidneys should have been. The man flinched, and Itaka took the moment of hesitation as an opportunity to bury his fist in the Sannin's gut, doubling him over with the force of the blow. They remained there, frozen for a moment. Orochimaru spat up something that could have been bile. Such a worthless pursuit, Itaka muttered. He withdrew his hand, lightning fast, and brought his elbow crashing down on the back of Orochimaru's neck. The Sannin hit the floor so quickly that anyone watching would have assumed he'd been there since the beginning of the fight. Worthless. Orochimaru spat, twisting his head all the way around to face Itaka. How can you call something so pure? Itaka stepped on his face. Worthless. The Uchiha mused. It accomplishes nothing. A waste of effort, and a needless distraction. He sighed, grinding his foot. I can understand the appeal, but the justification. He drew his foot away, leaving Orochimaru's face smashed and misshapen. In places, where the skin had torn, there was a hint of a slightly less pale face beneath the masquerade. Dark bruises were swelling on its visible cheeks. Empty, Itaka murmured. Orochimaru's body melted away, revealing the hollowness beneath it. Itaka shook his head. You can't win, Sannin, he calmly said. Your skill is pointless, and your drive, insufficient. There was a flutter of movement. Itaka spun, the ribs of the Susanoo rising around him, and seized Orochimaru by the throat as he descended from the ceiling, one arm raising the Kusanagi and the other a writhing mass of snakes, venom dripping from their elongated fangs. The snakes battered themselves bloody against the Susanoo, their venom melting rivulets in the ghastly ribs, but accomplishing little else. A moment later, a hand flashed out, and their heads fell to the ground, futilely writhing. The Kusanagi descended, and the Susanoo's hand came up, seizing Orochimaru's wrist. The blade halted an inch from Itaka's left eye. Itaka stared over the orange glare of his chakra, watching Orochimaru with a detached look. He ignored the snake heads at his feet, and the sword before his face. The older man stared back, grinning. Pointless. He choked out, as the Itaka's fingers tightened. The Kusanagi gleamed, and the blade shot forward, elongating faster than Itaka could hope to react. But the Uchiha had already tilted his head slightly to the right, and the blade schemed by him, missing his ear by the barest of centimeters. His Sharingan spun idly, and Orochimaru hissed. Those eyes. He muttered, glaring at Itaka. They always seem to give me so much trouble. Perhaps you should have shifted your goals, Itaka offered flatly. He squeezed, and Orochimaru hacked. Set your eyes on something lower. The Sannin laughed, even as the rest of his air was stolen. Lower? Me. He chuckled. Come, Itaka. Tell me you know me better than that. True, Itaka admitted. You always did overestimate yourself. Orochimaru's face twisted in amusement. How rude. I would not say it if it weren't true, Itaka deadpanned, staring into Orochimaru's eyes. His main Jikyo spun, the starburst within the shuriken rotating faster and faster. The Sannin watched it, transfixed. Amazing, he whispered. Yet another permutation. Just how many secrets do your eyes hold? More than you will ever know. The flat menace filling the statement seemed to jar Orochimaru from his trance. And you say I overestimate myself? He laughed. Itaka didn't answer. Not right away. Instead, he just kept staring. Orochimaru grinned back, his teeth stained with his own blood. Enough of this, the Uchiha finally said. Whatever he had been looking for in the Sannin's face, he hadn't been able to find it. Oh? So you will decide when we're Orochimaru began to say. The thunder outside crashed again, casting both of the men in its harsh light. Their shadows, sharp as knives, fled across the room. Itaka spoke. Tsukuyomi. The shadows didn't stop as the lightning faded away. They continued forward, slipping up the walls and wrapping around the whole of the room. They draped themselves over the exit Jugo and Suzuki had created, and slammed shut the beaten iron door. The room was gone. Lightless shadows had replaced it. Itaka sunk away, vanishing into the darkness. Orochimaru dropped, the hand removed from his throat. He hit the ground unsteady, massaging his neck, and looked around. He cocked an eyebrow at the seemingly endless darkness. Genjutsu? He asked dryly. Really, Itachi, I'd thought you would have least expanded your tricks by now. Genjutsu? Itachi echoed back. As Orochimaru's had before, his voice seemed to come from every direction. The Sunin smirked at the unintentional imitation. I have always wondered at the difference between genjutsu and reality, Itachi continued. Surely, a reality in one's head is less a reality than the one everyone experiences. But how much less? The darkness shifted, swirling around Orochimaru. The man just crossed his arms, unimpressed. Is what happens there representative of what we wish of the outer, truer reality? Or just lies, spun to misguide and deceive? Couldn't it be both? Orochimaru chuckled. There was a pause. The shadows shot up through Orochimaru's leg, spearing the whole of it. Slowly, with infinite delicacy, they began to peel his leg apart, starting at the foot and gradually moving up towards the thigh. Muscle, tendons, and bone split, messily spilling blood and marrow onto the non-existent floor. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. Yes, Itachi said. For the first time since the fight had begun, he didn't sound bored, or cold. Now, he sounded amused. Why not both? You can't do both, Sasuke. The teen in question gritted his non-existent teeth. Why not? He asked, his voice on the edge of a growl. With these eyes dash. His mother cut him off, her voice patient but firm. You're strong now, Sasuke. And with your brother's gift, even more so. She stared at him, her own manjikyo idly rotating. But you're not strong enough for that. You're going to have to make a choice. I don't want to. Mikoto laughed. Well, you're definitely 17 then, huh? Sasuke sighed. My brother, or my friend? He murmured. I need to help Itachi take care of Orochimaru. When he's gone, you and father can both leave as well. Be at peace again. And if you leave Naruto for too long, you might put him in more trouble than you could imagine, Mikoto countered. She took a step forward, taking one of Sasuke's hands in her own. You can't waste this, Sasuke. Please. Itachi can take care of himself. Go. Help Naruto, and get out of this place. Together. The Uchiha stared at his mother for a moment. She watched him earnestly. You just don't want to make Kushina angry with you, don't you? He finally said, a small smile drawing itself across his face. Mikoto shivered dramatically. You don't understand, Sasuke. I would leap off the edge of the world if I thought it might save me from Kushina's anger. Sasuke chuckled. She sounded like an incredible person. Though. He paused. I just realized. You never told me who Naruto's father was. Mikoto blinked. I didn't. She glanced up, replaying their conversation in her head. Humph. Guess I got a little distracted. A little was perhaps one of the greatest understatements Sasuke had ever heard. He now knew more about the bloody habanero than he'd ever cared to. His mother had had a lot of stories bottled up inside of her, stories she'd never had a chance to tell him while she was still alive. Stories he could tell she'd desperately wanted out. Would I dash? He asked. Oh, you'd know him, Mikoto smirked. It looked eerily like Sasuke's own. It was the Yondaime. Sasuke stared at her. You're joking. I wish. He had no idea what to say to that. The idea that Naruto's father was the fourth Hokage. He'd never heard something so unbelievable in his life. And yet dash. The village ignored him. Sasuke snorted. What a joke, he grumbled. And not a particularly funny one, Mikoto agreed. The world began to shrink, the genjutsu was finally running its course. I should stand by a place like that? Sasuke asked, as the concrete rushed towards oblivion. The birds in the sky, and the clouds farther above them, vanished, leaving everything above him a flat and featureless expanse of blue. And Itachi? We should help defend the kind of place that ignores and resents the son of the man who saved it. You don't have a choice, Sasuke, Mikoto said with a bitter smile. You can't look at things with such a black and white view. Konoha has done bad things. Terrible things, even. All the villages have. But it is nothing compared to the strife that came before. A necessary evil. Sasuke murmured. The concrete was gone, the buildings and trees with it. He and his mother were alone on a white plain. Darkness rushed in, shrinking the world. Of a sorts, Mikoto admitted. The Tsukuyomi broke. The rain and thunder returned. Sasuke was soaked in bone-chilling water once more, his hand stinging intensely, his back aching. His fingers felt numb, the katana threatening to slip out of them, and his shirt plastered itself to his body. His mother stared at him, still frozen from the feedback of the technique. She would break it in a moment, and then they would be forced to fight again. Just like the death of the Uchiha was. Sasuke said quietly. His mother blinked. Yes, she said after a moment of hesitation. She jumped back, her arms coming up into a ready position. Chakra rolled in her chest, forming around her lungs in preparation for any number of jutsu. Sasuke, I dash. He raised his hand, stopping her words before they could form. There shouldn't be such things. Mikoto stared at him. Sasuke, it's always been like that. Sometimes, you have to sacrifice something if you want to succeed. It seems like the Uchiha have always thought that, Sasuke said forcefully, watching his mother intensely. His Sharingan idly spun. Sacrifice. Sacrifice our siblings, sacrifice our eyes. He paused, staring down at his bleeding hand, and clenched it tightly. Blood, thinned by the rain, leaked between his fingers. Sacrifice our bonds, he finished. He looked back up at his mother, leveling his bleeding hand at his own face. Since Madara, every Uchiha has believed there is only one way to gain these eyes. The eternal Mangekyo stared out, the shuriken within the star seeming to pierce the blackened iris. Mikoto pursed her lips, blowing a volley of fireballs at her son. He stepped through them, sliding around the flames effortlessly, watching her the whole time. They must murder their closest friend. They must rob their sibling of their light. They must sacrifice their family, to gain power. He swatted one of the fireballs away with the flat of his blade, cloaked in lightning. Mikoto watched him, not understanding what he was trying to say. Sasuke. Mikoto's words were lost in the thunderstorm. Sasuke wouldn't have heard them anyway. He was staring right through her. But they were all wrong. Sasuke started talking faster. The blood from his hand was slowing, the cut was already beginning to scab over. Itaka proved them wrong. He took another step towards his mother, his bare feet freezing at the contact with the tower's slick metal. Mikoto rushed forward. Her mouth was pulled in a grim line, but she didn't interrupt him. He unlocked my Mangekyo without forcing me to kill him. Sasuke blocked his mother's haymaker easily. She seemed to move so slow now. The follow-up kick, he cartwheeled over, slicing off his mother's hand as he went. Everything seemed to be moving slow. He replaced my light, instead of robbing it. Sasuke's lips pursed and his hands sped together. A fireball engulfed his mother as she turned towards him, surprise fleeting across her face. Once more, the jutsu vanished in a flash of silver light. Mikoto came at him from behind, circling around him in the moment of distraction. Sasuke blocked her kick with the flat of his sword, and then sent his own into her face. And now, I have this power. And there has been no sacrifice. Sasuke paused, and then jumped into a roundhouse kick, sending his mother stumbling away. All of the clan's previous evils, meaningless. Unnecessary. He took a deep breath. Itake's proved it. None of it had to be done. And, Sasuke? His mother asked, trying to stove his throat in. He ducked past the curled knuckles, battering down her defenses. I don't dash. I didn't have to sacrifice, to gain this power, Sasuke said. If Itachi had trusted me, if Itachi and I had been working together, instead of him not trusting me to listen, there wouldn't even have been any conflict involved. He pushed his mother back and leveled his sword. Rain dripped from the blade, running along the groove, and a distant flash of lightning made the whole of the steel gleam for a moment. Necessary evil, you called it, Sasuke proclaimed. You claim the death of the Uchiha was brought about by it as well. He lowered the sword, lightning was still buzzing through it, casting a light across the dim roof. But from what Itachian you have told me, the coup was only brought about because the Uchiha were unwilling to compromise. His eyes narrowed. Necessary evil is not a pervasive force. It is created by circumstance. Mikoto stared at her son in disbelief. For the first time in a while, he stood completely straight, his posture sure, and his eyes hard. I will ensure that those circumstances cease. You can't be serious, Mikoto said flatly. It's the only thing to do, Sasuke responded shortly. You're just going to change the world. Like that. Mikoto circled her son, and Sasuke turned with her. Sasuke, it's not that easy. Of course not, Sasuke admitted. But I'll do it anyway. Sasuke. You understand, don't you? That people will always have to compromise. That even in a world where evil is unnecessary, not everyone will get their way. It's completely impossible. Mikoto began running through signs. A Hosenka Jutsu. That's my point, Sasuke said, brandishing his sword. The fireballs began to come, Mikoto following after them, weaving her way through her own flames. He batted away any that came too close to him, and then glared at his mother. The Amaterasu emerged, burning her legs away. The Uchiha believed it was impossible to gain the eternal Mangekyo through anything but fratricide. He watched her level herself back to rapidly regenerating legs. He needed a way to put her down for good. The Tsukuyomi wouldn't last long enough, he just wasn't as skilled in it as Itachi. An idea began trickling through Sasuke's brain, brought by the cold rain coating his hair. Itachi proved them wrong. Mikoto finally made it back to her feet. A silver flash banished the Amaterasu, still greedily licking at her. Sasuke paid close attention as blood, quickly washed away, leaked from his mother's left eye. The world believes the necessary evil will always be just that. Necessary. That sometimes, families must die. Friends must die. That people must lie. He took a deep breath. I will prove it wrong. Mikoto watched him, her lip twisting. Sasuke. I appreciate what you're saying, she said carefully. Her right eye began to whirl slowly, independent of the other. But you shouldn't set yourself for something so absolute. It's a noble goal, but even with your power, it would be impossible to accomplish in your lifetime. What makes you think that? Sasuke murmured, watching a line of blood trickle from his mother's right eye. He had no idea what jutsu it could possibly hold. A variant of Amaterasu, or a genjutsu. The chakra-devouring silver spheres were like nothing else he had seen. It was entirely possible his mother's other eye held something he couldn't even guess at. Everyone needs a goal, Mikoto said. Everyone needs something to strive for. If you really, truly mean what you say, don't expect it to be easy, and don't expect it to be quick. You're going to have to live every day with your principles in mind. She hesitated, the trail of blood reached her chin. And, just like the Uchiha should have made compromises, you'll likely have to do the same. It's the way things are. Sasuke blinked. What are you saying? Mikoto smiled sadly. I'm telling you to keep an open mind, Sasuke. It's something that a lot of shinobi have trouble with. The world jumped. The rain shifted. A cloud disappeared, and lightning in the distance sprung from nowhere. Mikoto finished, her eyes going wide. Sasuke. Sasuke blinked, spinning to look behind him while keeping his mother in his peripheral vision. Karin. He finished his turn just in time for his father to punch him in the face. Jump. Fugaku barked. Sasuke, reeling and bleeding from the lip, did just that. His mother blazed under him, barely missing her husband. They twisted around each other, both snapping their heads up to watch their son. What? Sasuke said flatly, too shocked to articulate his confusion. He looked around as he fell back towards the roof, executing a perfect backflip and coming to his feet. He and his mother were no longer alone. Karin was at the edge of the building, her hair utterly flattened by the rain. Suijutsu stood alongside her, his butcher's blade leveled horizontally in front of him. Sasuke's Sharingan narrowed, all of the rain that landed on the Hojiki disappeared, absorbed into his body. And his father had arrived, attacking him without warning. All three of them had simply appeared. What was going on? His mother's right eye began to spin again. Sasuke! Suijutsu shouted. The Uchiha twisted towards him, shaking off his father's blow. His katana came back up. What the hell were you doing? The Hojiki roared. Just standing around? Do you wanna die? Sasuke stared at him. When did you get here? He asked. His parents turned to him. Sasuke. That was his father. Everyone seemed to be screaming at him. Sasuke shook his head again. Get ready. Fugaku shouted. She's going to do it again. Do what? Sasuke shouted back. What the hell is dash? Mikoto blinked. More blood ran from her right eye. Fugaku vanished. Suijutsu yelped, and Karin screamed. A cloud jumped across the sky. For a moment, Sasuke felt dry, as if the rain had vanished. It hadn't. Suijutsu. Karin screamed again, and Sasuke twisted, looking away from his mother. His father stood over Suijutsu, the Hojiki prone on the roof. His legs were gone, as was his left arm. His right was stretched out at his side, pinned to the roof by Fugaku's foot. His hand was uselessly clutching the Kubikuri Basho in a death grip. He snarled up at Sasuke's father, exposing his shark-like teeth. Karin was rushing towards the both of them, an arm stretched out. She was shouting something rather obscene. Sasuke blinked again. The whole thing was so surreal. Things were jumping around with rhyme or reason. He had no idea what was going on. Fugaku's arm came up in a simple sign. Katon, he muttered. Sasuke launched himself towards his father. At that range, a fire jutsu would completely incinerate Suijutsu. Even he wouldn't be able to come back from that. Heads up. His mother intercepted him, sliding into his ankle in the middle of his sprint. Sasuke tumbled over her, rolling to his feet. He came to one knee, his back to Suijutsu. His mother was coming for him again, her face twisted in a grimace. Sasuke risked a glance back, frowning. His father was cupping his mouth. Suijutsu's arm exploded of its own accord, water flying everywhere. Karin was only about 4 meters away. Too far. She wouldn't make it in time. Sasuke turned, throwing his sword with all his strength. It cut a clean path through the rain, leaving a momentary, gleaming lane, flying straight for his father's head. Sasuke spun with the motion, turning around to face his mother in time to catch her high kick. He shoved her upwards, throwing her into a backflip. Her other foot came with her, headed for his chin. He jumped back and kicked out. The bottom of his foot and his mother's met. She stared at him in shock. Even with her Sharingan, he'd been too quick for her to alter her attack. Sasuke pushed. Mikoto flew backwards, cutting a path through the rain just as Sasuke's sword had. Tumbling end over end, she hit the roof and bounced, rolling across the slick surface. Her hands scrambled about, but the rain prevented her from gripping the concrete, the chakra, and it made the roof too slick. She had time for one hasty, exuberant, nice one, Sasuke. Before she skidded over the edge, plummeting into the abyss that a Megakure had become. A voice carried itself through the storm, threading its way through the absence left by Mikoto's departure. Suijutsu's, vicious and cold. Bang. There was a crack, rippling through the air, pressing against Sasuke's eardrums. He spun towards the sound. Suijutsu and his father were where he had left them. Fugaku was leaning back, his chin lifted. He had avoided Sasuke's sword, but at a cost. The side of his jaw was torn away, and a bloodless gash was torn up the whole side of his face, destroying one of his eyes. Karin was still charging, only a meter away. She was holding Sasuke's katana in a two-handed grip. Somehow, she'd caught it as it had blazed past Fugaku. And Suijutsu, still prone on the floor, was pointing at Sasuke's father. His arm had reformed past the leg that had pinned it, and his hand was curled into a fist, with the index finger and thumb extended. Sasuke stared. Impressive, Fyogaku said, not caring that half of his face was gone. Suigetsu sneered, and with a roar Karen, who had finally covered the last of the distance, brought Sasuke's sword down and cut his father's head clean off. Fyogaku's body stumbled backwards off of Suigetsu, and the prone boy took the opportunity to kick it, sending it toppling onto its back. Fyogaku's head fell, bouncing off of Suigetsu's chest and rolling to the left, coming to face Sasuke. He stared at it. His father stared back, apparently unruffled. There was a timeless moment. As ever, the rain fell. Sasuke's shirt was plastered to his frame. I see you've taken care of your mother, Fyogaku said, rather calmly. How could he speak with nothing but a head? Sasuke blinked. What was he thinking? He was talking to his father's severed head atop a storm-swept skyscraper in the middle of an unfamiliar village, seeing through his brother's eyes, while Suigetsu and Karen watching him warily. His father was already a walking corpse. This wasn't even close to the strangest thing about the situation. So instead of turning the question over, Sasuke snorted. Hardly. She'll be back. Fyogaku frowned. Of course. I hope you have a plan, Sasuke. Unless you seal us, or kill Orochimaru, we will just continue to regenerate from any attack. His eyes darted downward. Fyogaku's head was slowly but surely disintegrating, chunks of ash and bits of parchment detaching and winging towards his headless body, unimpeded by the rain. The Edo Tensei is really that powerful? Karen asked. She was still holding Sasuke's sword, the blade lowered. Suigetsu, who had pulled himself into a sitting position, his limbs slowly regenerating, glanced at it as a distant flash of lightning reflected off its shining steel. Fyogaku didn't look away from Sasuke, he couldn't. But he did raise his voice. It was invented by the Nidaime as a measure to control people like us, he said. He sounded perversely proud. Of course it is that powerful. How can I stop you? Sasuke asked. More and more of his father's head was disappearing, he'd be restored in a moment. Unacceptable. Sasuke rose to his feet, shifting to look at his father's body. The head was in the midst of reforming. The jaw had just begun to take shape. Amaterasu. Black fire, unnatural and acrid, whirled into existence across Fyogaku's torso and legs. Sasuke's father looked shocked for a moment, before the last of his head slipped away and reconstituted itself. Clever, he said, a hint of genuine admiration in his voice, as he looked down at his flaming body. Fyogaku attempted to rise, to attack his son again, but the Amaterasu had eaten through too much of his corpse. He trembled, unable to get up, and then turned his head to Sasuke, grinning. You can control the flames. His smile looked entirely out of place on his usually stoic face. Sasuke grunted, a trail of blood running from both his eyes. There was a jabbing sensation, as if someone had driven a pin into his cheek. Somewhat, he muttered, trying not to let the strain show in his voice. His father noticed anyway. You're bleeding, he noted. How new are those eyes? Suigetsu chuckled. He took the bandages off about 10 minutes ago. Fyogaku's head cocked back, finding the Hojiki in his peripheral vision. The black flames licking at his chest still stubbornly refused to spread to his face. Incredible, he said, looking back at Sasuke. You've only just began to see, and you can already use the main Jikyo so precisely. Karen motioned, drawing Sasuke's attention, and then tossed him his sword over his father's burning body. He caught it without a word, nodding in thanks. She didn't blush. Sasuke almost smiled at that. You could stop us with this, Fyogaku continued, having missed the subtle back and forth that had passed right over him. With these flames, and your control. It won't be that easy, father, Sasuke said, relishing the last word. Fyogaku paused, watching carefully. His Sharingan narrowed, whirling slowly. Mom has a main Jikyo of her own, and a technique with it, he said, closing his eyes, remembering their fight. The silver sphere, and the way his Amaterasu had been drawn into its surface, vanishing, along with any rain that had touched its surface. Something that devours chakra, he continued after a moment. So long as she can use it, there's no way I'll be able to keep either of you from regenerating. You'll have to destroy her eyes, Fyogaku said without missing a beat. If this technique really is so potent, you must stop us, Sasuke. We don't belong here anymore. Our time has passed. I know. The words tasted bitter, but Sasuke knew that both he and his father were telling the truth. She's coming back, Karen cut in, stepping past Suijutsu, who had hefted his sword back over his shoulder. Up the side of the building. Sasuke glanced at her, nodding. Where's Jugo? He asked. Fugaku's answered, his face twisting. The mutating boy. Sasuke looked back to him and nodded, and his father continued. I left him at the bottom of the tower, before your friends chased me back up here. I don't believe he is dead, though it may take him some time for his skin to grow back, even with his talents. Karen winced, but Suijutsu just chuckled. He was pretty fucked up, he said, swinging his sword down to lean on it. But Karen got to him. He'll be fine, even with that nasty fire jutsu. His eyes sharpened. You know, Sasuke, you never explained why you were just standing around up here. What happened with you and your mom? Sasuke frowned. We weren't standing around, he said. We were talking, and then the rest of you just appeared. I still haven't dash. It was your mother, Fugaku cut in. Everyone present looked at him. Thunder cracked once more in the distance, and Karen's lip twisted in worry. Mikoto must have been coming closer. What? Sasuke asked, kneeling in front of his burning parent. Your mother, Fugaku repeated, his eyes narrowing. It was her Mangekyo, I'm sure of it. She has a technique, it froze the both of you. Froze us. Sasuke cocked his head. He remembered the clouds skipping across the sky, the momentary feeling of inexplicable dryness. You mean? He's right, Sasuke. Karen spoke up. After we got here. She just looked at you, and you both just stopped. You weren't even breathing. It was like you were both just bunchin'. You couldn't be touched, Fugaku confirmed. One of my jutsu went right through you. I saw. He frowned, the rain trickling down the lines his ambition had carved in his face only accentuating the look. I don't know exactly what I saw, he said, blinking meaningfully. There was a tether between the two of you, very, very potent chakra. It almost looked like a reverse summoning. Karen's eyes narrowed. Sasuke rose back to his feet. A dimensional jutsu. He muttered. If Fugaku could have shrugged, he would have. I believe so, he said, his lip twisting. Whatever it was, it rendered the both of you incapable of fighting. There is that, at least. How can I avoid it? Sasuke said. He remembered his mother, how she'd just looked at him. And then he'd lost at least a minute of his life. Frozen, unable to even realize what had happened to him. The Mangekyo really was terrifying. I don't know. Sasuke's attention was drawn back to his father. The Amaterasu had refused to fade. You couldn't possibly dodge it. She simply had to look at you. Eye contact wasn't even required. And if she gets you again? Fugaku glanced back at Karen and Suijutsu. Sasuke's frown intensified. His father was right. Neither of them could hope to take the former head of the Uchiha clan in a straight fight, not the least because he was effectively immortal in his current state. Sasuke didn't let his thoughts show on his face. He closed his eyes. Sasuke. He didn't look at Karen. She's almost here. He sighed. You too. Get out of here. What? Suijutsu was about as blunt as a hammer. Karen stepped forward. Sasuke, if you think we're going to get in the way dash. He waved her off with his offhand, keeping his sword at his side. It's not that, he said, looking right at her, his eyes slowly swirling. If you stay, you'll die. And if you fight them alone, you'll die, Karen shot back. Sasuke chuckled at that, but she just shook her head. There's not time, she's almost here. If you won't leave dash, Sasuke said. Shut up, will you? Suijutsu said, rolling his eyes, purple and vibrant even in the dimness of the night. The cubic Araibasho rolled around his shoulders along with them. We got your back. Sasuke stared at him, remembering a distant conversation on a dusty road. Let's make our relationship extremely clear, shall we? Just because you defeated Orochimaru, that doesn't make you in charge here. Suigetsu hadn't changed, it seemed. He was stubborn to a fault. It was probably going to get him killed. Sasuke smirked. Don't mess up, he said carelessly. Suigetsu smirked back. Karin let slip a small grin, before tensing. She's here. Mikoto rocketed over the edge of the building, her expression grim and her eyes whirling. Watch out! She barked, and a silver sphere sprung into existence over Fugaku, draining away Sasuke's Amaterasu in a second. Sasuke spun, his sword rising. His mother was looking right at him. Blood was leaking from her right eye. He flung himself to the left. The eye tracked him. No way to dodge. No way to. Something interposed itself across Sasuke's vision. Something purple. Oh, you moron! Karin's shriek rang across the rooftop. Sasuke completed his dodge, rolling to his feet. He glanced back. Suigetsu was there. He'd thrown himself in front of Mikoto's jutsu. And now, the both of them were utterly frozen. Mikoto was in the middle of a smile. Suigetsu just looked pissed, his shark teeth exposed and the butcher's blade trailing behind him, coming up into an instinctual block. They were also both in midair. Gravity had apparently given up on them. Looking closely, Sasuke's Sharingan could discern the chakra-infested rain falling around them, and through them. The water slipped through as if they weren't even there. It was just as his father had said. Suigetsu and his mother weren't really on the roof anymore. They were somewhere else entirely. These were just after images, preserved until they returned. Speaking of his father. Sasuke turned, and Fugaku finished levering himself to his feet. Damn, the older man said. That complicates things. Kinshideshi Sasuke asked. He noticed Karin, over his father's shoulder, frowning furiously in Suigetsu's general direction. She can perceive something, Fugaku confirmed. I don't know how much control she has, though, she could come out of it anytime. HN. Fugaku chuckled. It's just as well. He steadied himself, falling into a casual taijutsu stance. I've wanted some time with you. Sasuke cocked an eyebrow. His father just laughed again. You, Sasuke. You and Itachi. Two singularly remarkable Uchiha. I'm glad I could be your father, he said sincerely. You've already done something that took Madara himself decades to achieve, and you're not even 20 yet. Sasuke had reached the point in the day where so many remarkable or downright impossible things had been said to him he had ceased questioning them and simply begun to accept that the world sometimes worked in strange ways. But his father's words still inspired a very unstoic twitch in his face. Fugaku didn't give any indication he'd noticed. His hand leveled itself out, pointed at Sasuke. His wrist faced up, and the fingers curled in. So, Sasuke, I hope you'll forgive me for my presumption, but please. Fugaku said, the most content that Sasuke had ever heard him. He curled his hand flippantly, gesturing his son forward. The Uchiha patriarch wasn't grinning, but his lips weren't turned downwards anymore. Show me what you've got. Sasuke watched his father distantly. He could douse him with the Amaterasu again. He could throw him into the Tsukuyomi, though his father stubbornly refused to look in his eye. He could take Fugaku out now, and then wait for his mother to leave her dimensional jutsu so he could do the same to her. But it would, in all likelihood, be pointless. Whatever he did to his father, Mikoto would be able to undo with her Mangekyo. Wasting chakra like that now would be a bad idea. Even from what little he had done, Sasuke could already feel a chill weariness in his bones. His eyes were not cheap to use. He needed the both of them fighting him at the same time anyway for what he was planning. And so, Sasuke settled back into the same stance as Fugaku, tossing his sword to Karin as he did so. She caught it with a confused look. I won't be needing that, he said to her, and Karin's eyes cleared. The sword was something meant solely to kill. Now, against Fugaku, Sasuke had no real use for it. There was another thing, of course. Lurking under Sasuke's logic, taking his sword from his hand and forestalling the black fire from pouring across his father. This was his only chance he would ever have to fight the man. The only time he ever could. How could he not take it? Fugaku's lips peeled back, revealing his teeth. Sasuke grinned back, two carnivores sizing each other up. The Uchiha charged. Orochimaru's body made a hollow-sounding thud as it hit the floor. Itachi stood over it, staring down in mild disgust. His Susanoo shrunk, the burnished orange chakra fading out of existence until nothing but the dregs of its ribs remained. The Sannin refused to stir, drool ran from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes remained wide open, seeing nothing. The last of the guardian whipped away, and Itachi sighed, one hand idly wandering to his left eye. It didn't hurt. He had been so used to that horribly wonderful tearing sensation that the Mangekyo shot through him every time he used it that its absence was almost bitter. Almost. He dropped his hand, refocusing on the prone body flat on the concrete before him. Disappointing, he muttered. You really are pathetic, Orochimaru. One corner of his mouth pulled itself up. In the end, all you were was chaff. Discarded flesh and wasted blood, hoping to steal something greater. Itachi looked down, his right eye beginning to whirl faster and faster. It's time to end this, don't you think? He asked the body. Indeed, it responded in a low tone. Itachi's Mangekyo went wide. He jumped backwards, Amaterasu swelling in his eye. Orochimaru struck like an adder, his hand shooting out and taking Itachi's own. He pulled, and the black flames burst over his shoulder, burning away yet more concrete. Itachi, he said conversationally. The Uchiha spun, his Susanoo rising again, but it was too late, the Sannin was already inside his defenses, pressed uncomfortably close to him. The snake surged forward, bringing a knee up. Itachi dropped the chakra armor and fell back, blocking Orochimaru's knee with his own. His left hand came down, attempting to dislodge Orochimaru's iron grip on his right. Orochimaru's tongue shot down, wrapping around Itachi's hand and twisting it uncomfortably behind the younger man's head. The Uchiha's skin went chillingly numb wherever the Sannin's saliva touched it. Did you really believe, Orochimaru said past his tongue, fearlessly looking in Itachi's wide eyes, that the same trick would work on me twice? He viciously twisted his hand, pulling Itachi in the other direction at the same time. Itachi's right wrist broke with a deafening crack. The Uchiha grunted, and the Amaterasu came again. It spread over Orochimaru's face, and the pale man let out an agonized laugh. The Sannin's back split open with a sickening squelch, and he reared up out of his own body, his fist cocked back for a haymaker. Itachi's eyes snapped to him. The Amaterasu didn't follow. Tsukudash. The arrogance, Orochimaru snarled. His fist hit Itachi like a thunderbolt, and the younger man's head rocked back, blood running from his nose. Did you think I hadn't prepared? Orochimaru demanded, punching Itachi again. More blood flew. Did you think I'd come here on a whim? He sprung from his own back, one of his hands questing behind him. It found grip on the empty snakeskin that he had once inhabited, which still maintained its death grip on Itachi's broken wrist, and pulled. Itachi yanked his hand back with a hiss, refusing to be drawn along with the shell, but Orochimaru didn't care. He brought the empty skin around in a hammer blow, smashing Itachi to the side. The Uchiha stumbled, and the Sannin dropped the skin, maintaining his momentum and leaping into a brutal roundhouse. Itachi ducked, the concrete shattering blow whistling over his head. He struck out with his unbroken hand, aiming for Orochimaru's thigh, attempting to unbalance him. The snake curled in midair, over-rotating. Other foot came around, knocking Itachi's attack away, and then his fist lashed out, smashing the Uchiha in the temple and sending him spinning away. Do you really believe that you're that much better than me? Orochimaru hissed, landing and stalking forwards. Itachi stumbled backwards, dazed by the punch for the barest of moments, and Orochimaru surged towards him again. This time, he wasn't fast enough. The Susanoo came up again, far quicker than before, and the Sannin's punches bounced off its ethereal bones. All you have are your eyes, Itachi, Orochimaru said with some glee. He circled the ominous orange armor as Itachi sank to one of his knees, cradling his wrist. The Uchiha was completely expressionless, examining the break with a clinical detachment as he kept an eye on the snake outside the Susanoo. Orochimaru had known what he was doing, of course. The wrist, and the hand with it, was completely useless now. They only belong to you as long as you can hold on to them, Orochimaru continued. Itachi looked up at him. The pale man's face was slightly warped through the Susanoo's chakra. He was grinning, a wide, impossible stretched smile that revealed far too many teeth. And I will have them. You really are mad, aren't you? Itachi asked. He stood up, still secure within the ribs of the Susanoo. His right hand hung limp, but his face was completely expressionless, though the Sharingan gleamed. Orochimaru didn't take the opportunity to charge. Instead, he just cocked his head. I suppose from a certain point of view, yes, you could call me that, he chuckled. Though it doesn't really matters. You're hardly one to be making accusations of madness, Itachi. Itachi shrugged. I suppose. The Sunin continued to walk around the Susanoo, watching Itachi with a certain animalistic eagerness. The Sharingan narrowed. So you're going to play that game? Itachi asked, turning his head to keep focused on Orochimaru. You know, it really is incredible, Itachi, Orochimaru said conversationally, ignoring the question. He kept pacing, watching every ripple of the Susanoo with fascination. This technique of yours. Itachi shifted, but Orochimaru continued talking. Armor composed entirely of chakra, your very own guardian spirit, the Sunin mockingly lisped. I wonder, how does it work? Itachi didn't make a move to answer. No, don't tell me. Orochimaru chuckled sarcastically. Once I have your eyes, it will be important I discover it for myself, yes. The Uchiha frowned. Now then, Orochimaru continued, his voice growing just slightly more distant. 2 eyes, and 1 guardian. He smirked. And 1 jutsu between those eyes. They wouldn't happen to be yin and yang techniques, would they, Itachi? His wrist throbbed, and Itachi suppressed a wince, watching Orochimaru carefully. So. The Sunin kept speaking, his tone edging towards something less mocking and more fascinated. Yin manipulation in 1 eye, and yang in the other. He snapped his fingers. Ah, I see. Form, and creation. 1 to shape the armor in your mind, and the other to give substance to it. To make that image a reality. The pale man's grin widened for a moment, before shrinking. Though. Orochimaru frowned, a scientist whose hypothesis had been thrown off by a seemingly innocuous factor. If it really were drawing that much yang chakra from you, he muttered, pacing faster, then you'd be on your last leg by now, wouldn't you? He swept his arm around, encompassing the ribs of the Susanoo. Projecting that much chakra outside your body must take effort, but if it were all physical, you'd surely burn out far too quickly for it to be effective. He spun towards Itachi, his pacing ceasing. Tell me, how are you feeling? Itachi blinked, and so did Orochimaru. Not cooperative, then? The Sunin asked. He sounded genuinely curious. Not especially, Itachi responded shortly. The pain in his wrist was almost completely suppressed, though he still couldn't move his hand. Ah. I should have expected that, Orochimaru said without concern. It doesn't matter. He gave Itachi a sickening smile. I'll figure it out later. I'll have plenty of time, after all. Will you? Orochimaru stiffened, and Itachi clapped a hand down on his shoulder. The Sunin glanced between the Uchiha secure within his armor, and the one behind him. His smile vanished. Genjutsu again. He sounded almost disappointed. Itachi dash. Interesting assumption, the clone holding the man's shoulder said. Then he exploded. Orochimaru was blown towards Itachi, shreds of his pale skin splattering the floor and sizzling where it landed. An arm emerged from the Susanoo and caught him around the torso, hefting him into the air. Very clever. Orochimaru chuckled, wheezing. Itachi watched him from within his armor. He clenched his unbroken hand, and the Susanoo squeezed. Orochimaru's mouth fell open, and even as Itachi utterly crushed his body, the Sunin slithered out of it, escaping the pressure. The skin he'd left behind exploded with a hollow, pulpy sound. But you'll have to do better than that. Orochimaru hit the ground and moved, slithering around Itachi, keeping low to the ground. The Susanoo lashed out again, but the Sunin effortlessly slipped around the strike. The Kusanagi, discarded when Orochimaru had been put under the Tsukuyomi, was swept up in the snake's grasp. It melted into his arm, vanishing from sight. "Please, Itachi," he cackled. "Show me more. I know that's not all you can do." The Susanoo flared, chakra exploding off of it, and Orochimaru rolled away, buffeted by an invisible force. He slid to his suddenly reformed feet, slipping backwards a step before coming to a noisy stop. He grinned. Itachi's armor rippled. Skin fled across its bones, and then armor over the skin. A fearsome helm formed upon its head, and a jar fell into one of its suddenly created hands. "There we are," Orochimaru whispered. Thunder made itself known outside. The Sunin was directly in front of the hole Sasuke's exit had made in the wall, and the lightning cast his shadow alone across the room. At least until it was driven back by the glow of the Susanoo. "You want more, Orochimaru?" Itachi said, facing the Sunin head-on. "If that's the case." The Susanoo flared again, and a glowing blade leapt from the jar in its hand. Another arm sprouted above it, and the sword fell into it. Orochimaru's hair, slick and black, was blown back by the force of it. Itachi remained completely unruffled. "Let me show you the true power of this technique," Itachi declared. There was a moment of silence, interrupted only by the rain outside. Orochimaru laughed. Long and hard, nearly doubling over with the force of it. "So theatrical?" he wheezed, barely able to get the words past the laughter. Itachi stared at him in disbelief. "Do you think I don't know what that is?" The Sunin continued, barely regaining control of himself. He leveled a finger at the blade the Susanoo had sprouted. "I know it." "And you escaped," Itachi ground out. He was beginning to feel lightheaded. Maintaining the Susanoo for so long, and escalating it to this level, was finally taking its toll. "Not this time." "Of course," Orochimaru declared. "That's the Totsuka blade, after all." He smiled. "The sword from which there is no escape. The blade that seals its targets away in a drunken eternity." He took a step forward. "I felt it, Itachi," he said, with some pride. "I tasted that eternity." His smile turned to steel. "And I rejected it." "You won't again," Itachi said, with utter certainty. "I'll stop you today." His lips curled into a snarl. "You will never threaten my brother again." Orochimaru laughed. "You sound so sure, Itachi." The Kusanagi slid from his arm, sliding into his hand. He held it up in front of him, a blatant vanguard. "These two swords are legend, you know," he said. "I searched for them all my life." "How cruel that you had one of them all along." The Uchiha gave no reaction. The Sunin, on the other hand, let out a sickly smile. "We've brought them together today, for the first time in centuries. They've competed." He leveled the Kusanagi at Itachi. "Now then. Shall we find out which is the superior blade?" Itachi did not incline his head. Raise his eyebrows. Twitch his brow, gesture with his hand. He didn't make the slightest move before he sent the Totsuka blade hurtling for Orochimaru's chest. The pale man laughed and hurled himself forward, leading with the blade. The Kusanagi and the Totsuka met with a great ringing noise, like the world's largest bell. They strained against each other, almost point to point. Orochimaru pushed himself forward, another, more maniacal laugh building in his chest as he shoved the legendary swords together with all his strength. Itachi gave the same effort, doing his best to impale the Sunin. The Sunin panted, snarling like an animal, his laughter lost in his harsh breathing. Itachi strained. A trickle of blood ran from both his eyes, it felt like they were tearing, muscles being stressed. The Susanoo convulsed, before its chakra stabilized, growing indefinably sharper. They both pulled back, the blade lock inconclusive, and struck again. Itachi's shield was forgotten at his Susanoo's side, his entire being was focused on the sword screaming towards Orochimaru's. They struck, and they rung. And then, Orochimaru's sword broke. Fugaku's arm let out a deafening crack as it broke, and he jumped back, the limb dangling. Sasuke watched him go, panting. Blood ran in rivulets down his own arm, but he paid it no mind, it was barely more than a scratch. "Very well done, Sasuke," Fugaku said. His smile only accentuated his stress lines. "If I'd been alive, that certainly would have ended this fight." The arm stiffened, and with another, muted crack, the break instantly healed. Sasuke sighed, rolling his arm. It popped, and the irritating tightness there vanished. His father was the finest hand-to-hand fighter he'd ever taken on. If it hadn't been for his new eyes, there would have been no way for him to keep up. "I'm glad you've given me this opportunity," Fugaku continued. His smile faded. "But I think it's about time we ended this, don't you think?" Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "Not yet," he said flatly. "Not yet." Fugaku frowned. "What are you waiting for? This fight may be interesting, but your friend is dash." "I need mom here as well," Sasuke said, gesturing vaguely towards his frozen mother. Karin was over there as well, standing beside Suigetsu. "Otherwise, she'll just be able to get you back up no matter what happens to you. You have a plan, then?" Slowly, an almost malicious grin spread across Sasuke's face. "Oh," he said, tilting his head up just slightly, looking at something above him. "I have a plan." Fugaku cocked an eyebrow. Ominous. His father began stalking forwards once more, and Sasuke took a deep breath, preparing to meet him. "She should be back soon," Fugaku said, launching himself into a high kick. Sasuke slid beneath it, bringing his shoulder up and trying to flip his father onto the roof. Fugaku relaxed, rolling over his son's back, and regained his feet behind him. Without losing any momentum, he dropped low into a sweeping kick. Sasuke didn't look back, he just jumped, his father's kick swiped under him. Sasuke's foot came around in a strike meant to take Fugaku in the jaw, but the man bent back, and the kick barely scraped his chin. The older Uchiha fell even farther back, moving into a handstand. His foot lashed up, catching Sasuke at the apex of his own kick, and knocked him straight up into the air. Fugaku rolled back, making hand seals while he moved, and came to his feet with a jutsu already prepared. Fugaku didn't give Sasuke the luxury of calling out his technique's name. The fireball simply emerged, large and hungry, and roared straight upwards. Sasuke looked down at the fireball that seemed ready to devour him. Something about this whole situation seemed far too familiar. He grinned. Amaterasu. Divine flames and a trickle of blood flowed from his eye, and the unnatural fire shredded Fugaku's fireball. Sasuke fell through the heart of the slain blaze. Fugaku's eyes went wide as his son emerged from his gutted fireball, wreathed in black flames. He took a step back. Sasuke clocked him, his punch knocking his father back a step. The younger Uchiha followed the blow up with a straight kick, blowing Fugaku back along the roof. He hit the ground and slid, rolling to a knee. "Unbelievable," Fugaku muttered. Sasuke smirked. "I know how you feel," he said, stepping forward and wiping the bloody trail away. Fugaku glanced at him, a hint of humor in his eyes. "You've had someone burn through your jutsu and punch you in the face?" he asked dryly. Sasuke opened his mouth. A shout cut him off. "Move." Both Fugaku and Sasuke snapped their heads towards the voice. Mikoto had finally unfrozen, and Suigetsu with her. Karin jumped back from the two of them, startled by their sudden motion. The Hojoki's blade whirled, moving from a defensive block into a horizontal slice. Mikoto began falling again, as if she'd never been still in the air. The butcher's blade swung under her, Suigetsu had swung in alarm and confusion, unable to judge the proper distance. It slammed into the roof, Suigetsu's arm crossed across his body. A moment later, Mikoto landed on the sword. "Ah!" was all Suigetsu had time to say as he watched the woman perched on his sword before she kicked him in the face. The boy's head exploded in a welter of water, and Karin flinched as she was soaked with splashes of her teammate. Sasuke's sword, held at her side, raised slightly above her head as Karin's arm came up. And in that moment of distraction, Mikoto flowed off the Kubikaraibisho and buried a fist in the redhead's stomach. Sasuke's Sharingan widened, catching the hole punch in unforgettable detail. Karen choked, curling downwards around the fist. Mikoto watched her, clear regret written all across her face. The rain didn't seem to be falling anymore. It just hung there, suspended, like Suijutsu and Mikoto had been. Suzuki took a step forward, away from his father, who had frozen with the rain. Mikoto twisted her fist. The illusion of frozen time broke. Karen coughed up blood. Then, she exploded backwards, the full force of Suzuki's mother's punch sending her sailing through the air. And right off the roof. Suzuki blinked. If you really want, Suzuki, I will follow you. Karen was suspended beyond the edge, looking back at him, blood leaking from her mouth, her eyes hazy. He watched her with eyes she'd ensured he could use. It would be easier to let her fall. Both his mother and father were in the fight now. For his plan to work, it would be best to be as high as possible. This was the perfect opportunity. All he had to do was let her fall. She might survive, even stunned as she was. Might. Necessary evil. Suzuki's fist clenched. Created by circumstance. The concrete under his feet buckled. I will ensure those circumstances cease. Karen vanished from sight. Suzuki broke into a sprint. He moved through the rain so quickly that he left a man-shaped gap in the water behind him. His father and mother both turned to track him, but they couldn't hope to keep up. Suijutsu's head was still gone. Less than a second had passed. Seems I'm the one following you, Karen. The thought flashed across Suzuki's mind like the storm above, and then he dove off the tower. There was nothing but darkness below him, the blackened streets and murky alleys of the village cloaked by the clouds. Karen was there, falling, limp. Her hair drew the Sharingan like a crimson beacon. Suzuki shot downwards, a black arrow. The wind blew his hair back, rainwater streamed from him like a cloak. She wasn't very far away. 14 meters, at most. The streets began to take shape, hundreds of feet below. 13. They were both falling faster. 12. Thunder cracked once more. 11. Karen lost her unconscious grip on Suzuki's sword. Lighter than her and taken by the wind, it whipped up towards him. 10. Suzuki snatched the sword out of the sky with his left hand. There were still traces of blood on it, from when he'd grabbed the blade. Catching it stung, but he ignored it. 9. He stretched out his free hand, grasping for her. 8. Karen's eyes sharpened. Her mouth formed his name, but the words were lost to the tearing wind. She stretched out her own hand. 7. It wasn't close enough. Not nearly close enough. The street was growing closer. Less than 100 feet. 6. Suzuki's eyes burned. He could see the desperation and fear in Karen's face. He'd never forget it. There was a bridge below her, stretching from one building to another, a thick, concrete archway. 5. If she hit it, she would break. Break and die. Blood from his split lip was running up Suzuki's cheek. 4. She was hopelessly out of his reach. Not close enough. She would reach the bridge before he reached her. Suzuki stretched. She won't die. His eyes burned again. It felt like something was trying to explode out of him. His entire chakra system tingled. 3. I won't let her. Something purple flickered at the edge of Suzuki's vision. Karen's eyes went wide. She was barely 10 feet from the bridge, Suzuki himself was about 20. I won't. He caught her. It was impossible. She was still completely out of his reach. His hand grasped at nothing. That didn't matter. A hand the size of Suzuki's body, skeletal and menacing, comprised of luminescent purple chakra, reached forward and closed around Karen. The joints looked almost mechanical. Karen started. Suzuki snarled in effort, the stinging burn in his eyes doubling, and pulled. The redhead was yanked up towards him. He grabbed her out of the air, securing her around the waist. She yelped. Suzuki refocused on the bridge. He may have gotten Karen, but they were both still in danger. If he handled it poorly, the landing could still kill them both. Normally, he would have angled himself to hit the side of the bridge, allowing him to dispel some of his momentum by running along the side. But now, another arm emerged to join the first. Both of the skeletal constructs thrust downwards towards the bridge. Karen screeched. Sasuke grinned a mad grin, blood running from both his eyes. Impact. The arms punched into the concrete, embedding themselves in the structure. Both Sasuke and Karen jerked, but remained suspended in the air, held up by the ethereal ribs that had formed around Sasuke's torso. They remained like that for a moment, before the arms pulled themselves from the bridge, and both Sasuke and Karen dropped to their feet, breathing heavily. Sasuke panted, the effort of keeping the construct solid immediately apparent to him. It didn't fade, but the chakra rippled uncertainty. He let go of Karen. The redhead stumbled away from him, falling to her knees and shaking her head violently. "Erg," she said intelligently. "I think I'm gonna be sick." Sasuke took a shaky breath, and fell to his own knees. "Yeah," he unsteadily agreed. The rush of power flooding his veins filled him with strength, and an undeniable nausea. "Sasuke, what?" Karen turned back towards him, taking deep, gagging breaths. "What is that?" He looked down at the translucent skeleton surrounding him, and sucked in a breath. "It's," he said slowly, almost unable to believe it himself. "The Susanoo." The voice wasn't Sasuke's, it was his father's. Sasuke turned, and found his father walking down the building behind him. "It matches that belt of yours." Sasuke didn't have to look to know that his mother was coming down the wall he was now facing away from. He chuckled at that. A teenager with the Susanoo. Fugaku shot his wife a dry look as they both settled down on the bridge on either side of Sasuke. Karen was kneeling stock still beside him, trying to clear her head. Mikoto rolled her eyes. "That will end well, I'm sure," she said, sounding perfectly serious. Sasuke glanced between the two of them, before bending his head towards Karen. "Karen," he said quietly. She looked up at him, understandably tense. "Get clear," Sasuke continued. "Stay close enough to sense me. I'll need you when this is over. But I need you away from here, I can take care of them now." Karen nodded, pulling herself to her feet. She glanced once more at Sasuke's parents, and then leapt from the bridge, alighting on the wall aside Mikoto. Mikoto glanced at her, and Karen took off, sprinting for all she was worth. Sasuke's mother looked back to him. "I won't have to chase her," she said. "Now, all I have to do is neutralize you." Sasuke smirked. "Good luck." "Sasuke." Fugaku chided. "Watch out for her jutsu. It can still freeze you." "Not through the Susanoo," Mikoto interrupted. Fugaku looked to her. "I've been trying since we arrived, it seems it really is the perfect defense." Fugaku turned back to his son. "In that case, you can't let your armor fall. If you do, this fight will be all but over." Sasuke's smirk widened. He spread his feet, falling into a more ready position. "If that's the case," he said, "I'll just have to make sure to end this quickly, huh?" "You still have a plan?" Fugaku asked. "It will be a bit more difficult now," Sasuke admitted. "But it should still work." "Interesting." Fugaku fell into a ready position, with Mikoto mirroring him. "I look forward to it." The ribs of the Susanoo flared. Sasuke tensed. 3 Uchiha, 2 parents, and 1 son. A damaged bridge, suspended over the abyss. The rain was falling harder than ever. The ribs grew skin, a half-formed skull coming into existence. Sasuke snarled, cold chakra pulsing through his entire being. The world sharpened, each individual raindrop clear to him. Mikoto moved, and Fugaku followed her. Their son took one last deep breath. "Let's end this," he said, regret and relief weighing down his words. And the Uchiha family's final dance began. The Kusanagi cracked, a shatter point running up the length of the blade. Orochimaru's grin faltered at the sight. Itachi saw the grin slip away. Saw the crack running up the blade. He could see everything. The world had never been so clear. He roared. The Totsuka blade burst forward, and the Kusanagi shattered into dust. The chakra sword punched through Orochimaru's chest, spearing the Sun-In cleanly. He looked down in shock at the rippling orange energy impaling him, and then back up at Itachi. The Kusanaga's hilt dropped from his hand, landing with a distant clatter. "It's over," Itachi said, panting. Blood from his eyes ran into his mouth. And just like that, Orochimaru's smirk returned. Interesting assumption. The echo was followed by a generous amount of blood, but the Sun-In's expression didn't fade. He looked back at the blade, and Itachi followed his eyes. The Sharingan widened. There was a crack in the Totsuka. An imperfection. A crack that was slowly getting bigger. As Itachi stared in shock, the lines of fragmenting chakra raced up the blade, speeding for the jar at the base of the sword. They reached it before he could react. Before anyone could have. The jar broke, a neat piece detaching from the bottom. Ethereal liquid poured out. And then, the entire of the Totsuka blade fell to pieces, crumbling away into nothing. The tearing sensation in Itachi's eyes exploded, and he fell to his knees. The Susanoo whipped away, drawing itself down around him, before vanishing, even the ribs melting. He hissed in pain. It felt as if his eyes were simple Mangekyo again. The pain tore through him, as if his very cells were on fire, and Itachi grunted, crippled, and shivering on the cold concrete floor. Thunder boomed outside once more. Orochimaru cackled, before breaking off into a wet cough. Itachi looked up just in time to watch the Sun-In crumple through blood-soaked eyes. The pale man hit the floor with a hollow thud, most of his torso missing, and stayed there, blood spreading in a pool around him. "As I suspected," he gasped, blood, real, vibrant blood, pouring from his mouth. Two legendary swords, that when brought together, equals. He chuckled. They destroy each other. Remind you of anything? Itachi. Itachi didn't respond. He just stared, kneeling, and clutching at his eyes as a phantom agony tore them inside out. He'd made a mistake. It wasn't his greatest mistake. Or even his second greatest. But it was a mistake nonetheless. He'd underestimated Orochimaru. Underestimated a Sun-In. He'd been positive his sword had been the greater one. Positive he'd been stronger. Sure that when the Totsuka and the Kusanagi had clashed, his sword would have been the one to win. So sure that he'd end Orochimaru in a single strike that he'd foregone his perfect defense. What an idiot he'd been. Itachi laughed. Orochimaru watched him with a bloody grin. "And they call me a genius," Itachi said, his voice rough. He tried to lever a leg under him and failed, the limb shaking violently when he tried to put his weight on it. "Damn!" Orochimaru gasped, flopping over on his back. The hole in his chest had stopped bleeding, but he was still missing a significant portion of his torso. "Such a shame, about those swords. I would have liked to add yours to my collection." He sighed, and then turned his head back towards Itachi. "I wonder." The Sun-In coughed. "With both of us laid so low." Itachi gritted his teeth, pushing himself forward. His legs refused to support him, and so he fell forward, landing on his chest. He wheezed, his entire body screaming in agony from the Susanoo feedback. The Uchiha's arms grasped out, and he began pulling himself forward, hauling his shaking mess across the room, towards Orochimaru. His nails left scrapes in the concrete, chipping away with every pull. "Ha!" Orochimaru sighed, his whole body lax. He was just as drained as Itachi. "What will you do when you get over here?" He chuckled wetly. "You're hardly in any shape to kill me." Itachi. Itachi drew his head up to face Orochimaru. Sweat poured down his face, and his arms trembled, his legs still paralyzed behind him. His lips pulled back, his teeth shining in what little light there was. Orochimaru's eyes widened, the slit pupil narrowing. "So long as I'm breathing, Orochimaru," Itachi said, his voice threatening to break into a rattling cough, "I will ensure you never touch my brother again." The Uchiha continued to crawl forward, drawing ever closer to the pale man, and for the first time since he'd arrived, Orochimaru's face was filled with unmistakable dread. "Orochimaru-sama." Itachi's eyes narrowed as someone leapt up through the hole Deidara had created in the middle of the room. It seemed like it had been hours ago. It was a man wearing a thick cloak, the hood drawn up over his head. The clothes were shredded in places, revealing sickly white, rasped skin, and the man favored one leg, but he was definitely in better shape than Itachi himself. It was unmistakably Kabuto Yakushi. What was Desh? Kabuto's voice cut off as he slowly took in the sight of both his master and Itachi laid out on the ground, seemingly crippled, and Itachi slowly crawling forward. "You," he hissed, stalking forward. He leveled a kick at Itachi's side, one the Uchiha couldn't possibly dodge. It took him in the kidney, knocking him to the side and sending him skidding across the floor. Itachi grunted. "What did you do?" Kabuto hissed, his half-scaled face trembling in rage. "Why is your master in such a pitiful state?" a thick voice said with dry amusement. Kabuto spun back towards it, forgetting Itachi. Kisame Hoshigake leapt up through the hole, following after Kabuto. His shirt was missing, and his torso was covered in new scars. Same Hado was at his side, casually heft. The blade was licking its lips, its thick, rasping tongue slipping across the shark skin effortlessly. There were bits of what looked like parchment trailing from it. He glanced around, taking in the room. "You did something stupid, Itachi," he groused, bringing Same Hada up over his shoulder. "Perhaps somewhat," the Uchiha groaned. He barely managed to pull himself up to one knee, coughing hollowly. His eyes had finally stopped bleeding. Kabuto, not taking his eyes off of Kisame, moved swiftly to Orochimaru's side. "Master." He bent down at the man's side, taking in the hole in his chest. "Can you move?" Orochimaru took a deep breath and then strained, his entire frame shaking. Slowly, another pale, somewhat withered form pushed itself up out of the cavity in his torso. It stumbled to its feet, before Kabuto seized one of its arms and slung it over his own shoulder. "It appears I cannot," Orochimaru admitted, breathing heavily. He turned, Kabuto moving with him, and set his gaze on Itachi. Kisame stood off to the side, closer to Itachi, but with most of his attention on Kabuto. "Itachi!" Orochimaru rasped. The Uchiha, still barely able to hold himself on one knee, stared at him, his face moving back towards expressionless. "Would you like to know something funny?" Orochimaru's lips turned up into a genuine smile. "Even if you had killed me, the Edo Tensei wouldn't have been dispelled," Orochimaru admitted. Itachi stiffened. "I fixed that particular flaw with the jutsu," the Sunin continued. "You?" Itachi trembled in anger. There was a spurt of orange around him, the Susanoo raising itself up for less than a second, before it collapsed again in a brief light show. Kabuto watched the unfamiliar technique with interest. "Yes," Orochimaru said mockingly. "We may have reached a stalemate today, Itachi, but Sasuke will still be mine." Itachi was frozen for a moment. Then, he smirked. "If you really believe that my parents can defeat him," he drawled, the first hint of certainty entering his voice for a while, "then you are more deluded than I believed you." Orochimaru snorted. "We'll see." He glanced at Kabuto, and the other man nodded. Kisame tensed, watching Itachi in his peripheral vision. As he did, Kabuto turned and, with Orochimaru in tow, leapt clear of the building, vanishing into the stormy Omegakure night. "Itachi, are you?" Kisame said slowly, approaching the bleeding Uchiha. Itachi waved him off. "Kisame," he muttered, his voice exhausted. "Follow them. Please. Just, make sure they leave the city. If you can stop them." He trailed off, his voice fading. "And your brother?" Kisame asked, cocking an eyebrow. "He'll be fine," Itachi said without hesitation. Kisame glanced one last time at his partner, and then turned, sprinting forward and leaping out of the building in pursuit of Orochimaru and Kabuto. Itachi was left alone. He let out a pained sigh. Alone with nothing but his failures to keep him company. Grimacing, he yanked himself to his feet. His right arm refused to respond, and his left foot trailed behind him, but he paid neither of them mind. Itachi limped towards the door leading to the base of the tower, leaving a minute trail of bloody droplets behind him. There was a weight upon his mind, and he would be damned if he wouldn't obey it. Check the description for the links to the author.